Our last day doesn't start with the sunrise or birds chirping. Tumeamshwa saa 10 ili tukapande boat. And we have a crucial appointment with an important vessel docking at the new port of Lamu. So we have to leave early. Faza has one scheduled large boat that leaves every morning for Lamu town, and we can't afford to miss it. Because the tide is low in the morning, the boat is anchored in the deep sea off the island. To get to it, we have to use a small boat. After about 20 minutes, we are in the big boat. This vessel is not one of those fancy cruise ships where one can get a comfy suite with a bed. Hii ni boti ya mizigo, na mizigo huwa hailali kwa kitanda, inalishwa chini. It seems the locals are used to this mode as they seem very comfortable. It feels more like Noah's Ark as mtu anajitafutia tu a comfortable position. The boat could move faster, but the captain has deliberately set it to a crawling pace to save on diesel. Kama umezoea speedboat, inaweza kuwasha at first, but after a while, you get used to it. These larger boats are much safer than the speedboat, and it is very rare to hear of an incident or accident involving them. Wenda pole hajikwai, na kijikwaa haanguki. The timing of the journey is important as the boat has to cross the narrow channel between the mainland and Manda before the low tide sets in. If they be late in the evening, then make the crossing, or the other option is to go around Manda Island into the deep sea and approach Lamu from Shela. There was another option. Legend has it that hapo zamani za kale, wakati wa low tide, wanaume walikuwa na beba dao kwa mabega yao hapo kwa channel. Hao watu walikuwa nakataa kushuka boti kibebwa. Ancestors wa wale abiria hukataa kushuka matatu ikisukumwa leo. Hao watu wa kubeba dao walikuwa wanaitwa washika dao. Na hapo ndipo lilo jina lilitumika mara ya kwanza. Please note that ukitumia hiyo story kwa elisha utazama. Anyway, by the time we're getting to the Mkanda, the level is much lower. This is not good. That is where the Shukrani has an advantage. The traditional large boats that operate this route are made of timber, which is heavy. Our boat, however, is made of fiberglass, and on this return trip, its hull is empty, meaning it can easily cross the shallow channel. The captain, however, navigates slowly and carefully.
So we started our journey at 5:30 a.m. We Panda Kidal, and now we went on board on this bigger boat, and that was in the dark. And we have taken, now it is, that was 5:30, now it is 8:35. That's already 3 hours. Yesterday we were on a speedboat and it took us 30 to 45 minutes. The advantage of a speedboat, you obviously get there faster, there'll be a thrill to it. However, you won't have the time to take in everything. Right now, that is the mainland, Napa Nimanda Island. You're passing through a channel, native Mkanda. And the language is just amazing. Ni Swahili lakini hauisikii. You almost have to now uanze kuongea kama bwana nini, so that now uanze una encode, una decode kenye unasikia.
In the old days, crossing here, even for small boats during the low tide, would have been impossible. But some years back, the channel was dredged to allow for navigation, even at low tide. This is, however, mostly for smaller vessels. The sediments and rubble from the seafloor was deposited on the western side of Lamu town. It is on this land that part of the town has been expanding to.
This beats any Nairobi traffic. Hata uko ndani hakuna, unajua uko ndani sasa utapigiwa honi na mapiki.
This is a committee of parliament discharging its responsibility under the constitution and the law. Yours truly here is the Speaker of the National Assembly and the chairman of this committee. With me on my right is the distinguished Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss. On my left is the clerk to the National Assembly, and I invite all members to introduce themselves.
Nelson Coit. I'm David Posting, MP opposite. Will you carry David?
Mary Amasa.
Abdul Rahim Dawood.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi.
Owen Bayer.
Robert Ngui.
Stephen Mule.
Rahim Dawood.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi.
Owen Bayer.
Robert Ngui.
Stephen Mule.
Barasa. Abdi Shurie.
Mishimboko.
Caleb Amisi.
Excellent. Dr. Barasa, we'll start by inviting you to make a brief introduction of yourself in not more than 5 minutes, telling us your name, your educational background, your work experience, and any key competencies that you have that you think is suitable for your appointment as a cabinet secretary. Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'd like to take this opportunity to appreciate His Excellency the President, as well as the nominated committee, to give me this opportunity to present myself as the nominated Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Health. Thank you so much for your invitation and consideration.
That is your name, your education background, work experience.
I am Dr. Deborah Mlongo Barasa. I am a qualified medical doctor. I have more than 18 years medical expertise and public health professional background. I'd like also to say that I am a wife, a mother, and has 4 lovely children. I'm also a twin. So I have a vast experience in terms of policy advice, strategic direction, technical advice, and clinical practice. I have worked in the public sector as well as the private sector. I have worked from the primary care level, the community health programs, up to national level at the Kenyatta national level. I have also worked with the national technical working groups within the ministry. Equally, I have served with multiple Ministry of Health focal points within the Eastern Southern Africa region. They are 22 countries in number, as well as the 47 WHO Afro member states, supporting them in strengthening their IPC or infection prevention and control programs. I have also been a participant in global strategies, global action plans, and also in the development of guidelines at a global level. In WHO, I worked for more than 4 years supporting various member states in strengthening their infection prevention and control programs. I supported them in matters policy advising, in strategic direction, and in technical advice. Implementing activities including development of guidelines, facility assessment, among others. My key achievements in the span of my medical practice include the strengthening of programs. At the beginning of COVID-19, we had only 4 programs within our 4 countries with infection prevention and control programs within the Eastern Southern Africa region. And at this time, I'm proud to say that we have 22 countries within the Afro region which have strengthened their infection prevention and control programs. So I supported in matters of development of their strategic, their national action plans, and also in developing guidelines, facility assessment, monitoring and evaluation framework, among others. Equally, I supported in emergency response, in emergency preparedness, readiness, and response pillar.
That will do. I will now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question. When questions are asked, to expect precise and concise answers. Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Barasa, as you're aware, the health financing strategy of 2020-2030 notes that Kenya's health financing is inadequate, incomplete, and inconsistent, and poses a challenge to the establishment of universal health coverage. And now, with the shift from NHIF to SHIF, the effectiveness of the transition is being debated by Kenyans. So, what are the primary gaps and challenges that you perceive in the implementation, and what should you do to address them if confirmed as Minister of Health?
Dr. Barasa, can you answer that?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the question. For the primary gaps and challenges, my approach is a consultative approach. I believe that it is critical that we bring all stakeholders together. The Director General, as well, the PSS, the National Technical Working Group, stakeholders, as well as other sectors, including Treasury. We also need to involve the community. It is imperative that the community is informed and that they are aware and they own the SHI. Without the community owning it, implementation will be difficult. And so we need to strengthen communication, receive feedback, and analyze. In the consultative process, we need to conduct a situational analysis to see the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for the implementation of the SHI, and come up with priority actions to intervene and support in a seamless way. So, as I said earlier, community ownership is critical. Equally, we need to strengthen the operations and the logistics. If we don't have enough financing for the SHI, then the implementation will not be seamless. Equally, we need to address the logistics challenges that may arise during that. One of the challenges that I have seen Kenyans talking about is the Linda Mama. And before coming even before you, honorable members, it was raised to me. And I believe that it is critical that we have a transition plan or a transition guideline to ensure that our mothers and our children can access care even during the transition process.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee Deborah, I see you have a very good experience from your professional background and having worked in the private sector in healthcare. And one of the issues that probably might have come to your attention is the ills that bedeviled the defunct NHIF and the move by government, and I'm certain you may have taken keen interest on the Social Health Insurance Fund and the challenges that are there now with the Social Health Insurance Fund. One of the problems that we've had with the NHIF is collusion between staff at NHIF and private medical care providers, unfortunately including faith-based ones. And we have seen exposés in the media of very small private hospitals raking in millions, hundreds of millions from NHIF. I would want to hear what, having looked at SHIF, which I'm certain you must have looked into, what are the measures you intend to put in place should you be approved? One, to curb the theft that has been witnessed in NHIF by both public and private medical practitioners, especially owners of private hospitals. 2, how do you intend to leverage on technology to ensure, 1, that you bring down the cost of healthcare in this country? There are hospitals that will charge NHIF 200 shillings for paracetamol. There are others within the same vicinity that will charge the same fund 30 to 50 shillings. How do you intend to utilize technology to curb some of those things?
You may proceed to answer.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for raising the concerns, and indeed I understand and have interacted with various Kenyans that have raised the very same concern. First of all, my approach is a consultative approach involving the multiple stakeholders, from the PSS, Director General, the National Technical Working Groups, the NHIF, among others, including the community who are receiving the services. And with this, we need to conduct a situational analysis to understand the challenges, and from there come up with interventions and action plans. But from an outside view and working in various organizations, I have seen the strength of having processes and procedures, of which I believe the government has, and we need to strengthen this. One of the ways is using a digital platform that will reduce the human-to-human interaction and will be able to monitor challenges. And this needs to be implemented first on a phased approach, but ultimately at a national level. And that way, we'll be able to monitor various services that have been given. We'll be able to monitor the quality. We'll also monitor the prices, the stockouts, etc. So I believe it's critical that we embrace the digital platform as Kenyans. Again, transparency and accountability frameworks are critical, so we need to look into this. And I believe that the National Technical Working Group is really competent, having interacted with them in the WHO environment. And I think we can work together with the multi-sectoral approach to ensure that we have transparency and accountability, open tenders, among others. We may also consider using external bodies to monitor and ensure that we have no challenges in that. And leveraging on technologies, I believe it's time that Kenyans embrace telemedicine and also embrace the digital platform as discussed earlier.
Junet?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my question to Dr. Deborah is, Madam Nominee, as you are aware, health is majorly a devolved function. Health matters happen at the county level. But the problem this country has encountered for the last 10 years or so, since the new constitution and that devolved health functions, is because there is no seamless working system between the national government and the county governments. It is devolved, but you'll see a lot of things are happening at the national level. All the complaints are at national level, and these things are supposed to be at the devolved, because the dispensary at the village there is what matters. So how do you intend to make sure that health is really devolved and resources are taken to devolved units so that people can get the services at in the road there, I mean at the village there? And my last question is, you can see health, the number of medical students also are increasing. And the number is becoming big. There are more health workers that are being trained, even as doctors. But the institutions that are training them now are becoming deplorable, in a very bad state. Do you think that will compromise the quality of healthcare or the quality of services Kenyans get? Thank you very much.
You may proceed to answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to respond to the Honorable Member regarding the health, the devolved government. So again, a consultative approach. I believe we need to involve the national team as well as the county government to have open dialogue and come up with interventions. We need to look at the situational analysis and see where are the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And from there, we need to come up with priority interventions. So I'm coming out of the government, but I believe having open dialogue, having consultations, and coming up to ensure we understand where the national team stops and where does the county begin. Another thing that will ensure seamless flow of information and also to ensure monitoring from national level, county level, down to facility level is the health information system, a digital platform, so that the reporting system is picked up and goes to the national level and also trickles down to the facility, as well as tracking and monitoring of infectious diseases, quality of services, and also addressing the matters of corruption. So again, it will be critical for us to embrace the digital platform in this case. Regarding the medical students, what I would say is the health workforce is a critical pillar in health systems. All our health workers are important. The doctors, the nurses, lab technicians, physiotherapists, nutritionists, among other cadres. And let's not forget the morticians and the cleaners who are frequently forgotten. And I think it's critical to say that during COVID-19, we saw that these cadres were actually disproportionately affected by COVID-19 and even other infections like tuberculosis and Ebola. And so we need to strengthen our health workforce. With the numbers increasing, I believe, again, it's a consultative effort. We need to bring unions on board. We need to bring professionals on board, the doctors on board, and come up with strategies and areas of improvement. We also need to strengthen our regulatory system to ensure that we are bringing out doctors and other health workers or professions who are qualified, because we are also thinking of these doctors or nurses and other professions working outside Kenya. So we need to ensure that we are providing quality, top-notch quality and highly experienced health workers that are able or capable to work in in other international spaces.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah, my question is that the instances where doctors have been going on strike have risen, with the recent one being the interns in July 2024. And we know what that means, especially to the Kenyan populace. I'd just like to know how, moving forward, you'd like to resolve this issue, looking at the root causes so that it doesn't recur. And also we have the community health promoters, where they're also saying that there's stipend delays, it is low. How do we just ensure that people who work in the health sector, because it's a very important sector, are taken care of in terms of their remuneration and also their welfare? The last question to you is that whether you understand the magnitude of the ministry that you will be leading. You have very critical departments and areas. We have KEMSA, you have the malaria control, you have the AIDS Council, you have the ministry itself, you have SHIF, you have all that. How will you ensure, or what leadership skills will you use to ensure that the policies that you put in place, you implement, cascades to all those departments, and not, because we see in health department and also some of the big departments in this country where a CS just wakes up one morning and start issuing different directives, right, left, and center. I would like to know what leadership skills you will use to ensure that does not happen.
Go ahead and answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair. And thank you, Honorable Member, for the questions. So indeed, the doctors' strike has been a challenge over time in immemorial, and every cabinet secretary has dealt with that challenge. And so there's need to look for long-term solutions. I believe that the long-term solutions are with us. So we need to work together with the unions, the doctors themselves, the interns. We need to work with the bodies, the Ministry of Education, among other stakeholders, to come up with a solution. I don't have a solution, but what I am saying is we need to have a situational analysis and be able to develop action plans following that. There is a Doctors Interns Act that I believe is ongoing, and I think that is one of the areas we can start with and strengthen. Equally, there are the return to work formulas that were given to the doctors, of which we can implement with support from Treasury and other sectors. Regarding the multiple departments, I would want to run the office with high integrity. I have seen that we have wonderful national technical leads in the office. We have DG, we have the PSS. I believe by having weekly meetings and sharing reports, conducting monitoring and evaluation routinely, we can be able to strengthen this. But we need to align it with the national strategy and the MTP plan, identify the priority activities, the timeline, and the budget. And if the Treasury is able to provide the budget, then we can implement. And also based on outbreaks that are at hand. As you are aware, there is a monkeypox outbreak, and also we need to ensure that we are prepared and ready to respond to such outbreaks.
Nelson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Daktari, universal healthcare was a key pillar of Kenya Kwanza manifesto. Given the recent High Court suspension of the Social Health Insurance Act 2023 and the Digital Act 2023 due to what they call insufficient public participation, what will be your strategy to ensure that the public is adequately informed and engaged in key decisions that pertain to their health welfare? How will you then increase public awareness about the benefits and procedures of National Insurance Scheme to encourage greater participation and understanding amongst Kenyans?
Through you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Indeed, I'm a believer of accessible, affordable, quality of care to all Kenyans, including the orphaned, the vulnerable, the needy in our community, the widows, among others. So I believe that we need to embrace a universal health coverage. Right from the community level with the community health promoters, I have worked in the Eastlands, and I have seen the critical role they play in terms of bringing health back to the community. I have seen the importance of the primary care level. There is an article we published in WHO. I was part of the team that looked, and we realized that the primary care networks are weak and they need to be strengthened, because that is the primary or the first interaction with the patient, and equally the other levels of care. And so the challenge is that Kenyans have highlighted the 2.75% taxation, and they have not embraced the universal health coverage. They have not seen its importance in terms of accessible, affordable, quality of care for all, including the vulnerable, the disabled, the widows, among others. And I believe that it is critical for us to ensure that we have robust communication with the community. I think it is important that they own this initiative, and they are part of it even during implementation. That way, the uptake will be great, and we will see many Kenyans achieving this. And from our side, I think it's critical that once we have promised our fellow Kenyans, we need to deliver and ensure that every Kenyan has access to affordable quality care.
Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Dr. Barasa, having been nominated for this position, you know that health is generally or greatly devolved. Greatly devolved. And there have been a clamor or a debate outside there that we should have a national commission for doctors or practitioners, health practitioners and so on, and for good reason. And one of the reasons is to balance health practitioners at the county level. Because that is where the biggest problem is, Madam Dr. Barasa. Because of lack of balance of medical or specialized medical people, I find that actually some of these hospitals are running like I would say Panadol hospitals. All county hospitals actually run like Panadol hospitals. Because Panadol is just something small to make you at least live till tomorrow. Take an example of North Rift. Turkana County, West Pokot County, Elgeyo Marakwet County, Trans Nzoia County, even Bungoma County. Almost everybody is going to Eldoret for medical services. Why? Because they don't find those services. Maybe because of lack of specialized practitioners. So my two questions. One, will you support the clamor for the constitutional amendment to have this commission to be able to work out on that balancing of medical practitioners so that our people can get medical services at the right places at the county level? Or if that's a long term, what will you do if Parliament approves you, working together with governors, to be able to increase or help that health specialists at the county level so that at least we can have our people at local level receiving medical services? Thank you, Speaker.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to answer the question by the Honorable Member. Indeed, with the devolution, we've seen a lot of challenges. My approach, again, would be a consultative approach involving the counties, involving the National Technical Working Group, the DG, the PS, and all the stakeholders involved, including partners. And in this case, we need to have these consultations in routine basis to discuss the HR capacity. Additionally, we need to come with strategies, action plans, including regulations, to ensure that all the counties have the appropriate specialists. And we can monitor the presence and the activities of the specialists using a digital platform, of which I strongly advocate for. I can also say that I am a member of the Eastern Central Southern African College of Physicians. And in this program, I was the initial group of trainers that was trained in Entebbe. And this program was rolled out in Kenya. And we are almost having the first lot graduating, and they're 41 in number. Additionally, there are other specialist training going on for gynecology and obstetrics as well as surgery. And these are areas that we can engage with the programs and see how to support the various counties so that they can have specialists trained within the facility.
Vicaria.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Daktari Deborah, nitauliza kwa Kiswahili tuone kama budget kubwa sana ya Ministry ya Health inaenda kwa mambo ya matibabu. Magonjwa yametendeka, tunaenda kutibu na mambo mengine. Kukaja na policy ya kuweka the CHVs, the Community Health Volunteers, ambaye wao watashughulika sana na kujaribu kuzuia kabla pengine, na unajua hawalipwi kwa wakati unaofaa, na zile hela pia wanazopatiwa ni hela kidogo sana. Pengine njia gani utatumika kuona kama wataweza kupata hela zao kwa wakati unaofaa na pengine kuongeza juu kidogo, ndio waweze kusaidia kwa kuzuia kabla haijafika ile ya kutumia hela nyingi ya kwenda ku. Pili, watu wengi wanapata ajali, emergency na mambo mengine, magonjwa ambayo pengine hayaku ama kama ni accidents za barabara. Wanapoenda katika mahospitali yetu, nisiseme ya counties kwa sababu pengine kwa sababu hiyo iko devolved, lakini katika hospitali za serikali wanakatazwa kuwa admitted ama kuchukuliwa katika ile emergency ya dharura ya haraka kwa sababu hawana pesa za kulipa deposit na mambo mengine. Pengine ni njia gani utachukua kuweza kufanya hali hii isiwe ni kitu cha kurudiwa vile tunavyoona kila wakati? Asante.
Answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to answer the question by the Honorable Member. Indeed, the community health program is critical because it brings health back to the community. And community health workers are a strong pillar in health system strengthening. And so we need to embrace them and support them. Working in Fikiria Jamii, which are 17 clinics in the Eastleigh region, the eastern side of Nairobi. It covered Shauri Moyo, Huruma, Mathare, Kariobangi, part of Korogosho up to Kayole. We were able to strengthen the community health program. And what we did is ensure that they were bringing mothers for antenatal care, bringing children for immunization, distributing disinfectants, providing preventive promotion care and rehabilitation, because they were part of the community. And the work was marvelous, and I'm happy that the country is embracing the community health program. And so we need to support them, and again, a consultative effort involving the multiple stakeholders so that as a team we can come up with action plans and interventions. Equally, we need to involve other sectors like the Treasury and see if we can have funds to allocate for their support. Additionally, partners are critical as well as the CSOs. So we need to involve partners to collaborate and synergize our efforts in order for us to have the fruitful implementation of community health programs and universal health coverage in general. For the emergencies, again, even as we transition, we need to ensure that they are covered, and we need, even in the UHC program, part of what is covered is
emergency conditions. And so I believe that by incorporating this, all Kenyans will be able to access care even in emergent situations.
Honorable Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, corruption cases have been a major problem in the health sector. Some time back, there were those clinics that were bought, containers that were being charged at about 10 million a piece, which was highly exorbitant. And recently also you've seen when we had COVID, there were scandals at KEMSA, and there was even a recent scandal under this regime which led to the dismissal of the PS then of health. What will you do to minimize, or if possible, completely eradicate this menace of corruption in that health sector?
A consultative effort. It is important that we think strategically, involve the various stakeholders involved, the National Technical Working Group, the PSs and DGs, to understand, to conduct a situational analysis and see where the gaps are. But from my opinion, I think that we need to strengthen the processes and procedures that exist. And one of the ways is through a digital platform. That way, we reduce the human-to-human interface we can be able to track, say for instance, how a Panadol from batch 001 gets from the national up to the patient's hand. Yeah, and so we'll be able to ensure that there is a seamless flow. So I am an advocate for the digital platform. Equally, we can involve external bodies to monitor also the challenges that are involved therein, and we can have routine meetings and feedback. Additionally, we need to have accountability and visibility frameworks, and also work together with the various commissions to address the issue of corruption.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the nominees so far, Deborah. My name is Owen Bayer. I'm not the honorable member. I hear you talk about situational analysis. I hear you talk, I've counted them, there are 10 now. Digital platform, there are 8 consultations, there are around 7 there. You keep on using the same ones all the time. But the health sector is a big thing, big, very big. And I think it carries one of the biggest budgets in this country. And it has been a Tower of Babel, okay? There are a lot of conflicting people striking, court cases, a lot of issues. It requires a very high level of leadership. And that high level of leadership is policy. But as I listen to you, I'm not hearing you enunciate or really bring out policy issues apart from consultation. I think the health sector suffers from real strong policies that can drive the sector, so that we have all these issues, these strikes and everything else really not in place. There's been the question that has been asked on, will you support a health service commission, which everybody else has been talking about. Probably that's the panacea for the problems that we have in health. So Deborah, Dr. Deborah, my question is, what skills do you bring? Are you able to work with people much easier? There has been a lot of, the PS is saying this, the minister is saying this, the DG is saying this, the CECs in the counties are saying something else, the governors, Council of Governors is saying something else. How will you amalgamate all these things and bring real leadership in the health sector so that we do not have the problems that have devolved the health sector over the years? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to address the question by the Honorable Member, Mr. Owen. Yes, from a leadership and a management perspective, it's always consultative. It's not a one-man show. The people, the National Technical Working Group, have been there for many years. They understand the situation. They understand the gaps. And they're able to come up with interventions. The thing that we need is to support them, to identify the gaps and come up with improvement plan. And so for me, I believe that it's critical that I give the leadership and bringing the people together to collaborate, to synergize, to harmonize, and to improve the services that are being given.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Deborah, 2 very quick ones. Ministry of Health is one of the most important ministries in the country. It's for the rich and the very poor, it's for everybody. And what is bedeviling people living in the villages is we have small dispensaries which have no drugs because county governments are not able to stock them. And Kenyans are crying over whether really we should have this under the county governments or we should actually revert the entire ministry to the national government. If a law ever came to revert the ministry to the national government, would you, if approved as the CS for health, support it? Number 1. Number 2, again from the same scenario, everybody goes to a hospital. As soon as God helps you recover, you have no money to settle your bill, and even through a Arambes you have all these problems, And eventually hospitals, including public hospitals, start detaining patients. And the converse of that, sometimes you may die, and the hospital detains the dead body. What policy would you put in place to ensure there is a balance, that you cannot be detained in hospital forever when you've recovered, or you can't have your body if you're there? Your relatives cannot have your body detained forever. At one point, there must be a stop to that. What sort of a policy would you put in place? And answer?
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to address the question by the Honorable Member. Yes, so currently we have a devolved government, but we need to ensure that the supplies and we are monitoring and ensuring that the supplies and services are ongoing in the last mile. And that's why I'm encouraging the digital platform. I have seen it work. I have seen it work in Fikiria Jamii. I've seen it work in Mater Hospital. I have seen it work in the World Health Organization. I have seen us track medicines coming into the port and distributing it across Africa. We can monitor. We can also ensure quality. We can monitor and ensure that the health workers are in the facilities and they are conducting activities as needed. So a digital platform is the way to go. There are many challenges that we face. There are many teething problems that will come. But when we have that, then even the counties can sit in their offices and be rest assured, looking at the quality, tracking on the medications, what is out of stock, etc. So a digital platform is critical. And again, about moving from county to national level, a consultative approach. We need to be strategic, yeah? It's not one man making decision or one woman in this case. I believe that we need to involve the county governments, we need to involve the national team and come up with the best interventions to address this.
Deborah, before you go to the next question, please do hand over your documents to the clerk's team so that they can do verification while we are going on. The Honorable Ferdinand. Oh, you have one more question? The retention of dead bodies and recovered patients until money is paid to various hospitals. What will you do? That's what the Honorable Member has asked.
Yes. So strategically thinking, we need to consult and see what are the gaps, what is causing this, and then involve Treasury.
It's money.
Yeah. So I'm coming out of government, so my first agenda will be to review these cases with the national technical team and the county government to identify what is causing or contributing to this challenge. And from there, I believe we'll be able to get interventions.
Ferdinand.
I think it's more or less the same thing, but all I'm saying, Madam, if we are going to be appointed as a CS in health, I think reducing the, let's be serious about it. As my colleague just mentioned, it's very, very serious, a crucial item as we members of parliament. Even now as I'm sitting here, there are phones coming from my constituency. Please, we have got Harambe, yeah? But then of course you as a PS, you are coming in, should be able to have very strategic plans so that the expensive treatments like cancer, which is again coming up every time, should be able to come up with something very, very strategic for us to reduce the cost of treatment and, of course, affordable access to health care. Come up with something that can be able to save these members of parliament in having Harambes every other day, because somebody is going to India. Instead of us, somebody come here, had 2-3 cases where somebody went to India and he died there. So, and everybody now comes to me, how do you get the body here? But more so, these so-called cancer drugs, which is actually is an issue in this country. So come up with a plan. So I see your experience is very wide. So let's hope that you're going to have that kind of plans to be able to assist us in this. Can you say a statement, Dawood?
Thank you.
Just take into account the positive statement made by the Honorable Ferdinand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Dr. Deborah, first, NHIF, will you change the system, or whichever it comes, that a patient can only go to one hospital, nominated hospital, and if somebody gets sick anywhere in the country or anywhere, they cannot go to any other hospital but just one? Secondly, I don't know if you answered the same question by my colleague. Would you consider that all health workers be The National Assembly passed my bill of cancer prevention in April, and with that bill, it talks about getting more on.
National Assembly passed my bill of cancer prevention in April, and with that bill, it talks about getting more oncologists trained, and because we've got 40,000 people dying of cancer, it's even higher than even COVID. COVID did not kill as many people as cancer does every year. And what do you think you would have interventions to train more people and have more cancer treatment centers in the country? And the last one is level 4 and level 5s. I'm not talking about dispensaries. Would you think that level 4 and level 5s should come back, like the referral Kenyatta Hospital, to the national government? Because 70% of the funds in the health ministry are held by your ministry, if you are confirmed. So do you think level 4 and level 5 should be taken over by the national government from the counties? Thank you.
3 questions. 1, he says, will level 4, 5s be transferred from the counties to the national government? The second one, about the cancer treatment. And the third one was, will you support, if confirmed, to create the National Health Service Commission? I think there is some doctor somewhere who is sending this message to all of us. I've received it 3 times.
And then the fourth one,
Yes.
The fourth one was regarding NHIF.
Yes.
In one hospital, will she change the policy that it should not just be one hospital nominated? They can go anywhere, so long as they've got NHIF. They do not have to go to one hospital.
Actually, that is part of the law you passed recently that is being challenged in court, isn't it? Go ahead and answer.
Through you, Chair, thank you, Honorable Member, for the questions.
Yes, Nelson?
The purpose of this, if you just told me, is actually so that you can address the members by their names.
Yes.
And this is the committee on appointments, just for your information.
Yes. So don't just say Honorable Member. That one is called Honorable Dawood. Okay,
My humble apologies for that.
Yes.
I will address them by the names.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Dawood, for the wonderful questions. First of all, I would like to talk about local production of medicines and consumables. I think that Kenya, we need to embrace this. Local production of medicines, the health products, is really one way to reduce the costs of medication. And so it's an area that we need to embrace as Kenyans, and based on the budget, then we can consider strengthening this. In addition, regarding the NHIF, the universal health care looks at offering accessible care, affordable care, and quality of care to all Kenyans, including the vulnerable and those with disability, among others. And so the issue of only being able to be seen in one hospital is not part of the universal health coverage. And hence, I believe that once we have implemented the UHC, first of all, the community health promoters will be able to improve the prevention, promotion, rehabilitative interventions within the community. So even for cancer cases, they'll be educated on preventive measures, and those who are having terminal illnesses, rehabilitation will be ongoing. Equally, strengthening the primary care networks is critical because it's the first contact and it filters the mild cases, ensuring that the severe cases are the only ones going to the other levels of care, and hence there's reduction in the overwhelming of other levels of care. And so I believe that we can have this as accessible, affordable, quality care by strengthening our community health promoters or the community health programs, as well as the primary care networks, and ensuring that we are offering quality care across all levels of care. So regarding the specializations such as in oncology, as discussed earlier, we have the East Central Southern African College of Physicians, which is a program that is running in multiple hospitals within the country, supporting doctors to specialize. We may also consider having this for other specialists, including the nurses, and see how to see how they can grow career-wise as the health workforce, and that way we can also have access to care. For the doctors at the national team, I believe it will be a consultative approach. I cannot make that decision myself. I believe that it's critical that I involve the whole team, the stakeholders, the partners, and other sectors to be able to see how to address this issue.
Nominee Minister, if you say consultative, what's your opinion as a leader? You support, you don't support, even before you do consultation. What is your input? What is your mind? You're running away from being personal.
Yes.
We want to get your suitability, you, not a group, but you. Thank you, Speaker.
Go ahead.
So
the question is, if you are confirmed,
yes,
will you support the creation of the National Health Service Commission? There is some doctor somewhere sending this to all of us.
As part,
ask you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Members. As part of the doctors' fraternity, I support the National Health Service Commission.
Go ahead, Mary.
The level 4 and 5, Honorable Dawood, I believe that it's critical.
To refer to the interviewee, even as minister, she has no capacity in law to lift level 4 and 5 from the counties to the national government. It must be a legislation and an agreement between the two levels of government to transfer. So even her opinion here will be relevant. Mary Mase.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah, I put it to you that for you to be able to realize your policy objectives, you must have adequate or sufficient financing. But when you look at the Ministry of Health, and especially health research, it remains significantly underfunded. And when you look at the budget of the ministry, there's notable dependency on donor funding, especially on research, disease control and management when it comes to control of malaria, HIV, AIDS, name them. My question to you, from your experience in the health space, what are the barriers to achieving optimal funding in health research? Secondly, there are a number of hospitals, if you are approved by Parliament, there are a number of hospitals across the country that have been built through World Bank funding, GOK, and have remained unoperationalized for a number of years. Beautiful structures. Case in point is in my constituency, Amukura. Beautiful structure. They have not been operationalized, no furniture, nothing. So if you are successful, please do an audit of all such hospitals across the country, ensure they have been operationalized so that there's value for money, and before you start building others or advise for others to be put up. I think that the last one, just a comment. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mary, for the wonderful question. I have done a lot of facility assessment, right from the community-based organizations, various facilities at the different levels of care, and also at supporting various countries within the Eastern Southern Africa, as well as the Afro 47 member states supported by WHO. And I'm an advocate for facility assessment. We need to have good capacity, offer quality of care for our patients. And so that will be a top priority for me, to ensure that routine assessment is conducted and that our hospitals are offering quality services. Again, a digital platform would be good to ensure that we are also monitoring and looking at the processes. Yes. So regarding research, indeed, we need to have policies to support research and regulatory. We need to have a regulatory body to look into this. We need to work with the ethics board, among other boards, to ensure that this is aligned. And we have multiple partners who are willing to support in matters of research. And so it will be open dialogue, consultation and discussion, and see who can join us to support in the agenda of health research, this being another activity that I wish to undertake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I wish to state that the nominee comes from my county, and especially Saboti, but that will not conflict my assessment of her capacity to serve in that ministry. And I am comfortable from where I sit of her competence, but what I'm worried is that the ministries, especially the Ministry of Health, is a theater of politics. And, you know, the previous minister also hailed from my Saboti constituency. I don't want a brain drain of my sisters coming to Nairobi and being swallowed by the politics of the town. How are we kept in terms of interpersonal relations and the politics that goes around and the cabal of corrupt individuals around the ministries? How will you deal with it? Then secondly, the SHIF, NHIF transiting to SHA. I think a segment of it is called SHIF. Is it prudent? Why not revitalize the NHIF in terms of digitalization,
prudent utilization of resources, instead of transiting, which means you could also transit corruption. Lastly, Speaker, it is my view that Kenya is ripe to be a medical tourist destination, just like Turkey, just like Malaysia, is a policy on tourism.
The biggest is India.
Yes, thank you. And now being a regional hegemony, you know, we can start with the region, not even beyond Africa, but just as a region. Do you believe that we are ripe to be a medical destination? If so, how? And if not, why?
Nominee?
Thank you, Honorable Member. And indeed, I love your last statement about having Kenya as a tourist destination. Having worked with the World Health Organization, Eastern Southern Africa, that covers the Eastern and Southern Africa region, it's actually based here in Nairobi. It's in the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. It is a regional office. And I have seen the tremendous things that have happened there. We've had expatriates come to stay here with their family, and that has increased. Our Kenyans have been employed through this. Tourism has also expanded, and also some of the products that they buy that are utilized in the office are being bought from Kenya. Equally, as they look into developing infrastructure, most of the time they're using local products. And if they also want to transport these health products, they can consider us. So first of all, I believe that we need to embrace regional partners, not just the country office, the country representatives, but regional partners such as the Africa Union, World Health Organization, among other partners, because they are bringing expertise from abroad, and these are the ones that will strengthen, build capacity, and also mobilize resources. Equally, we need to think about becoming centers of excellence in Kenya. This may not be achieved maybe this time, but it can be a long-term vision so that we capacitate our facilities. A lot has been done in the KU TRRH hospital, among other hospitals, and I think that is the momentum or the way to go in terms of building a capacity and becoming centers of excellence for Africa.
Just to, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, on the question of medical tourism, you've dwelt much on the aspect of expatriates coming into the country. India is one of the countries that receives the most number of patients who go to live there, stay in their hotels, use their... So it's a big beneficiary of medical tourism. Tanzania, across the border here, there's so many people from the coast who go to a hospital that is called Muhimbili or something. Many of them go there, and they benefit a lot in terms of revenue because of patients going out there. Kenya has just been sending away patients it has not been receiving. In terms of policy framework and legislation, what would you propose if you are given this opportunity to develop Kenya as a medical tourism destination so that we can reap big in terms of our giving out medical services and also in terms of bringing revenue into, in the form of tourism in the country? What policy and legislative frameworks would you propose?
That you combine with Caleb and Mrs. question about medical tourism. Right?
And the Speaker also, the transit from NHIF to SHIF or SHA.
Go ahead. Yes, Deborah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. The first thing we need to do is assess and look at best practices from the other countries, such as India.
Timelines, what are the budget costs? In terms of specialists, we need to ensure that we have top-notch specialists in the areas and also expand the medical equipment that can be utilized for this. And again, the infrastructure, the logistics, among other aspects that are involved. And so, yes, it is true that we need to have policies with regards to this, but in terms of how to progress, I think that we need to look at the priorities in Kenya. We don't have affordable, accessible, quality of care for patients. And I'll give an example. When I was in Fikiria Jamii, there was a widowed. She had 3 children. She used to wash clothes in Isili. And this lady had developed complications, and we had to send her to Kenyatta Hospital. And so we had to dig deep into our pockets to get money for her transport and her consultation. Once we did that, she went to Kenyatta Hospital, and an array of investigations, including invasive ones, were requested by the doctor. They could have cost her an arm and a leg. And for treatment, it would cost her life because she could not afford it. So coming back, I think we need to have our priorities right. And that is offering affordable, accessible care to all Kenyans, the vulnerable, the needy, the orphans, the widows, those who are unable to support themselves. And after that, we can think long-term of having Kenya as a medical hub.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Barasa, considering the recent reports of vaccine stockouts and the shift in policy regarding donor-funded programs like those provided through Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, what are your plans for ensuring sustainable financing and reliable procurement of vaccine and essential health products during your tenure as a Cabinet Secretary for Health? Another thing is about, and I think Honorable Kareb has asked you, it's regarding the transfer from NHIF to SHIF. To tell you the truth, majority of our people, they are not getting it, and they are not even registering. So I would like to know, to hear from you, if you happen to get this chance, what are you going to do about it? Thank you.
Go ahead, nominee.
Thank you for those wonderful questions. And I will start with the last one, transfer from NHIF to SHIF. The service is to the people of Kenya. And so we need to engage them. They need to own it. They need to understand it. We need to embrace and have community feedback, and then work on it to see how we can intervene. And I believe that that was one of the challenges, that the community was not involved. We did not have robust communication with the community. I think it is critical for us to engage the community so that they understand the vision of SHIF, and they also contribute to see how this vision can come to fruition. Equally, it's important for us to involve the stakeholders, the counties, the county government, partners, among others, to make this come into fruition. So the dialogue is really critical when we are looking to transfer patients. And then we can come up with appropriate interventions. Regarding vaccine stockout, pooled procurement can be done amongst various countries, say for instance in Eastern African region. And then we can also consider talking to the Treasury and see if resources can be allocated, as well as discussing with partners in terms of supporting in the area of vaccine.
Mishimbogo. Honorable Mishimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my first question, it is on the issue of the program dubbed as Linda Mama. This program used to facilitate free delivery by our expectant mother in this country. But right now it has been faced with quite a number of challenges, making women suffer, especially those who are expectant. I don't know if you are appointed, what mitigation measures are you going to put in place to ensure the Linda Mama program or a replica of Linda Mama program is enshrined so that our women will no longer suffer? My second question, it is about the rising mental health burden in this country, where some studies have shown that in every five people, one is suffering from health disorder. And this has been witnessed in our learning institution, especially in our universities, in our secondary schools, where we have seen love triangles cases, we have seen some suicide cases, some reckless killing, and so many other issues. And this issue is compounded by a fragile mental health system, socio-economic challenges, and cultural attitudes. Given the existing mental health policies and action plans, what are the key challenges facing the mental health system? If appointed, what policies will you put in place to address these challenges? That is, the immediate, the medium term, and the long term. And also, is the mental health integrated in the UHC? My last question, Honorable Speaker. No, I have the last one. This is last one. The other time I asked only one question, Honorable Chairman. I just want to ask the last question. Kenya right now has a deficit in terms of doctor-to-patient population. Now with the government directives, which frees new employment and term wage bill, what strategy are you going to ensure that we have more health provided, and especially for those dealing with chronic diseases such as cancers, because we have few oncologists. Also in the mental disorders, we have few psychiatrists. What are you going to ensure that at least we have more specialized doctors? Thank you.
You followed 3 questions. Linda Mama, will you bring it back in its same form or another? What do you do with mental patients and mental health care? Okay.
Yes, through you, Honorable Chair, I'd like to address the concerns. I am a beneficiary of Linda Mama, and my daughter is a beneficiary of Linda Mama. And so I'm an advocate of it. And I will ensure that it's incorporated if SHIF is rolled out. Now, during the transition period, at times such activities may, fall through the cracks, but funds have been allocated from the discussions we were having while I was in WHO with the national team. So we need to have a transition plan or guidelines to ensure that some of these critical covers like the Linda Mama are always there when we are transitioning. So this is an area that we look to and ensure that all mothers and the children are covered. I will combine the mental health and doctors to patient population. Indeed, this is not just the doctors, but the health workforce in general. We need to look at how we can protect them and how they can grow in their career. And so I will engage the universities and other training programs such as the Eastern Southern College of Physicians, the surgical programs, the obstetrics and gynecology programs, and have deliberations on other programs that we can have in the country for our health workers to progress in their career, because we can have even clinical officers, nurses specializing in mental health, in matters oncology, among others. Equally, it is critical, again, as I said earlier, to strengthen the community health programs and the primary care networks with mental health specialization or professionals that have been trained in mental health. And so these are areas that we can look into addressing.
Sharia.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah. Cancer has been in the public domain for procurement irregularities affecting donor funds. What's your comment on that? And if approved, what policies do you have in mind in safeguarding public resources and the management of cancer? Question number 2.
In relation to what my colleague was saying, how do you intend to address the public perception of the Ministry of Health as a mafia house associated with corruption and lack of accountability? What specific strategies will you employ to enhance transparency, restore public trust, and ensure that the ministry operates with the highest level of integrity?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the wonderful question. And indeed, KEMSA has been in the public domain. What I intend to do, again, is to strengthen the processes and procedures. And that one of the areas is looking at the digital platform, as well as having external bodies conduct routine auditing. Again, visibility and accountability reforms, as well as engaging or a consultative approach to involve other sectors such as ESCC to look into these issues. We need to have transparent tenders, and I will hold my office with high integrity according to the laws.
Yes, Barasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Deborah, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. And I want to echo my colleagues, what they have said. The health docket is a big docket. It's a very serious docket. And also is a docket with a lot of contestation and a lot of conflict. Having said that, almost 4 years ago, we sent many doctors to Cuba. And also Cuban doctors came to Kenya. We never had any feedback. I really want to hear from you what has been that feedback, whether positive or negative, and if there are any positive things, what is it that we have been able to borrow from the Cuban health system? A second question is, you have been a medical registrar at Kenyatta National Hospital. Across the road, you walk to Nairobi Hospital. In Kenyatta National Hospital, you have the largest Kenya Medical Training College in Eastern Central Africa. And also, you have the largest teaching hospital, university that trains doctors. When you compare the two facilities just across the road, in one you are in Europe, and in the other one you are in somewhere in Africa, not even in Nairobi. Just in case this committee is going to approve your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do so that we are able to see a better facility at Kenyatta? Finally, Honorable Speaker, there are memorandums that have been raised by Albert Gitonga, Henry Fundi, and 2 others about your practice status at the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council. What have you got to say about that? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
So, in terms of the feedback for the Cuban doctors, I have not been to the ministry. I'll be new to the ministry, and this will be a priority agenda. So I will review, and I'll be able to make a report and share with the Parliament. Regarding the training in the Kenyatta National Hospital and how to make our facilities better, routine facility assessments, identifying gaps, and coming up with international interventions to build up capacity is really critical. And I will be an advocate for that and ensure that we are conducting routine assessment. For my practicing license, I am a qualified doctor. My registration is A6275. I have been in clinical practice from 2007 to 2020, compliant to license renewal. In 2020, I joined World Health Organization. It is a UN, part of the UN agencies. It is an international, independent entity with no affiliation to any member states. I was an international civil servant, offering services to 22 countries in Eastern Southern Africa, and the 47 member states also supported in the Afro region. So my work and my capacity was at an international level as a policy advisor, giving strategic direction and technical advice to various countries in the Afro region. Once the president nominated me as cabinet secretary, because of the courtesy and respect and coming back into the Kenyan medical environment, as well as the office of the cabinet secretary, I renewed my clinical practice.
Mule. Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome Dr. Barasa to this committee. Chair, I've pursued and I've looked at the CV of the Dr. Barasa. Having worked at Kenyatta Hospital as a registrar, Mata Hospital as a promotion, worked at Eastern Binary as a physician and promoter, and then straight to WHO. I have no doubt on your experience, but I have a serious concern of where you are coming from and where you are getting into. And I think Kosin alluded to that. We want to hear you, how you will transit. Having been in the medical fraternity for the last 20 years, where you are coming from is where things are done as the policy of the institution. You are joining government whereby complex law, interest, politics carries the day. Madam, with all due respect, I believe you are getting into the Ministry of Health, whereby we have several departments, starting with the doctors themselves, starting with the nurses, the procurement agency, KEMSA, the programs, everything. I want to hear from you your management skill, on how you transit from that set mind of a straight line of thinking, and no wonder you are telling us every time consultation. Here, it is whereby the law applies. The law which is applied at KEMSA is not the same law which is applied with the doctors, enumeration and hiring. So, my question starts with, how do you tell Kenyans you'll streamline supply and demand of health communities in this country to the grassroots level, putting in mind we still have a devolved government? Secondly, from the international community where you are coming from, there are those policies and guidelines which are being given to this country we must adhere to. One, Honorable Mukami talked about Gavi and vaccines. You know very well Gavi has been supporting this country for many years to provide vaccines and other commodities. But as a government, we have always delayed to pay these supplies, yet endangering the young newborns and the future of this nation by not being vaccinated and exposing them to diseases like polio. What is your take to how to progress on that? Thirdly, as a country, we are binded by all international commitments, starting with the United Nations Convention on on health policies. And I want to hear from you, how do we get out from donor-funded health programs in this country to a government-funded programs in this country on TB drugs, TB diagnostic tools, HIV drugs, HIV diagnostic tools, vaccinations and distribution of vaccinations to the country, malaria drugs and malaria transmission diagnostic tool. And last, how do you coerce the seamless working relationship between the Ministry of Health and the county government, putting in mind the largest budget within the ministry remains at the national government, and what is required to be transferred to the county government, it is transferred. And lastly, what policy are you going to use on relationship on working with the county government and the CECs at the county level to ensure that Kenyans does not suffer anymore for lack of health services in this country? Thank you.
Quite a mouthful. Can you answer that?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Mule.
Honorable Mule, my sincere apologies for that. And indeed, I sense a lot of passion in matters health. And if hopefully given the opportunity, I believe we'll work together to address some of these pertinent issues. Yes, so again, this will be a priority in my agenda to understand the situation and come back with interventions, seeing that I will be new to the ministry. So the issue of supply and demand, again, we need to strengthen the information system. I think my mind has been focusing on that because I have seen it work. I have seen it work in various organizations that I have worked in. I have seen it being rolled out. I've seen the teething effects, but I have seen the impact it has had. It has reduced on cost, it has improved quality, and it has enabled people to track and see where their stockouts, among others. So we can be able to track the supply of commodities up to the last mile. Yeah? And then we can be able to also monitor other services. So I am an advocate of the digital platform because the human-to-human interface is what is bringing challenges, I believe, in our country at the moment, among other things. So for the vaccines and commodity delivery, yes, we need to allocate budgets to support this, and then we can have pooled procurement of vaccines. We'll also deliberate with the vaccine programs that are currently here, the vaccine production, and see on their effectiveness and their efficiency, and the cost implication. So, coming from my background, I know the concerns, the teething effects of vaccine production, and I know the members, the nominated committee wanted me to talk about vaccine production, but I think it is important that we go in depth and identify all these things before making commitment. In terms of health policy, for the dwindling donor funds, one of the areas we can consider is health insurance, but again, we need to have community ownership the community need to embrace it because, you know, there are taxes involved. So we'll need to educate them and make them embrace it. With your support, with the county government support, the stakeholders, the partners, I believe we can make this successful. And equally, there are some programs which are again feeding into the universal health coverage, including maternal to child health programs, the TB programs, and so on. So we can see how to work as a team and synergize our efforts for improvement of services in Kenya.
As we sit here, the Kenyans who are watching, and they have been sending some SMSs to almost all of us. A few of them, they say, in case you are approved, embrace biotechnology and diagnosis, harmonize salaries of health workers. Them, they say, in case you are approved, embrace biotechnology and diagnosis, harmonize salaries of health workers. They earn different salaries while doing the same job. Somebody says there's a program called Edu Afia for students. It was suspended because of fraud instead of punishing the fraud. Another one says advise her to solve UHC staff menace. They get only half salary for full work. Another one says Linda Mama must come back. That's what Mishi was saying. Another one says ensure SHIF covers ICU costs which are unaffordable by all Kenyans. Another one says how will you handle monkeypox disease if you are confirmed? And you had answered that. Yes. Yes, Mule.
Chair, I did hear touch on the issue of diagnostic tools as recommended by the UN on the TB, HIV, and also supply of vaccines and drugs for malaria and the diagnostic tools for malaria. Please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
The ones I've given you are just comments extracted from SMSs. Can you answer the members?
Thank you, Honorable Muli, for the question, and through you, Honorable Chair. Yes, this is an agenda that will also be priority in my list to be able to identify the situation and the gaps and the interventions therein. Regarding monkeypox, I'm happy to say that within this year, we've had multiple countries within the Afro region that have had monkeypox. And I have been part of the team that has been supporting the countries. And so I believe that this, with the support from the National Technical Working Group, we will be up to task to support the country to address monkeypox in terms of readiness and response in Kenya.
Dawood, what was it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up what my colleague, Honorable Emase Mary, asked about facilities which have not been opened. A case in point would be even Meru, where there is a 5-story building which was done by Honorable Kiraito. He was the governor. 3 years down the road, it's never been opened, and there is congestion in Meru level 5. So there are many places like those. Do you think once you get in, you will say it is not national government, it is county government? What would your position be on those unopened facilities?
Take also from the Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Deborah, also some concerns that have been raised by members of the public who've sent me messages. They are saying that the community health promoters are being paid timely from the national government, but the contribution of the county governments comes in very late. I think they've been said that Isiolo County, they are currently on strike because they have not been paid. Nyamira County have not been paid for 9 months. So how will you ensure that the county governments are also able to make their payments as government does, national government does its contributions?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Dr. Deborah, just 2 quick questions. One,
There has been worry of staff of NHIF transitioning to SHA or SHIF. They are worried about losing jobs. We have a law that is in place, but they're worried. What is your take on this? Are you going to transit all of them? Are you going to ensure all of them have jobs, or others will lose jobs? This is a concern of NHIF staff. How do you respond to them? And secondly, what legislative proposals do you have to strengthen the health sector as you take over, if approved by this committee? Do you have any legislative proposal you want to make here? Because these are legislators and they will support your agenda. Do you have any legislative proposals going forward so that we can strengthen the health sector? Or what gaps are there in the law that you may want to fix to make health a better sector?
Thank you very much, Honorable Owen, and for the questions that have been raised. So I will start with Honorable Dawood's question regarding facilities and their capacity. It is critical for us to monitor the capacity of healthcare facilities to ensure that they are up and running and they are offering quality services. And so it is critical that we conduct routine assessment to identify gaps and come up with intervention. I hope to work together with the county government in terms of identifying the gaps and supporting, because healthcare, the health system is not just the infrastructure itself. It is the commodities, it is the services, it's the human resource. So we need to look at all those things and ensure that our healthcare facilities are up and running. And that is a task that I would wish to take up, and in consultation with the counties. Again, the community health promoters, indeed, they are a critical component and a pillar for health service delivery. They are the ones who go to the community, supporting preventive, promotive, and rehabilitative activities. And so discussions with the county government on the gaps as to why they are not, the community health promoters are not receiving their money is really important, and it will again be part of my agenda. Regarding the NHIF, I'm still new to the ministry. I will need to review the HR capacity, the number of human resource that is required for the new insurance, but an intervention can be too much and move the HR, depending on their roles and responsibility, to the new area. So again, this is an agenda that we can have with the technocrats to see where the gaps are and how we can move the NHIF, because it is very sad when, you know, the sole provider of a family loses their job. And so this is something that we need to support our NHIS staff.
Saying that the law that was actually passed in Parliament on the social health insurance and social health authority says that they will all be assessed, and if you have the skill set for the new system, you will be taken. So there is no guarantee. Don't set yourself up. When you get there, you'll get into trouble that you promise you'll hire them. They will be all reassessed, and if they are suitable, yes. If they are not, they will not be taken, because it was said that in NHIF, there are some people even who are geologists and yet they are working there, or nuclear scientists. So their skills don't match the work that they're doing.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
You will be the last.
Honorable Chairman, Kenyans have really been crying on the issue of public participation, and that there's so many decisions made in terms of Ministry of Health without their knowledge. My question to the nominee is, are you conversant with Article 232 of the Constitution on the values and principle of public service, and to what extent does your personal and work experience reflect these principles? I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chairperson, Chairman.
Yes.
My last one, CS nominee. To me, you come across as a very young, diligent professional, but I have doubts in my mind. Will you be able to manage the cartels in Afia House? Because the home of cartels is Afia House. It was Christian Mafia House some time back. Do you have what it takes to fight the corruption cartels in Afia House, in NHIF, the cartels in KEMSA? Do you have what it takes?
Go ahead and answer.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I think we also need to be fair to our time and the nominee. That question has been asked several times, so we can't keep on repeating the same. So I think honorable members must be attentive.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
The question of the mafias and corruption was asked, but I think to be fair to the majority leader, he's asked about what he thinks in terms of demeanor. I think it is just more in her direct strategy. And even as you respond to that, I would tell you that the mafias always also say, we have seen many come and go, including the most recent one. So I think as much as that question has been asked, she can respond to it.
Isula is taking over my job.
Women power.
Let's take Raso. Let's not do another round. Raso, just you'll be the last. And the question being asked is very pertinent. It was asked before, as Amisi said, in fact, 2-3 times. Do you have the capacity, the ability, the will, and the strength to fight and resist the mafia at Afia House? That is the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Dr. maybe mine is just one quick question. You have worked at WHO, and there's prescribed number of doctors per patient within a population. And how far are we as Kenyans? Because the UN says 1 policeman to 400 Kenyans. What do they say in terms of doctors, both at the national and the county level per population? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, honorable members, for the questions. With regards to public participation, yes, this is a very pertinent issue of which I am passionate about. I believe there's need for community ownership. And what I see is that the highlight is the taxation of 2.75. We are not talking about accessible, affordable quality of care for all Kenyans, including the vulnerable and the ones with disability. So there's need for robust communication. We need to strengthen communication to the community so that they embrace and they own this initiative.
Engage the community, and one of the people in the community that we can use are the community health promoters. And so I think that, or I believe that the risk communication, community engagement, addressing all these things is really a critical highlight before embarking on this journey. Regarding being able to manage the mafias.
You can't manage them, you confront them. That is what you have been asked. You eliminate them.
So, Honorable Chair.
Your colleague who came earlier said you neutralize them.
First of all, we can look at prevention than treatment. And one of the areas is the early warning indicators. We can use a digital platform, yeah? We can use, open tenders or transparent tenders. And we can use independent bodies to monitor this. And engaging the EACC and other bodies in this.
Go ahead.
In the discussion. So I think we need to strengthen.
You have the courage and the will, that is the question.
Yes.
Confront the mafia.
Yes.
And defeat them.
I will hold my office with high professionalism and high integrity.
But she can't manage and treat mafia. She has to deal with them head on. She has said that she's going to manage and treat. You can't deal with mafia residents, right?
I think she's understood. You can't treat the mafia, you fight them. They are a criminal enterprise. And exactly.
I think the Honorable Mukami did not get the nominee right. She said there can be preventative treatment. And my understanding was that preventative in terms of preventing corruption, if I got her right. And what she was talking about, curative, I think is what she was now explaining in terms of working with other agencies. It's only that she's a doctor, she's using medical parlance.
Okay. The last question from Russell. What, from your UN perspective, is the doctor-patient ratio in an average society like Kenya?
No, we are not quite there, but we are doing well compared to other countries in Africa. So we need to look at improving the HR capacity, not only for doctors, but other cadres such as the nurses. Yes.
What are the numbers?
The ratio. What's the ratio?
I will have to confirm the ratios. Yes.
Okay. Now, a few formal questions. Order members, a few formal questions. Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigation?
No, Honorable Chair.
What is your net worth in terms of wealth?
So my net worth is a combination of mine and my husband, and it's 455,845,320.
You and your husband?
Yes.
Honorable members,
The Speaker, I think because
yes, Caleb.
Yeah, because this is a House of Records, so I propose we divide it into two.
Chairman, it is not necessary to be divided into two. It can be another way.
Don't break families. If they own it jointly, if there's a dispute, the courts will decide.
$455,845,320.
Okay, millions.
Yeah.
Yes. Honorable members, the nominee, according to the clerk, has submitted her papers and are all in order. 7 memoranda were received from various people, and in her written response, she answered all of them. You are now released. Yes? Yes. You are now released to go back with your original documents, which will be given to you by the sergeant behind you. And have a good day.
Thank you. I'd like to again thank His Excellency the President for nominating me as Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Health, and also for the nominated committee for giving me the opportunity.
Appointments committee.
The appointment committee for giving me this opportunity to also present myself, and I am happy to bring my expertise and serve the people of Kenya.
Good. bring the next nominee. Members, do you want to break and resume at 2? How many minutes? 10 minutes. Lunch is served in the boardroom of the commission, those of you who are hungry. Yes. 10 minutes.
Go on, Badu.
We'll do lunch after the next nominee.
NTV, turning on your world.
I've made up my mind. I am going to divorce Mirta.
Under no circumstance am I going to accept that you end your marriage because of me.
What I'm trying to tell you is that your husband is in this situation because he meddled with the wrong kind of people.
What do you mean? Who are you talking about?
Are you sure you're all right?
No! You're my husband, Alvaro!
You are the one.
Every year, over 100,000 individuals are tested in more than 700 accredited trade testing centers nationwide. The National Industrial Training Authority, NITA, is mandated to administer the assessment, testing and certification of occupational skills, including the government trade tests, which are offered in 3 series: April Grade 1, 2 and 3, August Grade 1, 2 and 3, and December Grade 1, 2 and 3. Master Craftsman certification is also part of the grades. This year's August Trade Test Series kicks off on 12th August to 23rd August 2024 nationwide. Usiachwe nyuma kijana, kuwa certified. For more information about the upcoming December series, log on to www.nita.go.ke.
NTV, turning on your world.
Bonjour, brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
Now, welcome to another special edition of Bonjour, and as you can see, it is almost over solo party to some extent because Mr. Elias Makori has traveled all the way to Lille for the game between the United States and South Sudan. Now that is just one of the most highly anticipated fixtures in terms of the men's Olympics basketball because of the history between the two sides. Remember, the United States almost lost to South Sudan in that pre-Olympics friendly, a very, very entertaining clash. Now, those two sides are facing off once again in Lille. Now, Elias Makori will be following all the action in the city of Lille, while I'm still here in Paris, obviously following the other action that is happening as well. Remember, the South Sudanese team, that's a team that has gotten a lot of support from the entire African continent. A lot of the Africans are really, really keen on seeing whether they can be able to pull an upset against the giants of international basketball, that is the United States. That fixture is definitely going to be highly anticipated between the two sides. Another fascinating thing is the fact that for the South Sudanese, well, they felt like their game against Puerto Rico had a lot of unnecessary intrigue, especially when it comes to the national anthem. And we managed to speak to the Secretary General of the South Sudanese Olympic Committee just to get their reflections regarding that small mishap regarding their national anthem.
They came up again. So I was talking to Paul Thomas Bach to urge the organizing committee, and this apology should not be coming to the Olympic Committee. We want the apology to go to the government of South Sudan, to the entire people of South Sudan, through the Minister of Youth and Sport. Because the Minister of Youth and Sport is going to present that one to the Council of Ministers, and the Council of Ministers will present it to the Assembly. Because the National Assembly, they have ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs why this can happen. So we want to emphasize that this mistake is not from the Foreign Affairs, nor from the Olympic Committee of South Sudan. It is from the organizing committee of the 2024, Paris 2024. And we don't want this thing to happen again.
Now, there's another Kenyan who's a very interesting story. She'll be competing at the Olympics. She was previously a javelin thrower, and then she decided to put that aside and to focus on the martial arts. She's a judoka, and she'll be competing at the Olympic Games in the judo competition. She's a very fascinating story in terms of how she was able to transition from doing the field event in athletics, and then she transitioned to doing judo, and she'll be chasing glory in Paris, hopefully trying to make more history in terms of whether she can be able to progress much further. But aside from that, obviously she's very keen on ensuring that it's not just to be to putting the numbers, but she wants to be as competitive as the rest of the teams that are going to be participating here at the Olympic Games.
I'm also asking myself, why judo? But I just found myself in judo. I caught my friends who came and talked to me, wakaniambia, Zedi, we need you. Tunaona wewe unajituma sana kwa mazoezi pale nje. Tungeomba sana ukuje ujiunge na sisi because hawako na enough hawako na ladies, especially in our team, ulinzi team. And wakati coach aliniongelesha, nikamwambia, kwanza nilimuuliza what is judo. Kaniambia, just come and see. You will love it and you will make it. So the first time nili join judo, for the first month, I almost give up. But judo ni uchungu sana, especially mazoezi yake. For the first time zile unaingia kwa mazoezi, every part of the body huwa inauma sana. But I keep on encouraging myself. They also keep on encouraging me. And judo is the best. Yeah. My son keep on telling me, Mom, how much will you win for the Olympics? So nimekuwa nikimwambia to just pray for me. So yeye kwanza anaongojea medal, anaongojea number 1, nothing more. And my husband also keep on inspiring me. He's also an athlete, and anajua matunda yake ya judo imekuanga aje, amekuwa akinisupport. My parents also, they pray for me, they support me mentally, spiritually. My brothers, my sisters, everybody in the family, they keep on pushing me, they keep on encouraging me to focus and to play well. Yeah. The first competition ambayo niliqualify last year, niliweza kupata points na ikakuja ikanipea to be the top ranking in Kenya. So wakati tulienda the first competition huu mwaka ambayo ilikuwa Africa Championship Open Egypt, nikashinda na nikapata points. So the coaches came to me na wakaniambia, Zedi, you can make it. Work for it and do your best. So mi nilikuwa najua Olympics ati ni kitu tu naingia. So wakati nilipata hii habari, hata mimi mwenyewe I was really shocked. Sikuamini.
Now, I managed to speak to the president of the National Olympic Committee of Kenya, Paul Tergat. Now, he was reflecting on the Olympics because, remember, the Olympics began about a few days ago on the 26th of this month. Kenyans have been in action in different sporting disciplines. We had the rugby sevens team that finished 9th in the men's rugby sevens. And we have the athletics program that is beginning this coming weekend. So we interacted with him just to get his sentiments regarding watching and participating and being involved in the Olympics, because remember, he's been in the Olympics for many years as an athlete, and now he's being involved with the Paris Olympics as an administrator. Let's listen into what he had to say regarding the Olympics. How does it feel for you being back at the Olympics? You've been here almost like 7 or 8 times. How does it feel being in Paris for the Olympics?
One is that Olympics is a totally different space, and especially for the athletes, it really means a lot for them. Especially as for me, ever since I joined, competed in my first Olympics.
Yes.
In '96. I missed 92 because I got injured. But '96 was such a blessing. So I've been close to about 7 Olympic Games. From '96, I missed only 2 or 8 in China.
Right.
But the others have been there until today, as an athlete and also an IOC member. So I want to say that it is a very emotional or touching because Olympic happens only once in 4 years. So to an athlete, that's the most important thing. As you have said, that most of sportsmen, once you are in as an athlete, but when you get a medal, it's a total different feeling again. That yes, I've been there and I've been able maybe to achieve something.
Right. So what sports have you managed to watch so far, and what other sports do you enjoy watching at the Olympics?
Currently, yeah, I've been able to watch, apart from rugby, watching our boys the other day, then volleyball from Wakals. Also, I've gone to shooting, beach volleyball, and many others that are still here. So I want looking forward to just started last week, but we are rooting for our athletes now who just came back the other day to be able to start their competition from tomorrow fast.
Speaking of athletics, obviously you're excited. It's that's your cup of tea.
Yeah. Yes, athletics, and especially like the first day, which tomorrow, we'll be having the finals of 10,000. And I think for me, this is something that it has eluded us for so many years. We're hoping that if the way the feeling, the way the excitement of the athletes, the way the coaches, the technical, and the people have been around these athletes, I think they have done a good job. So we are hoping and praying that these athletes will be able maybe to do well and bring us the medals that we want.
Speaking on the 10,000 meters, you've touched on it briefly. Ugandans have been thorn in our flesh.
Yes.
How do we how do we tackle our neighbors?
No, apart from Uganda, we're also having Ethiopians. So it is not only that. But again, sport is sport. This is the apex of each and every sportsman. So for those who are here, I want to assure you that most of them are the top in the world. And so the competition itself will be able maybe to, will be open to each and everyone. But I want to assure you, it will not be easy for everyone. Even the Uganda you are talking of will not be easy. Even the Ethiopians will not be easy. This is an open competition. It will be tough one.
Right. Now, of course, Kenya has gotten a lot of support, corporate support from different entities. Safaricom has been very central in supporting. How important is that support in terms of helping Team Kenya perform at their optimum?
Yes, I want to say that we are very grateful for the support that Safaricom has come in handy to support our national team. But most importantly is that they have been with us for so many years as a National Olympic Committee. So we salute them, we appreciate, and we want to say again that Safaricom is one of our greatest partners that we appreciate the partnership going forward.
Well, as I had mentioned, Elias Makori is not with me this time round. He's traveled to Lille. He'll be watching the action between South Sudan and the United States, and that is a clash a lot of people will be waiting in bated breath to watch because of the kind of history that those two sides have. Now, for Elias, he managed to also interact with a very, very special Kenyan. One would say is a bingwa to some extent because this specific Kenyan managed to hold the Olympic flame. She was one of the few privileged individuals who are able to hold the Olympic flame, and she has quite a story.
Some point or any point feel maybe the wind will blow it and it
No, I think
off.
the joy of just holding that flame,
Yeah.
and then they're very professional.
Yeah,
That's the gas thing that's
it's a
put
gas
on.
thing, yeah.
And you see these guys have an extra, and it can't go off.
backup.
Yeah, he's backup. So everyone had a number, so they can catch you on television, because they caught every runner on France 24. It's just 200, it's very symbolic. So it's like 200 meters between, say, where that post is.
200 is long.
Yeah, 200 is
Compared
long.
to what they did. Yeah, and then again, to see Celine performing on the top.
Oh, wow. I think that was our highlights, because we had rumors, we had things, you know, but to see her, the resilience, the beauty, and the way she just got the mood for us, it was every moment for us was so special, Elias.
Now, on to another interesting thing is the fact that some of the athletes who are staying at the Olympics Village, remember the Olympics Village, that is a facility that is housing the thousands of athletes from around the world, about 10,000 plus athletes who are staying at the Olympics Village. Of course, some of the other athletes have decided to have their own alternative arrangement in terms of accommodation. Now, what is fascinating is the fact that some of these athletes felt like the cuisine that's being served at the Olympic villages is not to their liking to some extent, because remember, you have people who have a diverse kind of palate in terms of food. So for some of the athletes, they felt like the food is not as they would have expected. But it's obvious that's how things are sometimes when it comes to such major championships, because you can imagine people come from very, very, very different and very, very divergent backgrounds. But it was very fascinating to listen in to what this specific athlete had to say regarding the food.
Like in the village, it's not proper French cuisine like you guys might be eating, because you guys are outside the village. So for the athletes, it's a little bit more healthier. So yeah.
Hesley had an answer, I think. You wanted to say something.
I don't think it's very good, at least what we're having in the dining hall. I definitely think French food is good, but what we're having in there I don't think is the best, but it gets the job done, so.
I thought the pizza was good.
The pizza is good.
And them hamburgers.
It's cheesy.
Well, that kind of feedback, despite it being a bit diplomatic, will definitely influence the kind of food that is being prepared at the Olympics village, and definitely the organizers will factor that kind of feedback and ensure that they're able to produce food that adheres to the kind of needs and wants that competing athletes require. Remember, they produce thousands of meals for the competing athletes, about 10,000 plus athletes who are staying at the Olympics village. Well, that marks the end of Bonjour. Thank you so much for watching from myself and Mr. Elias Makori. Au revoir.
Bonjour, brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
NTV, turning on your world.
Ah, the thrilling world of businesses in the city. Mato, you on speed dial. Looking for help with his LPO, he needs to deliver laptops fast. Enter Stanbic Bank, the game changer in LPO financing. And I get to expand his horizons. Huyu hapo ni Max, aki-import bills, lakini yuko in a tight fix, like his favorite pair of tight sweatpants. Working capital solution from Stanbic Bank in a come through. Sasa and expand his fashion empire to the max, literally. When our data, a mobile money super agent, gets frantic calls to Hawana Float through our digital solution, MJK Dada Boss can send floats to a sea of agents to keep them all afloat. Grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Are you ready? Kuna moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Apu tem, apu tem, apu tem, apu. Kuna moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Apu tem, apu tem, apu tem.
Kwa sherehe tumefika.
Lete king'ari ni kuseti ya kifuaka. Niko na dem, mwenye kona dem pia. Masa fulani ikifika na wachangamkia. After scene kabaridi sezi nkatulia.
Tunakubali. Gateka. Gateka.
Cash pop za Nyandarua ni mawaru.
Only on NTV. The Trend, brought to you by the Year Account from Cooperative Bank.
Get that money, better save that money, alafu. Yeah, yeah. Lazima tutafute, tukafunge. Yeah, yeah. Life jipe, na sio kesho.
Make it happen right now, not yeah.
When our data, a mobile money super agent, gets frantic calls to Hawana Float through our digital solution, MJK Dada Boss can send floats to a sea of agents to keep them all afloat. Grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Ever dreamt of owning a piece of Diani? Introducing Bustani Gardens by Pazarina Holiday Homes. Located 1.5 kilometers off Lunga Lunga Road, grab yourself a prime parcel from as low as 850,000 Kenya shillings with available water, electricity, graded roads, ready title deeds and site visit at your convenience. Contact us today on 0712 110 110 or visit our offices at Morningside along Gong Road.
This is NTV.
Na karibu mtazamaji katika taarifa zetu za NTV ya dhuhuri, ambapo mchakato wa kubaini ufaafu wa mawaziri wateule umeanza rasmi mapema hii leo, na wateule watano wa kwanza kati ya 22 watafika mbele ya jopo la wanachama 20 hii leo ili kupigwa msasa. Na jopo hilo linaloongozwa na spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Wetangula anayesimamia kikao cha kamati ya uteuzi bungeni. Leo ni zamu ya waziri mteule wa usalama wa ndani Deborah Mulongo, wa afya kisha wa ardhi Alice Wahome, ambaye baadaye saa 9 alasiri itakuwa ni zamu ya Migosi Ogamba anayesaka nafasi ya kuwa waziri wa elimu, kabla ya jopo hilo kufunga kazi ya siku na Soipan Tuya anayelenga kuwa waziri wa ulinzi. Na katika pumzi hiyo ni kwamba Daktari Deborah Barasa Mulongo alikuwa ni wa pili kuhojiwa na jopo la wabunge. Deborah, ambaye ni daktari wa matibabu mwenye tajriba ya miaka 15, alifanya kazi katika hospitali ya Mata na pia na shirika la afya duniani WHO. Mulongo alipata muda mgumu kueleza jinsi atakavyowashughulikia madaktari wanagenzi waliogoma kwa zaidi ya siku 60 chini ya waziri aliyekuwepo Susan Nakhumicha, wakitaka kupata kandarasi na kushughulikiwa vilivyo. Aidha, pia kiazi moto kwa Deborah kilikuwa ni kuangazia mfumo wa bima ya afya ya NHIF.
We need to work together with the unions, the doctors themselves, the interns. We need to work with the bodies, the Ministry of Education, among other stakeholders, to come up with a solution. I don't have a solution, but what I am saying is we need to have a situational analysis and be able to develop action plans following that. There is a Doctors Interns Act that I believe is ongoing, and I think that is one of the areas we can start with and strengthen. Equally, there are the return to work formulas that were given to the doctors, of which we can implement with support from Treasury and other sectors. My approach is a consultative approach involving the multiple stakeholders, from the PSS, Director General, the National Technical Working Groups, the NHIF, among others, including the community who are receiving the services. And with this, we need to conduct a situational analysis to understand the challenges, and from there come up with interventions and action plans. But from an outside view and working in various organizations, I have seen the strength of having processes and procedures, of which I believe the government has, and we need to strengthen this.
Na mtazamaji, nafahamishwa kwamba kikao kile kinazidi kuendelea, na hivi sasa ni kwamba Alice Wahome ndio anatarajiwa kuhojiwa. Na kumbuka kwamba Alice Wahome ameteuliwa katika wizara hiyo ya ardhi, ujenzi wa nyumba na ustawi wa miji. Alice ana shahada na diploma ya sheria na tajriba ya miaka 39 ya wanasheria. Amekuwa ni mbunge wa Kandara kwa mihula mitatu kabla ya kuwa waziri wa kwanza wa maji katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Lakini wakiendelea kujipanga tu pale ni kwamba waziri mteule katika wizara ya usalama wa taifa Profesa Kithure Kindiki ametangaza utajiri wake kuwa shilingi milioni 694 alipokuwa akihojiwa bungeni. Na mtazamaji, taarifa hii tutaiangazia baadaye, lakini kwa sasa tupige jicho upande wa pili, Alice Wahome akifanyiwa hayo mahojiano.
do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may take your seat. Alice, if you have your documents, pass them on to the clerk so that as we proceed with the process, they'll be verifying your originals against what you submitted. Welcome to this approval hearings of vetting. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and Chairman of the Appointments Committee. On my right is the Honorable Gladys Boss, Deputy Speaker. Sarah Kyoko is our Deputy Clerk. I will invite all members to introduce themselves, starting with Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Nelson Koech, Belgood. Kosing David, Purple South.
Gikaria David.
Masemeri, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, mjumbe wa kwanza Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbuika Diani.
Stephen Mule.
Dido Raso Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balabala.
Mishimboko Likoni. Rehab Mukama Ashira, Nyeri County.
Lastly, Caleb Amisi, Saboti.
Welcome, Honorable Alice Wahome. This is a distinction for you to be vetted twice by the same committee within the same political term. We vetted you some time back in 2022, and we have received communication from the President that he has nominated you to the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development, the same ministry that you were before you were dismissed. Here before the committee, we invite you to introduce yourself. We are conscious of the fact that you are a former colleague in the House, but for the record, introduce yourself, your name, your educational background, your experience, your key competences, and your suitability for appointment as Cabinet Secretary within 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, to this appointment committee. Sorry?
Chairman or Speaker? Not yes. Chair. I'm sitting on a chair.
Chairman, although I would prefer chairperson, but I'll go by the chairman. Thank you very much. I think it's awkward. I think I just prefer to use the speaker. Thank you, Speaker. My names are Alice Muthoni Wahome. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I have served as an advocate before, prior to the nomination in 2022. My last certificate as an advocate was for the year 2022. I'm a graduate, therefore, of the Nairobi University Law Faculty. Since then, I have served as an advocate in practice and served in...
When I last checked, it was called University of Nairobi, not Nairobi University.
The University of Nairobi. Yes, I had said the university, and I take the correction, the University of Nairobi, where I finished in 1984, and then went to the law school in 1980. up to 1985, I got admitted as an advocate. And therefore, since then, I have had the opportunity to practice both as a state counsel in the Attorney General's office and also as an advocate in practice. I've done a lot of advocacy, human rights defense, and activism, you could call it that. I have served as a member of the Law Society of Kenya, served also as an advocate, as a vice chair for FIDA and other women rights organizations. I have then had the privilege to work as the Member of Parliament for Kandara for 2 terms. I served from 2013 to 2017. Then I got another privilege to serve 2017 to 2022. And then I still got the opportunity to be elected a 3rd term in 2022 August, when this government came into place. I got the privilege, as you have rightly said so, to be nominated as a Minister for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation in September 2022, where I served until 5th of October 2023. And then I was moved from that ministry by His Excellency the President in the exercise of his mandate to the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. I have served since then until the 11th of July this year, when I was dismissed under Article 152(5)(b). I think I would say that in terms of my competence, I am a team worker. I take a lot of pride in working within the team. I have had the privilege, prior I have talked about advocacy and training and litigation as a litigation lawyer, but within the Ministry of Water, I did various matters, various things in terms of the work, which was new to me that time. And my handover report speaks for itself. It talks about non-revenue, reducing non-revenue, coming up with frameworks for reducing non-revenue water. In water, we also were able to come up with a framework for water purchase agreements, to work within the framework of PPP. We did several boreholes, several strategic plans to raise funding to the tune of, by the time I was leaving, we had about a total, including the Kenya budget, we had a total of about 80 billion for water. I was able to understand the mandate very fast, and we raised the water coverage from 65%, the national water coverage from 65% to 72% by the time I was leaving within that short period. And then sanitation from 26% to 32%. Now, in the Ministry of Lands, where I have then served for those other 10 months, now I believe this was my 10th month, we have various programs that are running, and therefore I would say that in terms of the work that I have been doing, and I'm very thankful to His Excellency the President for returning me back, by way of this nomination, back to the ministry that I have been for the last 10 months. I find that as a confirmation in one way or the other, or expression of confidence that I did my work for those few months properly, and subject to the approval, I'm willing to serve the country in that capacity. There are a lot of challenges in the ministry, but in terms of competence as a lawyer, I do not find myself as a stranger. For example, in the State Department for Lands, where obviously there are matters that I had done before. I was exposed to conveyancing, but I was not exposed to some of the challenges that are there, including fraud, including cartels, including bad practices which we have, with the support of Parliament, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome. So I'm a team worker, I'm a hard worker, I believe in hard work and honesty, and I have the right aptitude to carry out my duty as a minister.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to fire at you the first question.
Okay, Honorable Wahome, I'd like to ask you this, and because it's one of the questions that most lawyers are asking. There's been the ongoing digitization of land transactions and records to curb corruption. There's been the rollout of Ardhi, which was having a challenge, and I know that also you had the Ministry's Strategic Plan 2023-2027. Could you tell us what you are already doing in regards to these three areas, but also what you would do, and that you feel that there's still challenges going forward if your confirmation of your nomination is made? Thank you.
I thought you said you have some support staff with you.
The question is what we are doing in respect of the Ardhi, the digitization and digitalization system within the ministry, the Department of Lands. And that there are several questions coming towards that particular strategy to deal with the land. One, this particular program is meant to bring efficiency to secure land records and to provide maybe surety that the security of the records will be maintained with integrity. The program started way back in 2014, and where we are, I could safely say that we have been able to cover the entire Nairobi, with about, which has about 300,000 titles, and you can be able to access the Ardhi platform, and therefore we are at a better place. But I still know that there are a few records that we are still working on loading. And of course, with the huge developments that are coming up, we will still require to have a bigger space in terms of that platform so that we can capture land in real time, be able to give records to the public in real time, and accessibility becomes easier and more assured. The story of missing files should be one of our bad history, so that this is a system that we should encourage, embrace as an information management system. What we have moved now to Murang'a, to Isiolo, to Mombasa with the same system, and we are already working in another 27 registries where we have been able to take our scanners, because the first exercise you do is to network within provide the infrastructure, then you do the scanning of the records. You know, our records have been manual. We want to, of course, to get rid of the manual records. Not completely throw away the records, but be able to know that we have the information system properly secured, but then the records are put on, on board, loaded. With that, then we can be able to say that I want to be very honest with the Parliament, because I'm at the right place. We needed a better budget, a bigger budget, to the tune of between 35 and 40 billion to be able to secure all our records under the digitization system. And of course, the country needs to be able to have fiber networking in those other places. And therefore, another maybe 5 years we can safely be able to do this, provided that we get sufficient budget as a country to cover it. And yeah.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yes, nominee.
It is not working.
Thank you. CS Nomi, I will not ask questions of if you are approved, because you have been the Cabinet Secretary for lands for at least a year or so. And you are aware there have been very many cases of land grabbing around the country. And we've also seen you on TV on some land which was alleged to have been grabbed somewhere in Loresho. And you also know of many other cases that have been brought to your attention, or the attention of your office, your former office at the Ministry of Lands, around Windsor and other areas. Cases where your ministry officials, officials of the National Lands Commission, those from the police have been involved. I would want to hear what you would do, if approved, or what you have been doing to curb the rampant cases of land grabbing, and especially considering the recent court judgment by the Supreme Court that a title by itself is not prima facie evidence that you are the owner of, legitimate owner of land, that one needs to go beyond that face value of the title to check how that title was acquired from the initial first owner. And you're aware, many of the cases that you have been dealing with are cases where land is illegally transferred from the bona fide owners to land grabbers, and with the protection of or facilitation of officers in the Ministry of Lands and protection of other government officers, including the police, they take away people's land. What is it that you have been doing to address that, and what will you do that will now completely curb that vice? Lastly, is your engagements with the National Lands Commission. I would want to hear your firm commitment to respecting independent constitutional commissions like that of the National Lands Commission, knowing their boundaries between the work of the ministry and independent commissions like the National Lands Commission. What is your position on the role of the National Lands Commission vis-a-vis the role of the ministry that you have been working in? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ichongwa, for those questions. It is true, and it should be actually a national tragedy to have the fact to have a situation where a title is not prima facie evidence, necessary prima facie evidence of ownership. When I was going through my university law course, I knew that title, and the land law that was taught is that title is sacred. The title deed is almost absolute, but it's no longer the case because, as you have rightly pointed out, we are aware of very many cases of fraud being carried out by Kenyans with the support of sometimes unscrupulous
Kenyan criminals, because not every Kenyan is carrying out fraud.
Kenyan fraudsters.
Yes.
Kenyan fraudsters and cartels. And they are not just, when we say cartels, I want to clarify. They are powerful cartels, they are mandate cartels. Some of them surprisingly have made money through those kind of fraudsters, but then maybe cleansed that money into institutions like schools, like banks, like other maybe real property investments. And they are also powerful. But of course, there are also the ordinary cartels and criminals also who don't have much money, but they are part of the whole system. And I have come across very many, and some are very sad cases, because people have, the cartels have reached a point where they don't respect the title deeds, and sadly, many times, or quite largely, the officers of the ministry have been, in numerous cases, part and parcel of procuring those kind of titles. When you look at the Land Act, to be able to deal a big blow to the cartels when they secure fraudulent titles, and you, Honorable Speaker, I mean that you are the owner, say, of this particular building, cartels come and they perform some miracle and procure another title, where your title is safely somewhere, maybe under the locus of this particular building or parliament. And that title is the normal paper that we use for titling in this country. But other times it could be that paper, but the signatures are superimposed, or signatures of former commissioners of lands, maybe former registrars, both dead and alive, or not that they are the ones who sign, but some of our retired officers have also been part of that cartel. They've been signing. Some in their death, they are said to have signed. And therefore, what am I doing? I think we need to work on some amendments very quickly on the Land Act, so that the minute the registry, the technical information on the land records are known to be interfered with, to have been fraudulently secured or changed, so then the registrar, say the chief land registrar, should be able to immediately effect a cancellation and leave by law, because the minister is the custodian of all land titles, and therefore be able to say this record should look like this, and so that the person flagging another title out there should be left to be the one to have the honors of going to court to prove that the ministry has changed records or altered records, and that these are the true records. What has happened is that the ministry, previously the courts have taken the position that a title is sacred, a title can only be cancelled by the court. And you know, for the court to arrive at a position where it is able to say that these are the records, truly the evidence must be produced before the court by the chief land registrar or through his officers, so that then the court can be able to rely, will always rely in a good judgment, well-reasoned judgment. The court should be able to summon, or the owners of the case to be able to call for witnesses and the right records to inform the court, to help the court arrive at the right decision, is evidence from the ministry. So therefore, there is no reason why we should, as a ministry, not be able to rectify the records. When you look at the current section 79, yes, it's not clear that you can be able to alter that title. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I have been asked what I have been doing. I have been utilizing that section. Severally, I have impugned some of the documents because they are obvious frauds, and therefore I'm not willing to take the dirty work of my ministry to the courts. Let the person alluding or alleging that they have a good title go take me to court, and that should happen to the same for everybody. What has the fraudsters have actually taken that section and utilized it in their favor, and you know they have the money to influence, to pay lawyers, good lawyers, and eventually you may be the owner of the title and find yourself losing. It has happened. We have several cases in the High Court, others in the Court of Appeal, where people, genuine owners of land, are struggling with judgments that don't make sense at all. And I do not want to go beyond that, but they don't make sense. and they cannot. So therefore, we need to change the law to some extent to be able to give clarity to what the registrar should be able to do in the event that there is a clear fraud. I have taken the position that I will tackle the fraudsters. I have found myself in one of the notorious cases. I was actually locked up in a suit premises, not a suit premises, in a property that is clearly the records. I found the records had actually been already rectified. The records were okay, but there is somebody also claiming they have a good title. And I was locked by goons within. I think the police were part of the system, so that even when we entered there with them, as a minister, Honorable Speaker, and if there is one time I feared, is that one time, because it was down the valley. Even if it meant me running up, I would have had a challenge to run the hill up. And these are young goons who have been put to guard this property. Maybe you should ask, why did I think I should go there? I'm taking this fight to the crime scenes, Honorable Speaker. And I'm willing to do that, because once I have established that this is a title, either for schools, for institutions, because these people have stolen land right, left, center. A lot of government land has been taken away, including prisons land. Institutions have lost land to them, to either people working within or people working within those institutions and other people. So I am taking the war to the crime scenes. And I believe that I need a lot of support from the police for purposes of enforcement. But with the law, the answer is really dealing a big blow by use of the law, so that it is clear what we should do when we are faced with those kind of things. Yeah.
Junet.
Thank you, Chairman and Speaker. So, Mr. Chairman, my question to the nominee is, first, Madam Nominee, can you tell the committee, in the period that you were there as a Minister for Lands, you have been, as you have just put it now, you have been following up grabbed lands and land that have been grabbed. Can you mention which public land can you say you have recovered from grabbers as of now? And secondly, whether it was necessary for you to go to that scene, what necessitated you going to that place? Because how many land can you visit as a minister to go and that is a security issue, that is an enforcement issue. But more importantly, there was a bill that was authored from the ministry, the Lands Amendment Act, that was withdrawn by the majority leader. And you wanted to take the powers of the National Land Commission completely. What necessitated that? What was the reason behind why you wanted to usurp the powers of the Independent Commission? And lastly, the issue of disappearance of files in the Ministry of Land still exists. Kenyans go to the Ministry of Land, Ardhi House, they can't find their files. And we've been told that land was being digitized since when the former Cabinet Secretary was there, Farida. Up to that time, up to now, from that time up to now, digitization is still going on. But files cannot be traced. When will this issue of disappearance of Kenyans' files end, Madam CS? Thank you very much. Nominees, thank you very much.
The Honorable Ichung'wa had asked the same question on what is our mandate vis-a-vis the mandate of the National Land Commission, and are we respecting the mandates of the, is there any issue? As far as I'm concerned, Honorable Speaker, there is no problem or challenge. We've not had any conflict or fight between my office and the office of the National Land Commission. In fact, I would say that I am having quite a cordial working relationship with the chairman and his commission. But that does not mean then we abscond or we abandon our duty, and therefore each has their mandate. Our main mandate in relation to titering is we are the ones, the minister is the one who does the leases. In fact, all leases in this country are signed by the minister. I would say not my signature, but for the minister. So I take responsibility for all the leases, including those that are going around there that are fraudulent. Secondly, we also do the title deed or the certificates of title. That's done by my registrars. So to that extent, then, our work is different because the National Land Commission's main mandate is to manage public land, administration and management of public land. And the amendments that we were proposing were speaking to the valuation. I still think that I will be able to come and persuade Parliament that valuation of government projects land, compulsory acquisition should be, the valuation should be done by the owners of the project, by the government, because we are the, you see, the National Commission is an independent organ of this country. And therefore, if it is the government that is doing its projects, there is nothing wrong in them doing the evaluations between the buyer and the government. And therefore, I think those are some of the amendments we were proposing. That does not take any power of the commission given under the Constitution. I think you could talk about maybe the law, but anything that is not working for the government within the law then requires some changes. You are aware that we have had a big challenge as a government by overstating and overvaluing of land for acquisition, because sometimes you may not be able to confirm in terms of the valuations the integrity and the authority of that valuation. The chief government valuer is under my ministry, and therefore that is something we've been discussing, and we did not find much opposition from the National Land Commission. The National Land Commission, I think, would want to be the ones issuing leases, but if you look at the Constitution, the leases are, what they do is to provide allotment, is to allow allotment and give no objection for allotments to be issued by the county governments, and therefore ensuring that public land is granted to only those who deserve to be granted the public land. And we have no dispute in respect of allotments of land between ourselves and the national government. So in terms of going to how many places can I go, if I can go to 5 or 10 and provide the statement that is needed to stamp authority of the government in terms of telling the cartels that I'm here and I will not allow, and I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, it has worked to some extent. But I said what I need is the law to be explicit, to be clear, to be able to tackle the problem of cartel. Otherwise, nobody is safe with their title deed if we are not going to deal a death blow to cartels. And I'm willing to walk along that journey with the Parliament.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just make a brief comment because I was going to also ask some questions on the amendment bill, number 2 of 2023, but since it was withdrawn from the House, I will not dwell on it in the House in Parliament. I will not dwell so much on it, but just to let you know, in case this committee approves you in the National Assembly, if you rethink of bringing it back, please look at some of the clauses that are in it, because from the events of this that happened in this country 2 months ago, you have realized that we have a very informed population in this country. And so that issue of NLC had come up, and Kenyans were wondering why then you would want to take some powers from NLC, and they were seeing it as a mischievous way of the ministry interfering with issues of land, and you know how land is emotive. The second thing that was on it that Kenyans raised was the issue of inserting a new clause which will force freehold land owners, property owners who enjoy free ownership for perpetuity and can use the land for any purposes to pay land rate. You know, that was just a comment since it has been withdrawn. So to my question, one, who is a cartel? Every CS nominee talks of a cartel. I want you to explain to this committee your definition of cartel. The second question is the whole issue of the housing levy. By April 2024, the government had collected in excess of Kenya shillings 34 billion. How many houses can you confidently say have been constructed and completed as we speak? And lastly, with the Finance Act having been declared unconstitutional, I think yesterday, do you understand its import on the housing project, and what next if this committee then finds you suitable to hold that office? Thank you.
Take another. Nelson.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Mine is actually very brief. Affordable housing is one of the key pillars of Kenya Kwanza administration. In fact, the president has been many times quoted as saying it was a deliberate way of creating employment. I want to ask you, Honorable nominee, how many young people have been employed by this program? And number two, do you think this program is sustainable and is it working?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think it is important that even though Honorable Lesuda has not come by way of a question, for me to make one or two clarifications in respect of the authority and the mandate of the National Land Commission. Because many times there is misinformation or misunderstanding of the mandates. And I believe that there is no misunderstanding between ourselves and the National Land Commission. Sometimes it's just propaganda. If you look at Article 67, the functions of the National Land Commission are to manage public land on behalf of the national and county governments. Two, to recommend a national land policy to the national government. Indeed, I have one document already recommended, and we are working on the national land policy, reviewing it since 2009. The review is supposed to take place every 10 years. Then to conduct research related to land and use of natural resources and make recommendations to appropriate authorities. To initiate investigations on its own motion, that's regarding complaints, historical injustice, and all that. And then finally, then there is to encourage the application of traditional dispute resolution mechanisms to assess tax on land and premiums on immovable property in any area designated by the law, and to monitor and have oversight responsibilities over land use planning. So I believe that the bill, one of the bills was Honorable Leader of Majorities, and the other one was my bill. There was the very sticky issue that was floating around, which was actually an incorrect position, that we had planned to change freehold title to leasehold titles. One, it is practically not possible within the law for me sitting as a minister or any of my officers to change land tenure from one regime to the other, meaning from leasehold, freehold to leasehold. But with the application and consent of the owner, it is possible. So there was no provision that we had brought to do that. What raised maybe concern is the proposal to levy some charge or some fee on freehold ownership within our cities. Let me clarify again. The levy that we had proposed in the bill that was withdrawn was levy on freehold land within cities. So far, by the description of cities under the Urban Areas and Cities Act, we have Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Eldoret is soon coming on board because it has been approved. So 5 cities. But the...
Chair, sorry to interrupt the CS, but because we are House of Records, and she has mentioned a bill that I have sponsored, which what she has said is not accurate. The bill that I had sponsored initially is what then became the Owen Bayer bill, amending the National Lands Commission Act on Section 14 and 15 of the National Lands Commission Act to vest powers to the NLC Act. What Honorable Esuda was asking is regarding the bill of the Land Amendment Bill number 2 of 2023, which I withdrew, which came from...
Which was our bill, yes.
And the issue she has raised is the issue of rates on freehold land. And in the bill again, it was not clear whether it was in cities. It is actually the Committee on Lands of the National Assembly that in their report proposed that you limit that to cities. So I think is good.
Yeah, the process was ongoing. I agree and I accept.
What came from the ministry is not what you are saying.
The bill was ours, but there were many proposals to amend even that bill. And so far, maybe the argument is, I'm making this for clarification, that there was no proposal for rates because rates are not payable to the national government or the Ministry of Lands. Rates are payable to the county governments and they are doing their own review of rates. We were proposing a levy or a charge on freeholds because freeholds within the cities then therefore are enjoying facilities and they are paying nothing. And maybe I could say here that if you look at where the freeholds in this country and in this city, for example, using Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, is that the freeholds are within the Karen, the Muthaiga, the Lavington, and it's important that I say maybe some areas of Kireshwa, Kitisuru, Kiuna, those upmarket areas. Why? I think it was a skewed way of raising tax against some people and not everybody. So that if you go to the whole of Eastland and the Southlands, then you will find that, areas of all these areas, that I haven't mentioned, they are paying rates and they are paying land rent, both. And therefore, in other countries, what is happening is that if you have a freehold, then you pay, including any other land, you pay some development tax because the land that you are sitting on is actually has been developed to equal. In this country, then, we are having some people paying and others are not paying. And I think that is a conversation that we will be able to bring back to the National Assembly for debate and discussion, and also robust public participation and debate. And I don't think there is nothing wrong in saying that, but we must understand that in other jurisdictions, what is happening is that there is payment of, against charge against land where developments have come and they were not there before, because anyway, these developments must be funded by either the land or by a taxpayer. So, and I think that is what was taken to mean that we are charging a charge on freehold, and there is likelihood.
You are being too wordy.
Yeah.
You can say what you are saying in very concise terms.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The Speaker,
I believe I have maybe exhausted.
There's a point of order there.
Yeah.
The Speaker, it is good to have clarity on this matter because that bill was as well a controversial bill. It is very important to have clarity here that the proposal that came from the ministry was that all freehold land be changed to leasehold in the whole republic. It is Parliament, a committee of this Parliament, and that's why Parliament must be given credit where they do their work, that is suggesting to them that we should maybe do it in cities. But the ministry, what they brought to Parliament was that they want even the ancestral land that somebody is holding a freehold in Migori. They wanted to change it to leasehold. For what? She should tell us why, what was informing that, instead of now hiding under Parliament.
The provision was saying that the minister will be able to designate the areas, which then means you designate through regulations. And I would still have had to come to Parliament to be allowed the designated areas that we would have picked. So, and therefore, the proposal by Parliament, I commend. I think it helped and it improved the provision.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry I didn't want to interrupt.
You have interrupted, just go on.
Chair, we are in a vetting process, and the leader of majority and the leader of minority have stated the actual position. But the nominee, she's trying to run away from the reality. The reality is that the bill which came to the House exactly wanted to levy even the ancestral land in this country. And it came from the ministry. She was the CS. So instead of using too many words, please admit we move forward. Because at the end of the day, Kenyans could not accept your proposal. And it came from you. It did not come from the House of Parliament. Speaker. It did not come from Kenyans. It came from your office.
Yes, sure. Yes, Alice.
Speaker, I said that the proposal had indicated that the minister will designate areas where the levy will be. It was not blanket. Because it is not possible to collect. Point of order, it is not possible to collect levy in the entire country.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
That is true. But why do you want to subject a land that is in Bungoma or Migori for a minister who's sitting in Nairobi to designate whether it will be a freehold or a leasehold? Why do you want to do that? Just say it was wrong to do that, and now you are rectifying it. You are agreeing with Parliament for the issue to become a city's issue. Just and we move on, Madam Sia. You are a former member of Parliament here.
And for the clarity I have made, I have even given credit to Parliament, but I have said that it is Parliament that was going to give me permission to say where to levy the. Yes.
Point of order. A brief one.
Yes. Yes, Naisula.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just want to put it to the nominee, and from what the majority leader had said to another nominee here, that one of the challenges of the cabinet that was there before is communication. Because Kenyans are not understanding what you want to do. When they raise questions, it is said to be propaganda, but now we have confirmed here today that it is actually the truth. And so I think moving forward, if you're confirmed, and the last thing also is when there is public participation and Kenyans have an issue with a clause or with a matter in a bill, it should be discussed thoroughly and given the view of those because the bill could be good, everything else could be good, and we have one contentious issue. Could we exhaust it? Because I can assure you, after what happened in Parliament, these parliamentarians will not be a rubber stamp anymore to any issue that will be contentious, Madam nominee. So that is all I wanted to do so that we could make progress.
Yeah, thank you. I would hate a Parliament that is a rubber stamp. It's of no use to anybody, and even themselves. But, and I agree with you, this bill had not even gone to second reading where the debate was going to happen. And during debate, the proposals for amendments would obviously, by the House, I think the subject was still...
Make progress. Alice, what the members are telling you is that a bill came from your ministry with these contentious proposals to the House. When it was picked up and spread like wildfire, the ministry maintained a conspiracy of silence. Instead of coming up to say, it was our bill, we withdraw it so that you quell the fire, you said nothing. But that is, let's move on. Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I think there is need for better communication. Yes. I agree with you throughout the entire government, including my former ministry.
Yes, even His Excellency the President has said, lamented, that one of the weaknesses in the government is poor communication. You are doing good things which nobody knows. And when you do bad ones, you don't own up.
Questions on housing levy.
Okay.
Yes,
Speaker.
We proceed to the housing levy question. I was asked by Honorable Koech how many people or youth we have employed under the affordable housing levy program. I want to confirm that in our records we have about 106,000 youth, both men and women, and I want to add here that most of them are youthful, below 35, and we ensure also that we include women because we have women who have the skills and artisan skills, yes.
Youth has no gender. It's just youth. And women.
Sometimes when you say a man, it is said it is also a woman, but until you say it is both male and female, then there is a problem. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, but I would say the youth, it can be youth, women and youth, or youth men. Yes. So we have ensured that gender is also observed in terms of those who are working and benefiting. Is it sustainable? It will be sustainable if we are able to continue with the housing, affordable housing levy. And I'm aware that it is also still in court. Would I say that up to now we have over 100, we have at least 48,000 housing units that are in different stages of construction, between maybe 20% and 95%, some nearing completion. In fact, we expect that we will be launching several of those units this year. And so it is sustainable because this is one of the best projects and programs that the country can allow to continue. Everything else bad said about it, but there's one in terms of employment and in terms of self-sustaining. If we can allow the levy to continue, it is sustainable. And I bet that what we are giving, including allowing housing to people who previously cannot access and afford decent homes, then I would think that the country should take it and proceed with it.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And if we were to be direct to the question and answer, I would say we are almost spending 1 hour only for leadership of the House. We have not even had anything ourselves. So, Speaker, what's mine? Mine is this. Nominee, Honorable Alice Wahome. This issue of house levy or house tax, of course, was very controversial, and it is still controversial. However, because it is in place, it is mainly in urban. It's only in urban. And the people who are paying are in the villages. And most of us in Parliament, we represent village constituencies. About 80% of this country is village, or 70% for that matter. And even if the government has run to talk about jobs, creation of jobs. My view, Minister, is if you are confirmed, what will be the housing plan for the rural people who are also paying this tax and paying this levy for people in towns to enjoy houses and to enjoy jobs? Nobody in my constituency or constituency rural who will enjoy those jobs. Nobody will enjoy those housings, right? But we are losing money. So what is it that we are advising even the president or the government in terms of saying, these guys in the rural are paying these taxes or levy, but this is our housing plan for them, so that we can actually move as a country. Thank you, Speaker.
Vicaria.
Thank you, Chair. I will only ask questions that have been raised by Kenyans. The chairman of the IDP camp in Nakuru called New Canaan is asking, after the settlement of the court cases referring to Donga Farm and Kisima Farm, when is the ministry intending to do the titling? Secondly, there is a guy from Joro asking about Ndefo plot in Menengai Slopes and whether there will be titles, whether you will be giving titles to that place called Ndefo plots. Thirdly, is a teacher in my constituency asking about
Yes.
The Speaker, not to interrupt my colleague, I think those questions can only be answered by the Minister when she is in office substantively. Whether she can give me a title or not. She can't give anything now.
Honorable Chair.
I was about to tell
she's jobless.
Honorable Kikaria, you are assessing the suitability or otherwise of Alice Wahome being reappointed Minister for Lands. Now you're asking her to issue title.
Sorry, let me rephrase.
Under what authority?
Let me rephrase.
Yes.
Assuming she's appointed to that, assuming she's appointed to that position, Honorable Chair, because these are pertinent issues, Honorable Chair.
On another point of order,
yes,
I think Honorable Junet's point of order was very legitimate, because the questions Honorable Kikaria is asking, even if the minister is approved, are the questions that we change our standing orders for, to cause the minister to appear before the House to answer such questions. These are not questions for a vetting process.
Alice, answer.
I think in
Kikaria, you have relayed concerns of your constituents.
Thank you very much.
Which are not vetting questions.
Maybe the last one, and that is related to the affordable housing.
Go ahead.
Is related to the program. Is a very good program for purposes of employment. But the contractors who are given that do not come and actualize that by adhering to the labor laws, by paying, say, for city rates or the rates that are there in the labor law. Maybe what action will she take to confirm that this will be done? And
if she's
confirmed. Thank you.
Again, she can't take action unless we say she will be a minister. Now, but you can answer those.
I think largely in terms of titering, I want to say that we are not on course because we need better funding for titering. The total number of, in terms of percentage, the country has about 30% of our land titled. Meaning,
that is who has asked you that.
Because
the questions they asked,
on the titles.
Holding. Posing just asked you about how do rural folks in Kenya benefit from housing levy? Very simple. The second one of Kikaria was, will titles be given to some 2 farms? So it's not titling generally.
Let me say that I think you saved me from answering Kikaria's question.
Yes.
And then we leave it at that.
Are you the one I told last time about reading a book of a witness who talked too much?
No, not me.
It was not you.
Not me. Yes. And I'm sure.
I think it was Lintori.
Yes. So I will leave that question. On the question of IDPs is gone. Affordable housing in rural areas. This is a new program, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. It's a new program. It's just starting, and it has been met by various challenges, including litigation. I believe even the rural folk are entitled to decent housing. I see the program moving there going forward.
Mary Amase.
Thank you, Chairman. I had 2 questions, but one of them has been, I think, prosecuted well. It was on the proposed levy on land. But I would want to say, Chairman, that there is need to improve the communication in terms of public participation. Probably going forward, we need to change the law so that members are involved in doing public participation with the people we represent so that we disseminate the information and then bring our feedback. But Chair, I want to ask on collapsed buildings. There are reported incidences of collapsed buildings across the country, which have resulted in injuries and loss of lives and property. Oversight of the construction industry falls under the ambit of the State Department of Public Works. So my question is, what has been done to address these cases and to avoid future incidences? In your view, are these measures sufficient in resolving the issue?
Alice?
It is true the regulatory authority, that is NCA, has the mandate in terms of ensuring that only people who are qualified are contractors. But the problem is not just about contractors. I think the problem is deeper. We have people taking shortcuts, and some people also, we need to work collaboration with the county governments, because some of the buildings coming up do not even have plans, so that even the issue of the National Construction Authority or enforcement should start at a further place at the county level. And I think that we need to do our work better. We need to strengthen the Public Works Department, Honorable Speaker, and ensure that in terms of national work, both the national work and the private work, because most of the buildings that collapse are public. But also Kenyans need to work better and ensure that they do their buildings using professionals. There is a lot of shortcut in that regard. So that the Kenyans should be also their own watchmen. I mean, the government cannot be everywhere. I think government is doing its best, but Kenyans must also start building with integrity, meaning applying the law and the regulations.
Daud?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to comment on one thing before I ask you a question. From your CV, you have said you're a member of parliament from 2022 to 2027. So does it mean you were not a minister? I know you were elected until 2027, but you had to resign to... No, it's in her CV, that's what I'm saying. So you need to correct your CV.
I will look at that. It was only 20.
Let me ask you my question now. Adjudication mistakes on land are normally sometimes done at the lands office, and it costs people to rectify those mistakes in acreage or size or whatever, about 18,000 shillings to rectify. And not just that, you have to pay, initially you had to pay 150 or 300 or 500. That charge has now gone to 3,000 shillings. And there was no public participation when you increased the charge from 300 to 3,000 shillings. Somebody has got 10 parcels of land under adjudication, has to pay 30,000. That's even before you factor in other costs. That is one question. The second question, what is your take on the Dungu Land Commission lands, which were cancelled, which there is a report regarding the same? The last one is regarding affordable housing. You have talked about it, and my colleagues have talked about it. And there were grand launches by His Excellency the President, who has nominated you to that ministry again. But unfortunately, those housing were just launched and they have not taken off. And like Honorable Laisuda has said, there are 24 billion in that account. So what is that money doing if it is not being used? And those lands are, those housing projects are just stationary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you allow me another one, but I think.
Ferdinand, take two. If actually you are appointed as CS, I want to find out, because you going around, you will find yourself, there's a lot of upcoming, like you go to a place like Mathare and other places which are congested. There's no plan at all on, so that you find people living in a very affordable way. What plan do you have to be able to at least streamline some of these upcoming dwelling facilities that actually are causing problems? You will find that even getting electricity in a place like that is not there. And somebody staying in a place in Mathare, and water is actually passing through her house. So what plan would you have for that kind of thing? Secondly, I come from Trans Nzoia. This affordable housing scheme, have you actually on Trans Nzoia? Or what is happening when it's supposed to be countrywide projects that's supposed to help people in areas that can Trans Nzoia, where people actually also need those affordable housing? Alice?
I have not picked, let me start with the Trans Nzoia. I haven't picked this specifically, but if we have no affordable housing program coming, I think I want to assure you that the first entry to the affordable housing program is the 290 constituencies. Every constituency is supposed to be a beneficiary when we roll out fully of a minimum of 210 housing units. So yes, we will be there. And of course, there with the available land, I won't say when because it's a program, but as soon as possible. Maybe we don't even have land in your place, so you needed to work with the ministry to get land for that. And I'm not saying there isn't, because I don't have my document with me. I believe in Trans Nzoia County, we already have some affordable housing programs coming up. Where are you? Yeah. We do have. It's okay. We will be there, and I'm sure that it is every other wish of member to work with the ministry to ensure that they are there faster than maybe the event plan. Yeah. Then the slum upgrading. We have a very good slum upgrading program. It's the one working in, for example, in Kibera. We are in Mukuru. We will be going to Mathare, and therefore, what I can say is that the government needs support for the affordable housing program. The houses for the slum upgrading is even cheaper. Those houses are even cheaper than the social housing, and we have a lot of goodwill in terms of funding.
Let's hold there. We are now classified as a middle-income country, right?
Generally.
Okay. Not generally. We are classified.
Yes.
We are not a HIPIC, highly indebted poor country. We are not. Now, when you talk of slum upgrading, is your policy to eliminate slums or to upgrade slums? How do you upgrade a slum?
That could be the terminology that we are using, but basically, we are providing the necessary infrastructure, water, ensuring that the necessary facilities, including electricity, connectivity, and is available, and roads. And the program is well funded by the UN, the European Union, World Bank, and also AFD. So I think that the question is, why are we talking of slum upgrading instead of slum eradication? Maybe that is something we can think about and change the name.
No, I think if I have understood her well, Speaker, she's saying they want to make slums habitable. That people can still live in slums, but they become a better place where they...
That cannot be the direction of our country.
It is not. It is not. It is basically, once we work, we eliminate the slum. So possibly we need to change the wording of that program, the title.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's begin by saying maybe that concept of slum upgrading is not our concept. The financiers, you've talked about them.
Yes.
Those are the people who brought that terminology, because you build for me nice things up country and a slum upgrading, and it's a misnomer. Two questions. The first one,
we are interested in this because we are told we have actually collected lots of money through those levies, and there was a report in the papers that the peers had actually invested the money on treasury bonds. That sounded.
But you may need to confirm whether indeed we do have that surplus. We do have that surplus, and that is the route we are taking, while at the same time, His Excellency the President has taken another route of saying, instead of just affordable housing for people to buy, we will now put up hostels in institutions, which I think is a very good program that would go side by side with the affordable housing. On land, if you are confirmed, we have experienced the President going around the country and interacting with the people. They come up to him to say, we do not have title deeds, and we need those title deeds. And he makes generous promises that in 2-3 months, I'll be back here to give you the titles that you need. As the person responsible for policy, are there policies in place where you can actually carry out those premises without having to embarrass the head of state, so that those down there do not say he gave false promises, etc., etc. You're able to carry out the letter when the promise is made, it's actually executed.
As you answer that, Alice, Dawood is protesting that you didn't answer his question. Yes. And then don't report. Go ahead.
I asked 3 questions. I asked about the adjudication, about the Dungu report and the affordable housing, where nothing is going on. And you've got 24 billion in the account, putting in treasury bills or bonds.
Yes, Minister.
I could start by looking at the Dungu report is a very good document report, and I know that several of the properties that are within and picked by the Dungu report will clearly indicate the kind of cartel that I was talking about. I know I was asked to define what is a cartel. I think, in short, a cartel is a thief. It's a thief for land. The Dungu report is a lot of, I don't have the figures, but some of the land recovered has been recovered through the EACC, because we have institutions, some we have had to go to court through EACC, and it is work in progress. The report is still live. That's what I would say. Affordable housing, everybody wants affordable housing, but there is also recognition that there has been a lot of disruption on this particular program, both by cases and therefore implementation, and that's why we had some money not able to implement immediately, because when you have also cases going on, you need first to understand where you are. And it is not that there is surplus. We have also already procured for all that money you are talking about. What happened, Honorable Speaker, is that the last financial year, 2023-2024, we had a balance that was not utilized because payments had not been done to the tune of about 38 billion shillings. And it would be reckless to hold money into a general account without investing it, even if it's short term. So it's not that it's being invested because there is no work. We have 106,000 housing units. Right now we are releasing the newly procured ones, over 55,000, and therefore I want to confirm that that money is already taken up, plus of course unexpected maybe annual income through the levy of about 63 billion shillings if the Kenya revenue does its work properly, and I think that is the amount we expect per year, about 63 to 65 billion shillings. So the 38 is part of the budget that we presented and will all be spent in this year. So Dawu, I want to encourage you. I believe that I'm here to seek support also for my suitability, and when that happens, then if that happens, I think on my part I should say if that happens, then we should be looking at, Meru is a beneficiary of some of our affordable housing. We've come there with the president, so maybe we have not reached your constituency.
No, Speaker, they have launched with His Excellency, put the
Your
stone,
question
but
is that
it has
we have
not
not
moved
started.
even one way, and they've got the money in the account while she was the minister. That's why I'm not saying if she's confirmed. While she was the minister, it has not moved.
Sometimes, Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the concern of the Honourable Member. Sometimes lack of takeoff is because of various things. Maybe documentation, perfection is not complete, logistical issues. Sometimes even when we do proper investigation, you find that the contractor who had said that they are able to take off sometimes get a bit of delay. And we are supporting even local contractors. So I don't think it's a case where we are that so strict. We are working with our local contractors, and sometimes logistical issues. And thank you, Honourable Judith, for once. I know it is a very important key issue in terms of implementation.
Yes, Owen.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I want to ask one question, one very important question. Cabinet nominee, land in this country is one of the reasons why we had the 2010 Constitution. It's one of the key aspects. And it actually gave birth to Article 67, which formed the National Lands Commission, where people from regions that for a long time had issues on land, especially historical land injustices, that gave birth to Ndungu Report, Jojo Report, and many other reports, pushed and voted. My people woke up very early in the morning to go and vote for the new constitution, not because of any other thing, but because of land, especially the coast. Today in Parliament, over 80% of the petitions we receive are actually on issues related to land and security. Now, looking at it, it becomes, therefore, it requires leadership, strong leadership to actually finish these issues of land. But the National Lands Commission, I don't want to belabor the issue of National Lands Commission because you've answered many questions, is one of the key solving the issues of land. People knew there was a ministry, but then they set up the National Lands Commission so that they can solve the problems. So the minister and National Lands Commission must work together to ensure that eventually people get justice in terms of historical land injustice and review of grants. Nominee, I am reliably informed that since you became CS, you have never had a meeting with the board, the National Lands Commission. A formal meeting to actually sit and discuss issues and give leadership in the sector. And I think this is bringing issues as we move forward. But, Honourable Speaker, what I would like to say is, we have moved amendments to amend the National Lands Commission Act so that we can extend their mandate in the review of grants and hearing historical land injustice. But the biggest impediment has been the ministry, including a letter that we received from you dated 24th April, which is signed by you, that there are certain issues. When the committee called you for the meeting to discuss these amendments, the committee said that the minister did not make an input. But when we passed the law in Parliament, when it was going now, we are supposed to send it first, and we respected your letter, and actually these were my amendments, and we helped back. But the vibes I get, if I can use that word, the vibes I get is that probably the minister does not want the National Lands Commission to exist. She wants absolute power to run whatever she wants, the show in the land sector. And they are making a speech. Can I ask a question? So my question is, do you still believe that we should not review the law, especially section 14 and 15 of the National Lands Commission, to give them power to review grants and to hear historical injustice? Do you still believe we should not review that and deny the National Lands Commission the power, or you have changed your mind about it?
In those many words, he's asking, are you hostile to the National Land Commission? And have you ever met them since you became minister?
Maybe I will repeat first that I don't know where your information is coming from, Honourable Member, but I said that I enjoy cordial relationship with Otachi Garrison, the chairman, and his commission. That is one. We have not had any conflict, either by exchange of letter or by verbal exchange. So the source you have could be a very biased or an incorrect source. I am working with them. Remember, they are also an independent commission, and their mandate, they must also not encroach on the mandate of the executive, because their mandate is very clear in the Constitution, and I have no personal interest or ministerial interest or executive interest to encroach on their mandate. But they must also remember there is also the clear mandate they have, and we have. I have met them, Honorable Chair, in various meetings, formal meetings. I have met the board, and when the chair also confirmed that the board is coming, some of the members did not come, and I don't want to go into that, because the commission, I think you need to summon the commission yourself as Parliament. The commission has its own challenges. I think it's right now maybe a bit.
You say you have no problem with them, then continue to list their problems.
Not myself, personally, their own challenges, not between me and them, Honorable Chair.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Maybe the reason they are not working is the challenge between, but not between me. They have handed over during a formal meeting the national land policy, because as their mandate, they recommend to the ministry the national land policy. We have had a whole morning meeting, the entire board led by their chairman. So, and the chairman also paid a courtesy call. We have had other mini meetings for various things with the chair and any other commission that has an issue to deal with at the ministry level. So, I'm okay.
Mr. Speaker.
What is your take on amendment?
Microphone.
Amendment of section
I think
14
my take would be the take of everybody else. I mean, I work for the country. If those provisions, that particular maybe amendment you are talking about, if it is subjected to public participation and debate and other stakeholders and it goes through, then I wouldn't be the one who would hold it. But I don't want to sit here and say that it's okay, because it may not be okay for many other stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Alice Wahome, this Ministry of Lands has been cited as corrupt from time immemorial, and the issue of, even when you watch news, many times you find people have been, kicked out of their houses because of the issue of fake titles, which you've addressed very well, I must say, because you've said you have a way of dealing with the fraudsters. Even if they have to go to court, let them go to court. But my question is, what action do you propose to take, if you are approved, on the staff of the ministry that are clearly, in many instances, involved in the same fraud? Because you've given us a direction on what you do with the fraudsters outside, but what about the staff? Because those ones are your staff. And secondly, when Kenya Kwanza came into office, there was the promise that the issue of evictions and demolitions of people's homes would be a thing of the past. You saw over 10,000 people kicked out of their homes in Mavoko, and that still continues to happen. In fact, recently, I think some people are kicked out of some estates within the city of Nairobi, and compensation given was definitely not enough, and part of it never even got to the registered owners. How do you, has the policy changed? And if so, what do you want to tell those Kenyans that have such issues and are concerned?
Let's take. We're going this way? No, we're coming that way. Amisi?
Speaker, for starting where I am. Speaker, I've been quietly listening to these proceedings. I may not be a happy person, because I expected, we vetted the nominee before us 2 years or so ago, and she has served in various portfolios. I expected a progress report, sort of success stories from where we posted her. But I can just see a lot of verbosity on this and this land issue.
this land issue, Speaker, it affects even the public offices. If you look at the audit report of parastatos and the government agencies, 90% of the audit is just on land, either ownership, one entity taking another one to court, one parastato, and it consumes a humongous amount of money between legal fees and accounting fees and the surveying fees. So it is an area that you do not just talk about it in the passing. So I wanted to hear from the nominee. Yes, she has sat there, she's going there back. I don't have your progress report so far. But the issue of parastatos and the government.
You say she's going back before we decide?
Yes, if she's approved. The issue of parastatos and the government agencies taking each other to court on land issues. Is there a policy statement that you can solve it once and for all so that we save this country a lot of money that is being used between lawyers and the legal firms in all the parastatos, virtually all of them, and the perennial historical land injustices? I come from Kitale, and I think you've been there. You've tried to come across the land issue of the Kitale prisons, and it is across the country. We are perennially in constant problems with our constituents and the grabbers and landowners and the government entities perennially. Can it stop once for all? Can we have a progress report from your ministry going forward?
Go ahead. Answer the question by Robert and Missy.
From Robert, what am I doing with my staff? What have I done with the staff that I have said that sometimes they are part and parcel of the cartels? Since I got into the ministry, we have had 4 arrested officers and charged in court. There is another 3 under disciplinary processes. And therefore, I think to that extent, and have had a meeting with all the registrars in the country to restate the policy and the position of the minister and government in terms of this business of participating in fraud. And they know, and we have many other cases with the DCI, and I think there will be likely other officers that will be taken away by those cases. I think that I could say to that, and I have also said that I intend to come back to Parliament to sharpen the provisions that will help to deal with the fraudsters. Then you asked, I think the question on kicked out, I don't understand that. Demolitions of people who, Madare and elsewhere during the rain season. I think half of those people had already suffered a big blow for being within the riparian and the watercourse area. And even those who were affected because of building along the river were also calling for government intervention to be provided for with homes. We have, I think the estimated numbers, if I'm not wrong, and those would be mainly with the Kindiki, because of interior coordination, was about maybe 20. The last estimate that came to the cabinet was about 20,000 Kenyans that were affected by the demolitions. I think demolitions are right now not going on, but it was so that they are removed from already insecure space along the river, where in any event they were being devastated by the floods, because we experienced out of the normal, maybe beyond the normal of the floods or rainfall. Therefore, I think going forward as a government, we need better maybe, these are emergencies and you require maybe money to be able to settle those kind of people. So I think everything adds up with, do we have funding to be able to resettle them? They were given 10,000 and some, I'm told some I think there is information that some may not have received, which is still not sufficient, but it was a gesture for people who also, Kenyans must stop also building along the rivers. I don't know, I know and I understand and I believe that these Kenyans don't have maybe better places, but remember some of the people utilizing, some of those people are not the owners of the structures. The structures could be owned by people living elsewhere. I mean, on government parastatal, I think land moving from one maybe person to another, parastatal fighting each other and cases in court. I have already proposed to the executive that we circulate, before I left office, that I think in June I proposed that all the departments, all the ministries forward to the ministry the list of their properties so that we can now start cracking holistically so that we have a one government approach in terms of recovery. I was given approval to circulate that request to call for departments to forward all land that is said and known to have been grabbed. We will be working on that. Of course, I will require police, I will require the investigative agencies, and I will require the EACC. And I think then it is, whether I'm the minister or not, Kenyans should be prepared to move from government-owned properties because it is public wealth, it is public property, and it is horrible as the situation where we are. And I agree with you, we should give it a one holistic approach so that we clear with it once and for all.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Waziri, I just want to ask you one question regarding the pending bills. Because I understand there are many pending bills in your ministry. I need to know how you are going to sort it out considering the current financial state at the moment. The other question is about compensation. There are many Kenyans who have given their RAD to the government and they've been waiting for their money and it's like it's taking too long. Thank you.
Ms. Mbogo.
Asante sana mwenyekiti. Nitauliza maswala mawili, swala la kwanza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na swala la pili kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Swala langu la kwanza, Mheshimiwa Wahome ambaye umekuwa waziri katika hii wizara kwa muda mfupi. Ningependa kujua mikakati ambayo utaweka katika wizara yako na kupitia serikali kuu ya Kenya Kwanza ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba Wakenya wengi ambao wamejenga kwa miaka nenda miaka rudi katika zile ardhi ambazo zilikuwa zinaitwa GL ama government land, na zile ardhi ambazo kuna absentee landlord, yani wale wamiliki hawajulikani na hawako, na pia wale ambao wamejenga katika ardhi za wale wamiliki ambao walipatiwa ile tunaita grants ama zabuni, rubuni, na watu kama hao hawajafika katika sehemu hizo na wala hawajulikani, kwa sababu kihistoria wakati wa nyuma kulikuwa na siasa zile ambazo mtawala akiingia anaweza kupatia marafiki grant ya mashamba katika sehemu tofauti tofauti, na jambo hili limefanyika sana katika sehemu ya Bonde la Ufa na sehemu ya Pwani. So ni mikakati gani ambayo serikali kupitia wizara yako itafanya ndio tatizo hili la mashamba liwe historia, isiwe kila wakati wa siasa, wakati wa kampeni Wakenya bado wanauliza maswali yale kwa yale. Na niweze pia kuweza kukubaliana na Mheshimiwa Owen wakati aliposema ya kwamba kuna tashwishi ya kwamba huenda pengine wewe, na hiyo ni hisia yangu, ukirudi katika wizara hino utaweza kuendelea kuhujumu tume ya ardhi, kwa sababu wakati mmoja ulikataa kuongeza muda wa kushughulikia mambo ya historia za mashamba, na tatizo hili ni tatizo nyeti katika Bonde la Ufa, katika Pwani na Kenya kwa jumla. Kwa hivyo Hivi sasa umesema ya kwamba mambo yatakuwa tofauti, tunataka tuone ya kuwa tofauti, kwa sababu tatizo hili bado liko, hatujaona ya kwamba kama tumefaidika katika mambo ya dhulma za kihistoria za mashamba. Swali langu la Kiingereza, what specific timeline?
The Kiswahili version was just a speech. Now ask the question.
Mwenyekiti, hilo ni swali na nafikiri Mheshimiwa Wahome ameelewa hilo swali nilivyoliuliza. My second question, Honorable Chairman, what specific timeline did you establish when you were the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Land for the completion of digitization of land records across all the counties? How many counties right now they have the digitized land records? What is your roadmap? Many times we have been putting some allocation in terms of this program of digitization of land records. So what are you telling? What is the status right now? We want to hear, because we know this is the only way where we can avoid some cartels, we can avoid some corruption, and so many other anomalies. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you. Sharia, we can take Sharia as well.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I think you're teaching us something new, saying no chairs. And Mheshimiwa Wahome, significant parts of the country are formerly trust lands and fall under the Community Lands Act. It's public knowledge that the community land legal regime remains not fully operationalized, and if granted, has not been regime not fully operationalized. If confirmed, what possible solutions do you propose? I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Can you answer those, Alice?
From Honorable Shurie, trust lands, it is true, this, most of this is what we call as community land. We have the Community Land Act 2016, and the Community Land Act is operational. We are registering community lands everywhere in the country, but it is a slow process because the communities, the members of those communities must sit and agree, prepare inventory, and it's not an easy process, because also we have seen that leadership sometimes within the communities is infiltrated by politics, but the preparation of the inventories is quite a tedious task, because every member is supposed to sign, agree and sign, and then have that inventory forwarded by the office of the governor under the law, so that then you can start the process of registering. But we are on course in terms of various counties, and I believe we need the support, in fact, of elected leadership to expedite those processes as a government. Then Mheshimiwa Mishi is asking, I believe what she's asking me is a policy issue, and in terms of absentee landlord and people who have moved and become squatters on people's lands. We are in the process, Mr. Speaker, of finalizing the national land policy. It is a matter that should squarely be captured there, so that as a country we agree what to do. But also, we must not encourage, there is a lot of criminality in some of the people in terms of moving to people's land and becoming professional squatters. Those must be discouraged, but there are also genuine squatters that the country and the government need to work with and work on, that requires sometimes the government to raise budget to purchase those parcels where the squatters are, and then do a land settlement in terms of the squatters. So the program in terms of land settlement is ongoing, is a program of the government. We need more funding for that. The government needs more funding to deal with that, Honorable Mishi. But I agree with you, there is a lot of this problem in terms of absentee landlord. Let's have policy, and the policy will be brought to Parliament, and the input of Parliament would be very critical in terms of handling those. I think extension Honorable Bayer, you accuse me of maybe being the person rejecting. I hope, Honorable Member, you haven't been given the wrong card in respect of my activities in terms. This particular, the Commission has not come to me officially or formally to say they want to extend. And in any case, the term of the Commission in terms of historical land injustices was limited by the statute, not by the minister. Opening that would require an amendment, but also we must, and I, as a minister who has served, we must caution the country that we cannot have historical injustices for land perpetually. We need to be very careful. And also, if we open, we must limit that to a certain period, because we are talking about historical, not current. Any other current injustices can be done within our courts of law. We talk about historical, and that's why there was a time limit. Is your, sorry, Honorable Speaker, I think there was a question on the digitization. No, not yet. There was the question on digitization, where we are. I had said earlier, we've done Nairobi, Mombasa, we are ongoing. Isiolo is more or less complete in another 1 month. We'll finish with Isiolo. Muranga is basically on board. Then we've gone to Machakos. We have 27 counties that we are working with currently. And I wouldn't be able to say specifically. I had estimated that to do the entire work, we may require another 5 years if funding is properly availed. And I have had talked about between 35 billion to 40 billion Kenya shillings to do the entire exercise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Alice, land is a factor of production. And where I come from, land actually is a major source of conflict. And the many questions honorable colleagues have raised, it is indicative of that, whether you are in urban or rural areas. The first question which I want to pose to you is this thing called Ardhi Sasa. The major problem, and that is why Kenyans are angry, is because a simple transfer of land or property from one individual to other take maybe 1 year or 2 years. If really we have a platform, if really it is digitized, why would it take inordinately such a long time if what you are explaining to the committee is seamless? Secondly, I think the issue of corruption in land, it is not just simply said, I think it's profound. Examples are everywhere. In the county of Marsabit, we largely live on community land or trust land. But what is surprising, there are individuals who hold titles in areas that have not been adjudicated. And when they go to the ground, they are told, show us the extent of this land, and they cannot. So what is simply happening is those individuals who are involved in titling are the ones who actually are illegally issuing illegal title deeds. Going forward, if the House is going to approve your nomination, what is it that you are going to do differently? Because, Honorable Speaker, I have to make this point. From what Honorable Alice has given the committee this afternoon, I think that committee may be running into headwinds with you. simply because you need to carry leaders along. Because land is not just anything. Land is about community, it is about people, it is about settlement. So people must really be carried along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the nominee. She has a broad ministry moving from land, public works, housing, and urban development. And as a nominee, you must have a vision. And I want to ask the first question is that, what is your vision to sustain urban development in the 47 counties, and how do you plan to address the challenge of rapid urbanization in terms of planning, in terms of giving blueprints of how the water supply will be done, roads construction will be done, the issue of electrifying those urban areas, and the issue which is very fundamental of sewerage in most of upcoming towns within Kenya. Secondly, the State Department of Planning Public Works launched the National Building Code 2024 on 17th of July 2024. The code is expected to update the standards and the requirements in the construction industry and aims to resolve the various issues affecting the Kenya building environment. If approved, how would you support the execution of this code? Various associations raise concern concern on being unrecognized by the code. What is your opinion, and what is the remedy of this? In prayer on my first question, are you, and do you have the capacity to give a vision of how do we want our towns and our urban areas be planned so that we can have proper coordinated construction, which includes the housing program? You are also in charge. The last one, the assistant chiefs.
One question at a time.
Okay, can I finish with this? Can I finish with this?
You hit two already.
This is the last one. As the Minister for Housing, and you are in charge of this ministry, and to implement the housing program, what do you visualize on how the common man at the village, the assistant chief, the chief who is paying the housing levy to benefit from the housing program in this country?
That question has been asked 4 times. Yes. Yes, but I think it is important to Mule.
Maybe I can start with it and say that I had said that I see this program of affordable housing is a new one. Stages,
and is spreading.
And I see it going forward. I see it going to the rural areas as well. But for now, we are within urban centers. For obvious reasons, infrastructure, facilities. Yeah. Mukami had asked me about pending bills, Honorable Speaker. The pending bills, we have about 18 billion legacy or pending bills. Some of them from cases that are filed against the ministry. And these have been considered as part of the national pending bills from other ministries where a decision must be made so that we agree as a country how we deal with all the pending bills, including verification processes. That is a process being undertaken with the leadership of the National Treasury and the Executive. So we will have decisions made together. Compensation, I don't understand which compensation, because compensation in terms of compulsory acquisition is done by the National Land Commission, and basically that is not within my mandate. Any other compensation may be by judgments, those are pending cases or pending bills. I believe I could start with the question of Adi Sasa had been answered, but I am saying that this really, I'm thinking that we should get accommodation because it's now real time possible to access your records and get information regarding your land records, especially when somebody else other than you want to access your records. You are the one to approve. I think the challenge for me is how to move faster to the other, maybe not now for me, for the ministry, for me if I'm approved, but for the ministry, the challenge is how to expedite. And I had said that with the necessary funding, it is possible to expedite. There is an issue you raised regarding titles in Marsabit or even elsewhere. Let me also warn the members, just alert the members and the public that it is not all titles that are out there that are actually valid titles or are titles. They could just be papers with no worth of a title deed. There are many, some are just made at Liver Road, like some of the cases the Honorable Majority Leader was raising, are title papers. When you look at them, they look like they are genuine, but they are made from River Road and they cannot transfer proprietary rights to any property. So I don't know what you are referring to in Marsabit. I think it would be important for me to have the records so that I'll be able to know what you are dealing with or referring to, or the ministry to be able to be brought to their attention so that they can maybe stop whatever could be happening. And I agree, it is profound, and the land issue is obviously very emotive. So therefore, community land, be part of the community land processes so that you can help to expedite the community to have their land put in a title, because it's private land. Community land is considered as private land for that community. The rights are the same, so they would need to come back together quickly so that there is no land left without title. I think security would be secured by that. Individuals involving in titling from my ministry, I had agreed, and I also said we have a few we are processing in court. My vision is the vision of the ministry. The minister doesn't have a vision personally, but the ministry has a vision in terms of urban development. And in terms of urban development, we have the Urban Areas and Cities Act. And that is specifically addressing the problem of rapid growth of population vis-a-vis the facilities available in our small towns. And that's why the KUSIP, that is Kenya Informal Settlement Program, and Kenya Support Program for the urban areas has been developed, which of course is basically focusing on the facilities we have in all the towns, small and big, so that the planning becomes a condition, proper planning, PDP preparations, and all those physical planning for the land use and for the development use are part of the conditions for accessing the funding under those programs. So in my view, if you ask me what is the vision, those programs are for between, they are 5 years program, but looking forward, we need very elaborate cooperation between the county governments, because you know they are the ones in charge of the planning at the county level, including survey work, so that then it is possible to have properly planned towns now before they become fully congested. My ministry, with the leadership of the Directorate of Physical Planning, former ministry, I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker, has sufficient capacity to be able, and of course we can always increase capacity as a government, to be able to guide the county governments, and they always draw back for purposes of planning, and they seek support from us. And of course we have the Physical Planning Act that requires also to be maybe reviewed to capture some of the issues that you are raising. So My vision is to see well-planned towns that have all necessary facilities of a big town, but even better planned than our big towns like Nairobi. You cannot say that it is properly planned, but we can now have better planned towns. As they grow bigger, then they have the street lighting, water, sanitation, and every other, and of course including titling.
Thank you, Alice. Yeah. Alice, let me ask you one or two questions. Under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, distribution of functions between the national government and county governments, you have the responsibility for housing policy and the general principles of land planning and the coordination of planning by the counties. For the period you have been minister in this docket, have you ever had a meeting with county governments to discuss the issue and coordination of planning by those counties? I ask this because if you look around the country, we have completely misstepped, so to speak, in our planning and land use activities. Anybody with the land touching on any road just wakes up and builds a shop. In the old days, if you look at all the urban areas and markets, they were designated, meaning it is possible to easily provide security and amenities such as water and everything else. What have you done, and if you are confirmed, what do you plan to do to effect this constitutional responsibility?
Honorable Chair, it is not the easiest to actually work with county governments, you know, and for government, national government has been having its own challenges in terms of intergovernmental relationships. On my part, I haven't had a meeting with the county governments as a whole, but we have worked with different county governments or governors in terms of their planning, and they have brought their planning documentation to the ministry, and for sometimes for even for support in terms of that planning, and ensuring that it meets the thresholds that are required. I think going forward, I would say that it is necessary that I meet the county government in terms of the institution itself, the COG, so that we can agree. But they also think that the national government is encroaching a lot on their mandate, and they refer a lot to Schedule 4. And I do agree that quality standards, regulation, and of course capacity building is some of the things we are doing under the Kenya Urban Support Program. Within that, my ministry before me has held several meetings with the county, with the COG, and the CEO of COG has been a constant, and I think she's done a good job for the county government. Yeah, has worked well with my ministry.
Some Kenyans sending messages to us.
Yes.
Why did she take sides with the Kirima's land dispute when she came into office?
I didn't take side with the Kirima land. I took side with the owner of the land. It could have been any other person. And when I pronounce myself as to ownership, sometimes it helps in terms of dispute resolution, and that is what it is. My task is to say who is the owner, and I said that it's a long dispute, and at that time there was no outstanding court case.
Another Kenyan says the nominee has declined to answer a question from Dawood on how fees was increased from 300 to 3,000 without public participation. Another one says implementation, this is actually a member of parliament called Andon Orwoj, that you've ignored implementation of decisions of the House of Parliament on matters that have been brought to your attention following decisions in the House. Another person called MacDonald Walbengo says, why has the ministry not processed titles to public institutions and schools? Because My grandfather donated land to a school, and to date we are unable to get our own title and give the school the title on the land we donated. That's a very good Kenyan. Other Kenyans would go to grab the land back. Another one says, who are these cartels with government documents that the minister is talking about? Another one says, rich people are buying land from less fortunate people, transferring the land and refusing to pay. What is the minister doing about that? Those are comments from Kenyans.
I think for schools, it's an important, very important question.
The one of the school.
Yes, we have titled over 14,000, going to 15,000 title deeds for schools.
I actually, Alice, know of a school.
Yes.
That was given land by a generous person, and his grandchildren, over 50 years later, came because the school had no title, took away the land, and kicked out the school.
Yeah, I think previously the institutions did not just schools, actually most government institutions, and maybe that is one of the tasks that we should achieve, do not have titles for those properties. And the titles are supposed to be produced and
if you are confirmed, can you have a Marshall Plan to issue title deeds to all public institutions within a year?
Okay, those without issues, it is possible.
Yes,
as you emphasize on that public institutions, I want to add, including KICC. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. You know what I mean? Including KICC.
Honorable Speaker,
you know that. Go on.
Sorry?
You know that, and go on.
As she knows. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, let me clarify on schools. We have over close to 15,000 schools that we have under our program. There is a program for titling of school titles, you know, and we have covered close to 15,000. The total is about 31,000. So I think we are on course. Possibly we need to expedite in terms of that. A few have disputes about 1,500, but the balance we are working on, a balance of another maybe 14,000. Ruoj says I have ignored the House of Parliament. I am not aware of any area that I have ignored. Maybe it has not been brought to my attention. And should I be approved, I would want to engage him personally or get him to. Yeah, I know him. I don't know what he's referring to. The fees that the member of the public, and it's important, is there was elaborate public participation. The fees of 300 shillings, 500 were fees that were for 1980. Prescribed, you know, when the act was actually, basically it's over 20, 30 years. And so we reached a point where we reviewed, and there was elaborate, and there is records of public participation. And I would also seek that Kenyans agree to support, because it's their government. Yeah.
Alice, you are so wordy. If there was public participation, just say so.
You know, Kenyans out there have said I haven't answered.
Yes.
Yes, I wanted them to understand. You know, yeah.
Lastly, Alice, do you hold any position in a political party?
Not at all.
Not at all. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations by any agency?
Not at all.
Not at all. Do you hold citizenship of any other country apart from Kenya?
No, only Kenya. And I have no interest.
What is your net worth?
That one I need to be. My net worth is where is that document? It's about 300. Net worth is about 300.
You don't know your wealth of head?
No, not of. It's mine and my husband. So maybe what? It's 300 and... 327,650,000.
How much were you worth when we last vetted you?
I was worth slightly less. When you vetted me, Mr. Speaker, last time, I was worth 218,400,000.
You have had some nominal growth.
Kidogo.
You've grown by 100 million.
I have grown in those 2 years.
Yes.
Yes. I was just a few adjustments. It is the properties that have increased in terms of appreciation in value, and then there was one tenant that was not paying my family rent, and they paid about 14 million, about sometimes in March. So
did you use your office to get them to pay?
My office of MP, of minister?
Yes.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Thank you,
I'm not
Alice.
the one who corrects the rent.
Thank you, Alice.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We have checked your documents and we find them to be correct, except you can tell us there were 9 memoranda against in response to you. Did you respond to them in writing? The clerk.
And I would ask that the
You are lawfully held.
Thank you very much.
You are released to go.
I'm free to go. Thank you. It's a relief, Honorable Speaker.
It's a relief?
It's a relief. You know, I am jobless and I need the job. This is since 1985. This is one unique time when I am jobless. So, and I do appreciate the opportunity to be before the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Graham Reid. I'm the CEO of Talisi, a 400-acre mixed-use, mixed-income development located in Limuru and about 25 minutes from Westlands. Talisi will be the venue for the 4th edition of Nation Media Group's Man Cave, and we're delighted to be welcoming you here on the 3rd of August. We wish you a rewarding and productive experience at the 4th edition of Man Cave by Nation Media on the 3rd of August at Talisi.
Diabetic foot is a complication of diabetes which leads to elevated blood sugars, which then the elevated blood sugars cause all kind of complications relating to the foot.
Year 2021, my big toe got an infection.
Okay.
And I didn't notice it. In fact, I was sitting on a sofa, my wife on the other side, and he told me, Mzee, you have a jigger. I didn't know what. So when we really looked at it, we saw there was something which was oozing. And that made me to go to the hospital. That's why they told me this is diabetic foot.
Does that mean all diabetes patients will get diabetic foot as a complication?
If you are a patient living with diabetes and have good metabolic control and have managed your sugars for a long time properly, then you're limiting your risk of diabetic foot complications going forward.
For Mutiso, the 2024 London Marathon victory earned him a spot at the biggest stage of world athletics, the Olympics.
Nilikuwa napenda tu nikienda nikikimbia sana kwa sababu hata wazazi wangu walikuwa wanataka kunituma sana kwa sababu naenda haraka. Maombi yetu ni tulete mendo kwa Kenya.
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul fired. Watu wananiambia pole ile ya kuchekelea pole.
How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua?
Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay.
Omalay wapi labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa mnakaa supu, unaona huyo? Huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivita Homes.
Taarifa Teke na e-paper. Stay in the know on the go. Getting the full story Bilangori. To sign up, choose your preferred subscription. Use the promo code SUBZ22 to get 20% off and pay. Get your favorite newspaper and enjoy the truth anywhere, anytime. For inquiries, email epaper@ke.nationmedia.com or call 0790 111 111. Subscribe today and get your Taarifa Teke.
Want to know the biggest story of the week? Do not worry. The Weekly Review got you covered. For in-depth analysis of politics, business, governance, as well as social issues, the Weekly Review covers it all. For well-researched, exclusive and investigative content, read the Weekly Review every Sunday in the Sunday Nation.
Are you ready? Kuna moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Apu tem. Kuna moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Apu tem.
Kwa sherehe tumefika.
Lete kingari ni kusetia kifua. Niko na dem, mwenye kona dem pia. Masa flani ekifika na wachangamkia. After scene kabaridi sezi nkatulia.
Tunakubali. Gateka. Kila mtu
Cash pop za Nyandaro ni mawaru.
The Trend, brought to you by the Year Account from Cooperative Bank.
Get that money, better save that money, alafu. Yeah. Lazima tutafute, tukafunge. Yeah. Life jipe, na sio kesho.
Hapa hakuna hiyo.
After a journey of about 3.5 hours, Lamu town comes into view. It has taken us 4 hours to get here. For context, a speedboat can do the same distance in less than 40 minutes depending on the size of the engine. We still have to get to the mainland and get a connection to the port. We take a boat to Mokowe, then a bus to the port.
Kutana na Januari, mwezi mgumu wa ukame, na wengi wenye usani huanguka.
Januari hii kuna up to 1 million Kenyan shillings za kushindaniwa kwenye *570#. Cheza Lucky Game. Kumbuka every 100 shillings ambao unacheza nao kwenye Lucky Game inakupatia 1 entry ticket ya kuingia kwenye draw ya kujishindia up to 1 million Kenyan shillings. Na mshindi wetu namba 2 anapata 500,000 Kenyan shillings ambayo tutawatangaza on the 21st of January hii.
At *5
ni *570# au www.ebet.co.ke. Januari hii isikukaushe.
When you're finally released from pain, that moment when you start to get back to ordinary, and ordinary feels amazing. Whatever pain you're going through, release starts here.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Panda tukupandishe on your entertainment this new year on GoTV bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows na local shows una like free. Download GoTV stream. GoTV, love it.
The Lamu Port project was launched in March 2012 by President Kibaki. It is expected to create a second economic corridor that includes a network of rail and road that would also serve South Sudan and Ethiopia, known as LAPSET. Juu hii sio ghorofa ya Islams. It took a long time to start the construction. In March 2013, bado ilikuwa tu ni kupima na kuendelea kuchora. Then, in July 2013, kukaanza kuwa na dalili. Eventually, in 2016, things were moving full steam ahead. The Lamu port is different from Mombasa. The berths are constructed 1.5 kilometers in the sea.
Leo asubuhi we were in a Kidao. Alafu we found a bigger boat. Nikafikiri saa tumefika. But surely, unaona ile pale? I know it looks small right now. But ikifika hapa, then we'll let you decide kama that boat is bigger than the one that we were in.
Imagine being ill, your muscles don't work as they should,
And the only drug that can save you costs hundreds of millions of shillings. Yes, you heard me right. Hundreds of millions of shillings. Sounds unbelievable, but this is a case of a 1-year-old boy in Nairobi's Kasarani's estate who suffers a genetic condition that can only be treated using world's most expensive drug. This is his story told by his parents in 12 minutes.
My name is Bernard Machalia Mudende. I'm the father to Jamali Kiama.
I am Pauline Wanjiru Kenywa Masharia. This is my husband, Mama Kiama. Also, I don't like to forget Mama Ruby, our first. Kiama is the reason we're here. And we want to garner as much support as we can so that we get him that drug that will turn things around for us. We got married in 2020, March 7th, 2020. We had a baby immediately after, actually that year. We had Ruby Wairimu. She was our first. We had a normal pregnancy throughout. We never had any issues, at BP, nothing. January, tukiingia ndo kafike 2.5 months. So I'm still on maternity leave at that time. I actually remember it was my mom who had visited. Just when we were catching up, I was changing the baby's diaper. And then she asked me, aka katoto, miguu zake zinakuanga tu hivyo. She doesn't kick, she doesn't. And akaniambia, when you go for clinic, bring it up. Na the nurse ama the doc. But kumbuka mtoto hakuna dalili, yako too healthy, ni kanono, ni kachabi. The first neurologist we went to looked at the baby and then he told us. Now again, the questions about how long the labor was. It was just repetitive, so we told him and then he told us, maybe you had a long labor. Do this, start therapy. If it was a long labor and you guys do that intense therapy, that part of her brain that imelala should have picked something. So after we did that, we went back after now that period of therapy. And the doctor now was like, no. If it was a long labor that affected the baby, mwili yake inafaa kuwa imeamka. He asked us, are you related? Sindio? Are you guys related? First, okay. Hii imetoka wapi? I'm from Nyeri, he's from Murang'a. I remember at that point I was afraid to ask, what gene test is that? Because we had relatives, a few cousins of mine, 2 of them, who had babies who had genetic issues, but they didn't live, one of them didn't live so long, hakukaa sana, and it was severe. Genetic testing expensive, this country of ours. So we take the baby, they draw blood, and then it takes roughly a month or 2 before, 4 to 6 weeks before the results come. They're not done in Kenya. When he looked at the results, he was like, just what I suspected. Your baby has SME, the spinal muscular atrophy, type 1. And type 1 is the mother of all SMEs. There are different types. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4, but 1 is the most severe, and babies don't make it past 2 years. He was very direct. He was like, there is no treatment. The one that's there, ni haiko available Kenya, so you just prepare for the inevitable. I remember after that visit, we did not go to see any other doctor for 2 months, because we were like, how many doctors have we counted so far? Roughly 5, 6. You're like, all those visits, so now what are you going to see doctors for? At that time, another mom reached out and then she was like, even us were told we have the same condition. By the time her baby was older than ours, could you consider going to see this and this neurologist? So we went to see him, our current doctor. At this point, Wairimu was 7, 8 months. They're about 8.5. At that time, Novartis had a managed access program in Kenya where they used to select randomly babies who would get this medication for free. Because the price is ridiculous. You can't just raise that money evo too. So they used to select. So he entered us into the program. So we were now in waiting. We're taking care of the baby, we're doing therapy. What SME does, it doesn't just affect motor muscles, it affects all muscles, even breathing. So her breathing was quite fast. At this point, we are well nearing 1 year. And by this time, mtoto wa 1 year anafaa kuwa anakula, not just breastfeeding. And we didn't have a feeding tube. She aspirated on the food. Aspiration happens when something foreign enters the lungs. It was a very traumatizing 2 days, the 24th and 25th of November, because we're being told at the hospital they were trying to get, there's something doctors do when they try to get a central line, I don't know, to pass medication, but they couldn't find it. They just turned to us and told us, I hope mmeona tumejaribu. Yeah, that's how Ruby went. To this day, we still say I'm a mother of 2. Just that one is not here, she's in heaven, and the other is here with us. And he's the one we're fighting for. 6 months on after Ruby, and we were like, okay, we can try and have another. Now, given what we know about SMA and people who have gone through it before us, they've proceeded to have other kids who are okay. So this was entirely in our hearts. We just held on to hope and faith. We were like, our second has to be okay. So we conceive, and then the journey is, again, no issues during pregnancy. Smooth pregnancy kabisa. At month 2, the activity ya mtoto ya mwili, nimeanza kunotice something. I just noted it's gone down kidogo. But he was still raising his legs, he was still, So we were going for clinics, and I remember we went for one of the clinics and the doctor akimwassess, akasema, he's fine, I don't see anything. And then at month 2.5 or 3 months, there's something I noted with the baby, with his leg. Again, at this point, you can't tell whether it's paranoia or you're just being extra cautious. But I remember telling my husband, as much as we don't want to do this test, let's just do it for a peace of mind. Because it always seemed like we were on edge. So results come, he told us, unfortunately, it's the same as Ruby. You ever felt like you're walking through a horror movie? I remember just thinking, I cannot again. Not after like the bliss of believing that this baby wouldn't have the same condition. So for him to have it, it means his dad and myself are carriers. Again, which is something you can't guess, because we're both functional and fine. We don't have any medical issues. So it's not something you can anticipate in a baby. But the good thing is this doctor had introduced us to another drug. A drug called Risdiplam. So this drug does not work like the one by Novartis. What this one does, it supports what the baby already has. It supports that, and then he doesn't lose any more motor neurons. It's by Roche, and they have a managed access program in Kenya. In Kenya, right now, I think we're 3 families taking it, and Kiama is the youngest who's on it. We don't pay anything for it, because again, the deal is we take it and then they assess the baby over time. It's a clinical trial. He's a charming little boy. Looking at him, by the way, you can't even tell. This medication goes by the name onasimnogene, and then there's another hard word, but the simple name for it is Zolgensma. Most people refer to it as the magic drug, because what it does, remember SMA type 1 is caused by a microdeletion of a gene. So what this medication does, it introduces a copy of that gene into the body. So the body picks it up. So what this drug would mean is we would get to see our baby sit up, hold his head on his own, sit without support, stand. I think people take for granted how you can have a baby and you hold the baby up and the baby steps on you and the baby is standing. I've come to see that as a miracle. That for me, for us, would be a dream come true, an answered prayer. It would be everything. It costs $2.1 million. Dollars, not Kenya shillings. And it is one time. We've averaged it to 330, considering the costs, 330 million Kenya shillings, considering the other medical costs that would be involved. So the 330 would cater for if we would need to go where it is outside the country, or if we were to have it brought to the country, that would be sufficient. That drug has to be given to a baby before they get to 2 years. So this is a race. So that would mean he is 9 months away. We just targeted 1 million Kenyans, and we get 350 bob from each. That would be it. Like, we'd get the drug, we'd get infused, and then we get to see the miracle that happens with our little one. We can't give up on Kiama. He's a ray of light, and as his name says, he's a miracle. So we are trying to get this drug for him to get his life bettered by it.
In 1994, in Rwanda, a tragedy happened, the genocide against Tutsi. I am a survivor of the genocide against Tutsi. My name is Josiane Umuringa, and this is my story in 12 minutes. In 1994, 7th of April, when the flight of President Habyarimana shot down, is where now the preparation that has been prepared to finish Tutsi nation or Tutsi tribe started. First of all, in each and every neighborhood, they had a list of people who are designed to be killed, to die. So my family obviously was among of them. In fact, my family was the first family in our neighborhood. Indeed, is the first family. 8th of April 1994, we got 6 a.m. in the morning. We got first bombardment to my family. But luckily, the night before, one of the killers, who used to be a good friend to my brother, came to warn us 3 a.m. in the night. He said, you guys, even yourself, you know you are designed to die. But let me do my small contribution to save your life. I urge you right now to leave the house. 3 a.m. Even the neighborhood, the nation didn't know that President Habyarimana was killed. We went to the neighbors. We escalated among neighbors where we had friends. We just knocked the doors. Some didn't want to open for us. Who opened for us? We got a shelter for that night. And then they bombarded our house, and then they were so disappointed to see that nobody was in that house. First attempt to kill my family, nobody died, but it was just for a few days to spare us. After they bombarded our house, there is one room that remained standing, that I call in my book a gas chamber, because it was full of debris, of grenade, of bombs. We stayed there for, we didn't have another choice. We went to live in that house, in that smaller room, full of smoke, full of what. We stayed there for 5 days. Now the D-Day was 18th of April. I can read about it. 18th of April 1994, most of my family members took their final breath. Run and pray, where my mother was, and that was the last time I heard her soft voice. when they came towards us, we just ran for our luck. Me and my sister, we went even to hide ourselves in the killer's house. He didn't know. He was in the group of Interahamwe who were coming to kill my family. So he didn't lock his gate. We went inside, just a desperate way to hide ourselves. And me and my sister, we went inside, we sneaked inside his room under the bed, and my brother Olivier followed us. He went somewhere in avocado trees, I heard, witness said. Then they came, they killed those who were there, my mother and my siblings. They shoot them. But now they knew that they didn't kill everyone. They came to search or to look where they can find the rest of my family. When they came, apparently my brother Olivier had seen where me and my sister had it is always hard when I talk to my brother. There is a chapter in my book, I said that I live my brother's life. And when he saw that they are coming towards where he saw his young sisters went to hide, he revealed himself to distract them. And it works. They went for him to kill him. They forgot about us. Is that that's I call it in my book that I live my brother's life because he sacrificed his life to us. Yeah. And then the niece of that killer came inside the room, and then he found us. We were just shaking, crying, and he found us inside the room. He said, if my uncle is coming, he will kill you because he's searching at you. But they couldn't search in the killer's house. They couldn't imagine that we could go to hide there. And he helped us to escape their fence, back fence. They were orphanage. In the back fence, we went to hide in that orphanage. But even there, we couldn't stay. The owner of that orphanage was a good friend to my mother. We couldn't stay there for long because everyone was saying if they found us here, they will kill us with you. Is where in my book I said that we started what I called a fugitive life. A fugitive life. Today you hide in the swamp, tomorrow you hide there, but with the help, with our Hutu. In my book I call a Hutu faithful servant. He was the one who was going to hear their plan, and then he was hiding us according to their plan. Today you will be in swamp, tomorrow you will be there. According to where they will hunt that day, he will hiding us on a different way, just to help us to survive. Of course, he's the one who was feeding us. Like every 3 days, he managed to get us food because he couldn't also show that there is something he's doing fishy, that he couldn't, but he's the one God used to save us. I lost my 5 siblings and our mother. 5 we survived, and our father survived as well. So during the genocide against the Tutsi, my father was not in the country. He was in exile for 4 years. The witnesses told us we buried them here, this one. I have another brother who escaped to go to the different neighborhood. This one, they burned him in the tire, is the story we had. Yeah, of course, we couldn't get the body after 3 months, but we give them respect where they showed that they buried him. We are going to celebrate 30th anniversary, 30th commemoration of the genocide against the Tutsi. I will go back just to go to that neighborhood to bury him, to give him last respect. When I wrote that book, I was wondering, maybe he's still there, maybe he's still waiting for us, maybe he think that we don't love him. Since we buried the other, we didn't do the same thing for him. So I think my last closure will be in April when we go. Just a last respect. Yeah. Forgiving give me a peace in my heart, to see people in God's image, to see killers in God's image, that God, Jesus is still waiting for them to repent. Forgiveness is a journey. It is a journey. It is a grace, accessible grace to everyone who would like, who would want. Even in my book, I call to forgive unforgivable. As human being, what they did is unforgivable. But me, I got the grace to look to look everything in God's image. What God wants to us, what God wants to kill us, is to repent. What they did is the reason why He sent us His Son Jesus, that we can repent. Is only way, to be honest, is the only way to forgive what happened to Rwanda. Is just to look in the eyes, in the how what God wants to us is just to repent. My siblings are fine. One lives in Rwanda, another one in Canada, another one in Paris, and me, I live here in Nairobi. I would like to give my contribution. First of all, my book has a genesis, how the genocide prepared. I think if people could read that book, we can, I feel it's like a contribution for never again to the genocide anywhere in the world, not only in Rwanda, and to a further step to start engaging a phase of forgiveness, start engaging or starting. I know it is a personal journey. I know it is a hard journey, but it is a doable. It is possible to forgive and to live in peace.
I am Philip Kitoto. Man Cave event is here again. And so this is a moment for us men to interrogate, who is man? What is his duties? See, today's world has challenged the role of man in society, the place of man in the home, in the workplace, and literally in every space, because man is part of society. Man is part of literally everything that happens, demands everywhere. So it's a great time for us men to talk about ourselves, interrogate what we were meant to be. A great discussion for us all, right there at Man Cave event. Hope to see you on the 3rd of August. Please don't miss it.
Kenya, a land renowned for its dominance in middle distance running. Now, a new generation of stars in the 800 meters race has emerged.
Mafansi wako na pressure ya kuona Mary Moraa atakimbiaje. Hii medal tutapata ama tutapata.
Mary Moraa is a calculative athlete. She knows when to strike.
From Kitale to the global stage, Emmanuel Wanyonyi makes his debut at the Olympics.
Ningependa sana kuwakilisha country yangu na niende nipate any medal kwa Olympics. Si rahisi lakini napambana.
He has a very good chances of bringing home gold.
Experience the journey, celebrate the spirit. Mary Moraa and Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Paris 2024.
The oath. I, Julius Migos Ogamba, do swear that the evidence I shall give before the committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Before we start, can you pass on your documents to the clerk so that she can be able to verify documents you're carrying against the documents submitted to us? Very good. For a start, we invite you to give us a self-introduction, briefly, your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your key competences that make you feel appropriate for the position for which you have been nominated. No more than 5 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, honorable members of the Appointment Committee. I'm greatly humbled to be here today before you for my confirmation hearing, the position of CS Education. First and foremost, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya for finding it fit to nominate me to this position. Honorable Speaker, my name is Julius Migos Ogamba. I was born 57 years ago in Kisii County. I went to primary school in a school called Kenyoro, and thereafter I moved to a school called Homa Bay where I did my CPE exams. After that, I was called to Kabarak High School where I did my Form 4, and then I was called again back to that same school for my A-levels. Thereafter I passed, I was called to go to the University of Nairobi to do the degree in law. Prior to that, I did a stint as an untrained teacher in Buruburu High School under KD Handa schools those days. After graduation, I went to the Kenya School of Law, and after admission to the bar, I started my legal practice in Nairobi. I started a law firm called Migos Ogamba and Company, and thereafter, in 1996, I took a break. I went to the University of London, where I studied a diploma in the advanced legal studies. I got a diploma from there. Since that time, I've been practicing law, spanning almost 31 years as a private practitioner. I have represented various clients, both individual clients and corporate clients. I have also had a stint in politics. In 2007, I ran for parliament for Kitutu Church North, and 2017, and also in 2022, I ran for the Deputy Governor, Kisii County. In the year 2023, Honorable Speaker, I was appointed to chair the KenGen board, where I've had the opportunity to lead the board and the leadership team in that organization. I provided leadership since that time until I'm still a chair there. So I know that in leadership, you learn to lead organizations. You also have the opportunity to study in that organization. Honorable Speaker, in terms of my suitability to this position, I have had an experience, a large experience, in handling complicated matters in court. I have also had the opportunity to understand what the education docket entails. Honorable Speaker, our Constitution provides under Article 43, under Article 53, and also under Article 55 for provision of education to the children of this country. And the Ministry of Education, under the Basic Act, the Basic Education Act, and also the TVET Act, plus the Universities Act, expands that mandate so that the provisions therein are espoused and has to be undertaken by the Ministry of Education. The role of us here, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that those provisions, that mandate, is undertaken by offering leadership in policy and putting the team together so that they achieve the goals in that particular act.
That will do. I will invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question. And we expect, when questions are put, to receive concise and precise answers to those questions.
Mr. Ogamba, as you're well aware, many Kenyans have put in a lot of complaints relating to the competency-based curriculum, complaining about the lack of facilities, training of the teachers or sufficient teachers. If you were confirmed, what would you change? What is your analysis of the situation, and how would you handle it if you were appointed to this position?
Thank you, Madam Deputy, for that question. I have listened to Kenyans on the issue of the CBC. The competency, it's a competency-based curriculum that came about in order to replace the 844 system that was there before. The issues that I have identified as a challenge in the Act and as a challenge in the program are three in number. There is a problem of lack of teachers. There is also a problem of the engagement of the parents in that program. There's also the challenge of the infrastructure that is supposed to be available to ensure that the CBC is done properly. In my view, the CBC, the competency-based curriculum, is a good program that came to ensure that the children who are learning get the benefit from their talents. So therefore, what would be done is to ensure that the parents understand what is required for them to be able to assist the children when they are undertaking this CBC.
Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, I just want to understand from you, what is your take on governments continuing good policies that exist? And why I ask that question is that our cabinet secretaries continuing with the good policies that they find there. In the education sector, we have found and we have seen in the past, every time a cabinet secretary comes in there, they think by changing policies that even are working is showing that they are working. So I want to understand what your take is on that, whether you will continue with the good policies that are working. And my second question is the whole issue of the new university funding model, whether you are aware of it, and what measures will you put in place to ensure that you communicate effectively, especially to the parents and guardians, on what the new university funding model is all about?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Naisula. The question of changing existing policies in an institution that are good is, I think, something that needs to be considered. I do not believe that as a CS, if you went to the institution and you found that there are policies that are working, you need to change them. What you need to change is what is not working. So, because government is one and you operate on continuity, it's a perpetual succession, so to speak. So if you find that a particular policy is working well, you do not need to change it. What you need to do is change that which is not working. On your second question on effective communication, it is true that there is a challenge with effective communication because some of the policies are complicated. So when they are not unbundled sufficiently for the public to understand them, it brings a bit of a challenge. I think what is not in doubt is that the university funding that you refer to, without a doubt, is a good program. It's a good program because the initial funding that existed was a funding that was going to universities as a block. And in that sense, each and every student was getting it without relating what they are receiving to their needs. The new funding model is a model that is based on the need of the student and the cost of the program. So that if, for example, you are able to fund your education, then based on the fact that you are able to, you should not be financed by government. And in that sense, the little funds that are available go to meet the needs of those who are most vulnerable. So in a manner of speaking, if this unbundling was done properly, then the public would understand what it is. Because the new funding model is a funding model based on the MTI, where parents are assessed using the means testing instrument, so that we can determine what level are you, because there is a strata of 5 stages of 5 groups of students that get this funding. So the people or the students who are most vulnerable get the highest amount. Those ones who are able to fund or to fund their service, to fund their education, get the equivalent of what they are able to. For example, the most vulnerable students get 95% funding, and the ones that are able to fund themselves or are able to pay for themselves pay a total of about 60%.
Majority Leader? Yes. Jeanette?
I want to ask the nominee that, you know, Okili, I hope you know what you're getting into. Because this Ministry of Education is not a joke. This is something very big all over the country with a lot of problems. And as you are aware, there was a new curriculum that was introduced midway, sometimes back in the former regime when they were almost leaving. And that program has given children and parents a lot of problems. People don't know whether you are in primary school or secondary school or university. You just continue going to school until you find yourself in university. Because all classes, there's a mix-up. Parents don't understand it, children don't understand. So the question I wanted to ask you is, what do you think is the intention of the competency-based curriculum? What do you think it is supposed to achieve in your own view? If you have done research or if you have thought over it, as now the man who's to, if you are approved by the House. And from your own analysis, Just tell us 3 major issues that bedevill the education sector and how you intend to handle them. The second one, before I conclude, there is this new funding model that has been brought of the universities. And it's supposed to, as it has been put, it's supposed to help the needy and everyone, and the people who are in need of fees and such kind of things. But as it is today, it looks like it's not working, and it has refused to work. And it has stopped the transition from secondary to university. Many families that are poor, who are depending on help and other models, are now suffering. Their children cannot go to school. What are your thoughts on that kind of modeling? Because as far as I am concerned, that model was borrowed from developed countries and fixed here when we have not achieved that level of model. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette. Now, the question that you ask on the 3 main problems that are bedeviling the education sector is a very important question. And in my view,
first I ask you whether you know what you're getting into.
I'm coming into it. I'm coming into it, and that's why I've started with that one. Because when I thought about it, I realized that the main problem of the education sector is funding. Each and every problem that you can identify in the education sector, its root is funding. Funding in the sense that there is not sufficient money to cover all the programs and all the students in the country. So then I asked myself, just like you've asked me, do I know what I'm getting into? Is this something that I need to do to get in there? And I said, somebody has to do this job. So if you find that I'm suitable to take this position, my thoughts are the only way to solve the problem bedeviling the whole sector is to find a way of raising enough funds to ensure that the provisions of the Constitution with respect to education are covered. When I thought about it, I realized that there has not been a clear audit to find out, for instance, how many students do we have who need resources? How many funds do we have that cover these students? How many organizations are giving various assistance to these children? How many people are contributing every day towards the school fees of these children in the country? In other words, how much money is the whole country spending on education? So that we can come up to a decision on how that money can be harnessed in order to service the education sector and ensure that all the children in the country are actually get free education as stipulated in the Constitution. So I said I would take up the challenge and work with all the stakeholders to find a solution to the funding problem. The second problem that I realized needs to be tackled is there are a lot of good policies and good laws in the education sector. But I realized that perhaps we are not adhering to those particular policies. What do I mean? Nothing in the education sector that is not provided for, but people are not obeying, or they are not faithful to those policies. So we have a problem of implementation of those policies, hence the need to find a way of ensuring that implementation is up to date. The question of the new curriculum-based, the competency-based curriculum that came about, it actually started in 2012. The 844 system came to replace the 844 system, which was basically exam-based. Exam-based in the sense that you have children doing exams. When they don't pass, the ones who pass go to university or to colleges. The ones who don't pass lose their way in the middle. So it became necessary to come up with a competency-based curriculum that recognizes the competencies and the talents of the other children who may not be as good as in the exams. That is why it is a program that will help, that carries every child along. So it is a good program, but it has not been understood fully by all the parties and all the stakeholders. So one of the things that needs to be done is to unbundle the various elements of that particular CBC and have that information passed on to the public so that they can understand. So there needs to be a lot of sensitization in that area because we are now in that program.
Yes, Nelson, has he finished your questions?
The new education funding model, I referred to it earlier. It started last year. It is only 1 year into operation. We are doing the second year now. It has some teething problems. And of course, one of the challenges that it has is the means testing instrument is not wide enough to capture everybody and to be able to identify everybody's level of income in order to know the children from those homes what level of funding should they get from the university. So it is working, and it's work in progress.
Nelson, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question, Speaker, this is the most interesting candidate before us on this committee. And this is the reason why I'm saying, Speaker, I've heard him very clearly. And for the whole of his life, now he's remaining with 3 years for him to attain retirement age. Only 3 years. He has never worked in public service at all. Anywhere, he's not worked in public service. He's not been motivated or what? And in getting the suitability speaker and following what Honorable Juliet said.
He's currently the chairman of Kengen.
Just the other day, Speaker. That's something. That's the other day. In that ability, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Section 7, which I want the candidate to be able to explain to this committee and maybe to convince me what motivation has he in public service now, 3 years to his retire, while he was not motivated for the rest of his life, when he was very, very useful. Remember, Honorable Speaker, I'm not saying that he's not useful any longer. But to attain retirement age is only 3 years. Was that a headhunting or was that a reward? I want Mr. Miko to explain to this committee and the people of Kenya. This is not a joke ministry, as Honorable Bujune said. I don't know what to call. And you are coming in during a time when there is complications on CBC, funding, teachers, and so on. And you have never worked in public service. So my question is, what motivates you now at your retirement age to work in public service, Honorable Mikos, for us to approve you? What is it? Convince me.
Let's take the next Picaria.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe my question to the nominee is, basic education faces so many challenges. One of which is capitation and the addition of fee charged by schools. Secondly, there are those issues that arise because of the school feeding program. How do you plan to address these challenges to ensure timely disbursement of capitation funds and compliance with the Act provisions to eliminate additional fees, thereby ensuring accessible and inclusive education for all Kenyan children? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start with Honorable Gikaria's question on the basic education issue of capitation. The problem of capitation, or the issue of capitation, is a problem that is of a national nature. It is an issue that arises from the fact that we do not have enough resources in the country. In fact, in the capitation model, the government was supposed to do 80% of capitation to the schools. But at no time has it ever been able to give that figure either on time or in total. So there is a challenge in the money coming to the schools for them to be able to undertake their programs on time. So one of the things that may be brought to bear so that that problem is resolved would be agreeing with Treasury through Parliament that the sums of the budget of the ministry be ring-fenced, because it's a sensitive ministry, so that it gets released on time and released in totality. That is one of the ways that we can resolve the weakness in that particular area of capitation. There are programs and there are policies in place that do not allow the teachers in schools to raise or to give extra fees or levies from the parents. But there are some principals or some teachers or some schools that flout this particular requirement or this particular regulation. So therefore, what we would do is to ensure that we have a strict implementation of those policies by ensuring that we have a watertight disciplinary mechanism for those who actually flout those particular regulations and policies. On the school feeding program, it is a program that was rolled out by government to cover the ASAL counties where there are difficulties of getting food, and also the informal settlements in some towns. And it is currently covering 26 counties. We have a coverage of about 2.6 million children. And it is a program that has to be continued because it helps the students to be retained in school, and it helps them to come, and continue being in school. So what needs to be done is to come up with programs and policies that allow intergovernment agencies, for example, Kenya Meat Commission or the Cereals Board, so that we can utilize the amounts of money we have to be able to reach more children. It's a program that the government wants to continue, and it's a program that if I was nominated, I would continue to pursue. On the question of retirement age, I am not yet on that.
It's irrelevant. There's no age limit for a
no age limit.
Mary?
Thank you, Chairman. I want to pick up from where...
Honorable Speaker. That question of age was building my question, and I was asking what is his motivation in joining public service.
Yeah, let me answer about motivation, but not age.
Yes.
But
there's no age limit provided in
exactly,
any law
Honorable Speaker. But I'm also aware
on being a minister.
That is true, Honorable Speaker, and I'm not. I don't know whether you got my.
You say he has never worked in public service.
So I was
what
now,
is motivating him at this age to
now,
accept to be appointed?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for that question. Let me just say that the job that I've been doing as an advocate and working in this country, I have also represented public institutions, so that it can't be argued that because I was in private practice, I have not had any motivation to work for the public. I've also done pro bono work.
Public sector.
And as I said, I'm currently the chairman of Kengen. We have done a lot of public programs. We've been able to resolve a lot of the issues that were there pending, ensuring that for the last 1 year, our plants have been 95% available, meaning we've been able to produce electricity at that level without it going below 90%, meaning I've been actually doing some work for the public.
Mary?
Thank you, Chairman. My question to the nominee is on free and compulsory basic education. The Act provides clearly that every child, up to 11, should have free compulsory basic education. And Section 28(2) mandates the Cabinet Secretary, in consultation with the National Education Board, to ensure the establishment of all learning institutions, be it the primary, the secondary, special needs, name them. But despite all these provisions, the Kenyan parent is still waiting to see this provision coming into fruition. I want to ask the nominee, what are you going to do? Because today, even the free JSS, today parents are being charged more money than even the Form 1s. All communication circulars from the ministry have been disregarded. What are you going to do? And we're receiving concerns from Kenyans telling us how we are splashing money at all levels by various institutions, NGCDF, county government, I don't know, there's presidential bursary. There are so many bursaries. What are your thoughts towards probably seeing how those funds are harnessed to ensure that we provide free, compulsory basic education to Kenyans? Thank you.
Thank you. Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the nominee has talked about CBC. If he is confirmed, grade 9 is just round the corner. And he is aware, he has said the funds are not there, they are not adequate. So what would be his position when we get to January next year? Where will the grade 9s be? Will they be in senior secondary, or will they still be in junior secondary where there are no classes? Because there are no JSS teachers, there are no interns for that matter. Secondly, there is a problem of all schools which retain exam slips, which there have been many circulars from all the ministers who have been there that they should not be retained. What is your thought on that? And the last one is special needs schools. They have been ignored completely by the Ministry of Education. If you are confirmed, what are you going to do about the special needs schools?
With those two.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with the question on the parents being charged a lot of money by various institutions beyond what is indicated in the various circulars from the ministry. Honorable Speaker, the problem, as I understand it, is a problem that arises out of the Constitution with the formation of the the independent constitutional body called TSC. In the Constitution, TSC is in charge of all the teachers, and it handles including the discipline of the teachers. Now, what then happens is the Ministry of Education is in charge of releasing funds to schools, and when those funds are not used properly, or when the teachers do not follow the circulars, the Ministry of Education doesn't have power to discipline those teachers. They have to go through, they have to prepare a report, go through TSC to give that punishment. So what has happened because of the reforms that are taking place, there are consultations where we are supposed to work together, and what has come up is to agree with TSC so that with respect to principals, the Ministry of Education becomes an agent of TSC with respect to handling those aspects, especially where they do not follow the circulars from the ministry. So there are regulations that are being discussed as we speak, and once it is agreed, that then would be a problem of the past, because once an audit is done and it is found that a teacher has not done what he was supposed to do, then it is possible for the ministry to take action against that teacher directly without going through TSC. Then the question from Honorable Dawood, there were three. I will deal with the issue of retention of certificates, which has been a problem that has been there throughout, I think, the educational lifespan of Kenya. As I understand it, the schools are only agents of the National Examination Council with respect to certificates, so they are not supposed to retain the certificates. But there is a problem, and the problem is the retention of the certificates is because of non-clearance of fees, for example. So there is need to balance the question of the school needing its fees and the student requiring to have its certificate. So it is something that if you found that I'm fit to take up this position, would have to look into it, find out how far those discussions are, because they've been going on, and then we pick it up from there. Because I believe if it is a question of schools to Parliament, so that this is paid off, and then the children can get their certificate. So there is a possibility that there is a way that can be resolved if we come together and discuss it and see how best that problem can be resolved, because we have to get a balance. The special needs schools, under the capitation model, they do get an amount that is slightly higher than the normal schools. There are also programs and policies that require that, for example, where they need facilities, their allocation is supposed to be slightly higher. But because of lack of resources, it has become difficult to meet all their requirements. What then would be the solution to it is to come up with other programs or other thoughts where maybe we'll get partners to partner with them so that we can be able to handle the other requirements as an institution. But it is not something that I can here and now make a decision on what will be done, but I know that it is a problem that needs to be handled. Some of the children that have disabilities and other challenges are also in the normal schools, and they're integrated in those schools. But the programs or the provisions that require those schools to have the special, needs, like ramps in those schools, some of them have not been done. But again, that's because of the lack of resources. So really, if we are able to get resources, then we'd be able to handle that. On the question that he asked, Honorable Dawood asked about the junior school, where it will be domiciled, I think the presidential and they made a recommendation that the junior school needs to be domiciled in the current primary schools, so that and the reasons were two mainly. The first reason was because it is going to be cost effective, because we have an extra 2 classes that is standard 7 and 8. And then the other one was the issue of cost to the parents, where they felt that if they were to move to secondary school, they'll need to pay more for those uniforms and such other things. There was also the question of age, because it was felt that these children are much young, and if they went to join their older brothers in high school, there might be a challenge there. So there is a decision that has already been reached that these schools, these children, these year 9 will be domiciled in.
There's a point of order here from the Deputy Speaker.
No, I'm saying when you say the age, you say it very lightly, because the age is a 10-year-old going to be able to be mixed with, children of the other gender and who are 18. There's a likelihood of sexual abuse.
Yes, that is the reason.
Yeah, so make sure that that's very passionate about.
It was a well thought out decision because of those challenges where the older boys would perhaps, I wouldn't know, but they would perhaps end up molesting the younger boys, and that brings other challenges.
Point of order. But Mr. Speaker, the ones who would be in grade 9 would be the same age the Form 1s were before. So there are no 10-year-olds to go to grade 9. But what I'm asking the nominee, grade 9, they do not have the classes in the junior secondary schools or the primary schools, where if you are confirmed, and it's only 3-4 months left, if you are confirmed, where are you going to take those grade 9s? And we do not even have labs in the primary schools or JSS. So where are you going to take them? It's only 3-4 months remaining. We need to think about it.
Very quickly, while in the high schools, we will have empty 2 classes and a laboratory or 2 which are full there. So I don't know what we will use those classrooms for while we don't have them in the primary schools.
Yeah, I was actually coming to that. Thank you for those interjections. When the decision was reached that grade 9 or the junior school will be domiciled in primary schools.
Migos.
Yes.
You are answering questions as if you are a minister in office, defending a position. You are a nominee minister. The questions being put to you is for you to tell this committee whether what they're asking you, the vetting members, whether what they're asking you is okay with you, or you will institute changes, and in your view, what you will do if you become the minister. Because you are now talking as if you are defending a position you already hold, which is not the case.
Thank you for that guidance. My personal position is the decision to have the junior school domiciled in the primary school is the correct one. And it is a position that if you found it fit for me to become minister, I would enforce. And how would I do that? An audit has been done to determine that there are 16,000 classrooms that are required. So far, 3,500 are under construction, and they're likely to be ready in the next 2 or 3 months. The other 7,500, I understand, are supposed to start in October, and they'll take 3 months. The shortage that will be there then comes to 5,000. This 5,000, then we have to do a systematic check to find out whether the adjacent schools where there will be no Form 1s, the children can go and study in those particular classrooms.
No point of order, Chair.
Yes. Yeah. Majority Leader.
Chair, I had skipped asking a question because I had wanted to hear the nominee. And now that I've had him, and you have put the question very well to him, paraphrased what the Honorable Dawood was asking. And he's telling us that he is confident JSS grade 9 would sit well in primary schools, whereas many of us in this room, because we are dealing with these issues on a day-to-day basis, there are members in Parliament who will tell you there are schools that are 20, 15 kilometers apart. So if you tell us that you will have some kids taken to a school neighboring where they'll be hosted, then I can tell you it's going to be very impractical. And I think the direct question we wanted to hear from you, Mr. Migosi, was, maybe just let me start from where Kenyans are asking, because they're asking, you are the running mate of the former cabinet secretary, Ezekiel Machogu. Kenyans have been asking, is this the right person for the job? Or is he going to just be an appendage of the person he was running as deputy governor for? You are now telling us that you are confident what had been started before you even get to the ministry would work. And we have 8 classrooms, for instance, in a primary school. Secondary schools have at least 4 classrooms in a single stream school. If you take grade 9 to the primary school, you need to construct a classroom and leave a classroom empty in the secondary school. You will have no laboratories in the secondary schools, in the primary schools, whereas you have them in the secondary schools. You are telling us you need 16,000 classrooms. You said here that one of the challenges, or rather any problem that you have identified in the ministry from the briefing probably you have gotten from the PSS and other ministry officials, relates to funding. So if you have 16,000 classrooms shortage, on average a classroom will take 800,000 to $1 million shillings if done by CDF. If done by the ministry, on average it takes about 2 million shillings. So are you telling us you will, within the next 5-6 months before January, to be able to accommodate grade 9 in primary schools, be in a position to raise, is that almost 32 billion shillings for building of classrooms? And my direct question is, do you have the courage to change that which is not working in the Ministry of Education?
That, what I'm saying...
You said what I told you less politely.
Yes.
Now go
what
on.
I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is if we have a problem, we got to get a solution for it.
Right.
There is no question that year 9s will not be in class in January.
The question is,
one way or
which class? In primary section or in secondary section?
Yes. So my position was a philosophical position that domiciling it in primary school made sense. But if we find...
Now move from philosophical to practical.
Now, if we find... if we find that that philosophical position is not practical while you are in position with the facts and factors that will be provided at that point, then we got to make a decision because the children must learn. So, what I can say here, yes, thank you. What I can say here is that I'm ready to take the decision that is in the best interest of the children.
The children of Kenya.
Yes.
And you have the courage to do so.
And have the courage to do so.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Ferdinand?
And he can only...
Okay, we'll go to the next.
Let me come in.
Yes. He can only give that decision if he becomes the minister, he said.
Yes.
Let me come in now. Appointee...
Switch off your mic.
Yeah. So I just want to ask you a very specific question which I've also and going through at my constituency and I hope elsewhere as well. This is on the learner with a disability. Learners with disability in this country are facing a lot of problems. I see some of them and I said, what the hell is this? To access education has been a problem. Just because we don't have enough schools that can take care of that. Of course, there's special need to have the teachers who are specialized in that. I want you to tell me what would you do, because to be able to deal with these disadvantaged children in our society. How would you, if you became a Minister of Education, because that has not been addressed for quite some time now.
Rugara?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two questions to the nominee. The first one is, we've just come out of a strike by the intern teachers demanding confirmation And in as much as that was directed at TSC, policy on education is by the ministry, and TSC just takes care of the human resource element of the teachers. There is also a threat, as we speak, of yet another strike, which means if it is not addressed properly, then our children's learning may be interfered with. My question to you is, how do you intend to relate with the TSC, which according to the teachers is accused of high-handedness and mistreating them? And the example they give is the recent sacking of 742 interns who claim to have been unfairly and procedurally dismissed just because they exercised their constitutional right to go on strike. So how would you, as the policy maker, relate with the TSC? Number two, as regards the classes, because that is the biggest infrastructure for schools, there are areas that are highly disadvantaged. Would you espouse a policy of affirmative action in the respect of areas where these classes and classrooms are highly required?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask the nominee for education the following question. The Minister of Education disbursed a school capitation where each child is supposed to get 1,420 for primary and around 15,000 for per annum for junior secondary school. The NEMI system is based on availability of birth certificate for pupils as full proof for accountability. So you present a birth certificate and the child gets money. Kids without birth certificates end up not being given capitation, and yet they are in school and require funds. There are schools with over 1,500 kids who get capitation for only 350 kids because the other kids do not have birth certificates. This, for me, is a constitutional issue because it speaks to discrimination. That children are being discriminated in school. You're actually growing rich schools, poor schools, because children have birth certificates, others do not have birth certificates. The kids are denied funds for an administrative issue that is not their making. The ministry needs to look for a no punitive measure or a non-punitive measure to ensure schools are capitalized and every student gets his or her fair share. This has resulted to poor schools and rich schools. All schools must get capitation based on all kids in school and not only kids with birth certificates. That's the background I'm trying to lay there. Nominee, I want to ask you this. How will you stop this discrimination if you are approved as a Cabinet Secretary for Education? Secondly, how will you improve on NEMIS to ensure there's no corruption, that it captures all kids without necessarily having a birth, whether the child has a birth certificate or not? The birth certificate is supposed to get funding. I suffer that because I come from a community traditionally that has never looked for birth certificates when children are born, and therefore my schools get a quarter of the capitation they're supposed to get, and this spreads in northeastern Kenya, in other places where birth certificates has not been really a significant thing. How will you handle this, nominee? Thank you.
You can deal with those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Wanyonyi's question with respect to special schools and children with disabilities, the learners. The only solution to handle that situation is to come up with an affirmative action program. Because in a society where we have a number of our children in that weak position, it is upon us to come up with programs and support them first. So if I was to become the CS for education, I would immediately ensure that an audit is done, find out how many schools are there for these children, how many they are, and what they require, and create a specific affirmative action for them so that they can be able to be brought up to the level of the other children. That's what I would do, to access education just like everybody else. To Honorable Mugara's question with respect to the strikes and the threat that is coming up, this morning when I woke up and yesterday, the Finance Bill 2020
2023 was also declared null and void, meaning we are back to utilizing the finance bill of 2022, which means that the question of resources is shrinking even further. The threat of the strike by the teachers is based on their collective bargaining agreement, which was supposed to be effected, I think, from this July. Now, it is imperative that we arrest that situation by one, ensuring that we have clear and forthright discussions with the unions, so that we are able to come up with a solution, because they also live in this country. And why am I saying that? I'm saying that because in 2019, when we had COVID, it was not possible to sign a monetary CBA with the unions. So when TSC discussed with them, they agreed to sign a non-monetary CBA. That gives me hope that these are Kenyans and they'll be able to see the real situation on the ground and will agree to come up with a working solution, even if it is to defer some of their needs so that they do not go on strike. On the high-handedness of TSC, I plan to have discussions and meetings with them, because I believe that sometimes what creates friction is maybe non-discussions or non-meetings with these other colleagues or other players in the sector. One of the things that I think works, and I've seen it work from Kengen, where I come from, is when people have different positions and then you shoot letters to each other, then it becomes even more complicated. If we were to have the issues reduced and then we sit together, we will be able to find out what is the problem, what is the reason why they are not following or they are not adhering to the circulars that are being issued. The reason is because all of us, the Ministry of Education, the TSC, the unions, the associations, the stakeholders, the sponsors, the religious sponsors, all of us are working for the children of Kenya. So if the interest is that of the children, we should be able to get a solution to whatever problem that we face if we discuss it openly. With respect to disadvantaged areas where we need to ensure that the children have their particular classes, it is a problem that needs to be solved. And one of the ways this can be done is by partnering with other organizations. For instance, you would work with organizations to build affordable classes, from which then we could lease and pay them in installments. So we could look at the situation the way it is and come up with affirmative action to ensure that those classes are there, because those children will be disadvantaged if we don't organize for them to have the classes to be able to study. Honorable Owen, the question on the children not being captured in NEMIS. It is true. The NEMIS tool is based on the birth certificates. And where there is no birth certificate, the children are not captured. If they are not captured, then they don't get the capitation. So it is straight away a discrimination on those children, because the Constitution under Article 53 does not say the children that are supposed to be funded have to have a birth certificate. It just says the children of Kenya must get their education. So what has happened after that, I think problem was raised with the ministry. A group or a team was formed, and they have undertaken a physical census, a 50-day physical census of the children in the country, and that exercise is ending tomorrow. Once that is done, those children will be fed into the system. In the meantime, the NEMIS is not comprehensive enough. So there is a proposal to come up with a larger ICT program, which we are calling KEMIS, the Kenya Education National Management Information System, whereby it will capture not only the children from birth or from entering school, but it will capture everything else. There'll be what do you call them? You call them modules inside there that capture everything relating to the student.
so that you are given a number when you enter school and you stay with this number until you get employed. So that if you go to a particular school, it will show you've gone to this school. If you graduate, it will show you graduated with this degree. So until the time you get employed, then you can change the numbers at that point. This also helps us resolve the issue of certificates or fake certificates as are known in this country. So that problem is being addressed, and it's a genuine problem, and I believe it is something that if I became CS, I would follow personally to ensure it is done.
Yes, as Honorable Mbui comes on, nominee, would you consider when on dealing with Owen Bayer's issue, would it not be prudent for you to engage the registrar of births and deaths to go around schools and issue certificates, birth certificates to children, especially in disadvantaged areas?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, because once this exercise ends tomorrow and we have the report showing which schools or which students do not have birth certificates, then we can engage them to go and issue those birth certificates. It's a possibility.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Migos, you know, the issue of capitation is normally very low based on the amounts that are given and constantly delayed. How do you feel that you deal with this issue? Then there's also the reference all the time to free primary education, free secondary education, yet we are aware that parents have to pay for teachers that are paid for by parents under BOM, and also we have constant, every time we have exams, the parents have to pay for them, co-curricular activities, parents have to pay for them, so the uniforms, parents have to pay. So will you consider dropping this misleading term of free education from Kenyan education sector, or will you make it really free? And finally, the Basic Education Act is very clear that no child should be sent away from school for whatever reason. But this is constantly happening, because if you go to all our rural areas, you find children walking back home during the day for small amounts of money, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 shillings, 100 shillings. What will you do to deal with this menace?
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is nominee. How will you propose to enhance teachers' training, teachers' evaluation and monitoring, teachers' accountability and professional development to enhance quality education in Kenya?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Dr. Julius, your predecessor was actually a district officer, was a district commissioner. So he has a fairly feel of the different parts of this country, including the most rural and marginalized areas. I don't want to repeat what Honorable Kosing said. You haven't worked in public service, and you haven't worked in education other than getting educated. My serious concern, really very serious concern, is there are too many moving things in education. And the first thing which I want to take up with you is NACONEC. The idea of coming up with NACONEC from the beginning is to allow access to education for the nomadic children, the pastoralists, the most marginalized people in this country. But within very few years, NACONEC has been turned into some sort of paltry for all disadvantaged enclaves in Kenya, including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, and all that. Going forward, if the House approves your nomination, how will you help in terms of bringing back NACONEC online to address the mandate for which it was founded in the first place? Secondly, it is this issue of Tibet. I think honorable colleagues have touched on, but I want to repeat. The idea of having Tibet institution is once we lost the middle level colleges, I think in the late 80s and 90s, then Tibet is found that this is a serious gap in our education, particularly on the side of technical skills. With the current funding model, a lot of those youngsters are likely to drop out of those institutions. What would be your plan or a strategy to make sure that those learners remain in those institutions until they qualify? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Nominee, answer those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with the Honorable Mbui's question on the low capitation. The low capitation is an issue that is tied to the low funding in the government. As I said earlier, the government was supposed to be funding 80%, but the capitation that has been going to schools is far much less than that 80%, and that is a problem of not having enough funds coming from Treasury. And of course, there is a bigger problem in that the economy is not able to meet those obligations. And the issue relating to the primary, the schools not being free, education not being free, because of these other additions that actually sometimes lead to even the figures being higher than the school fees that is supposed to be paid, and then using that to send the children home. That is a violation of actually the policy that exists, and it boils down to the issue that I had raised earlier of the difficulty in ensuring that those who flout these laws are punished. And the solution to that is to ensure that we are able to come up with a fund that will totally cover the costs of education in the country, so that the children just go to school and the government pays for everything, so that the question of sending them home, retaining certificates do not arise. And that's what I was saying earlier, that perhaps it is time we have a conversation as to what is the actual amount of money in this country is everybody spending on education, and what is the amount of money in this country that we need yearly to cover for all the children, so that it is completely free. If that audit was done, on one hand, the amount of money from various units, because you go to CDF, you find a bursary, you go to counties, there's a bursary, you go to the private sector, there's a bursary, there are scholarships that come from other institutions that cover certain parts, but nobody has done an audit to find out for sure how much, and then there's capitation, etc. How much is it that is going to this particular sector called education? Because it then happens that because there is no coordination, there is duplicity. Some people get more. Some people get more than 3, 4 amounts coming from the various institutions. Others get nothing. So if we did on the one hand that particular audit, and then on the other one we find out for sure how much do we need per child from class 1 all the way to university. If we find then that there is a gap, then we come up and find out how do we fill that gap. I wouldn't say what it is, because once you do it, you might find that we actually have more money than we need, in which case we'll be okay. But if we find that there is less money, then what do? Do we come up with an education bond, for example, to cover that part so that every child goes to school for that period? So it is time we need to have that conversation, including with the private sector, because the private sector, when they give scholarship, they are giving to these children. So if we come together as a country, we will be able to solve that problem. The challenge that we have now is everybody operates in isolation.
everybody's doing their things in isolation. You can't read what is happening. One arm, you can't see what is happening on the other side. But if we were open, transparent, and then we say, this is what we have, this is the problem we have, then we will be able to solve it. So that is the way I would go into it to solve this problem once and for all. Indeed, on the question of uniforms, for example, if it was taken up by government, for example, we have NYS, they can do the uniforms, we can work with other textile companies, then these ones do the uniforms and we distribute them to the children. So we would have solved that problem of uniforms. But we have to have that conversation to see what is the best way that that can be resolved. Honorable Mule, teachers training. We now have the new CBC system, and teachers have been undergoing a lot of training and retooling. For instance, next year we don't have Form 1s. What is going to happen to the teachers who have been teaching Form 1? So we need to address that question. The teachers who are teaching Year 9, are they well equipped to do that teaching? In fact, when I was talking to TSC yesterday or the day before, they told me there has not been a rationalization of teachers. There are situations where, for example, in primary school as we speak, they have an excess of 18,000 teachers. And this excess of 18,000 teachers came about by the issue relating to delocalization, the removal of that policy of delocalization. Then on the other hand, we have 400,000 teachers who are trained and they are not employed. On the other hand, we have a shortfall of 106 teachers, 106,000 teachers that we need to bring in for us to be able to do the CBC up to the level where we are. So we have a problem of policies that operate in cross purposes. So there is room for us to sit down and rationalize and say, are these the type of teachers we need for this course? If I can go further, I was talking to the university team and they said, in this year, 173 students have applied to go to the university. 53,000 of those are teachers. They are going for education. So we already have 400,000. We have 53,000 applying to come in. We then have universities that are not able to meet their obligations, but they are offering these courses. Are they offering the right courses? So it is a question of us sitting down and looking at the whole sector to try and understand what is really ailing us vis-a-vis what we are offering. Because you cannot be offering courses where you have 400,000 people already out, you are bringing in 53,000 just because we employed 58,000 the other day. So everybody thinks when I come out, I'm going to get a job. In 4 years, we'll be having 600,000 teachers or 700,000 teachers. But on the other hand, we have 18,000 that are not told properly to deal with the system that we have. And all this comes to us, and that duplicity works backwards to raising the cost of education in this country. So what we need to do is frank, be forthright, and say, let us look at this problem in its entirety and look at it so that we can get a solution. And if every day when you wake up making a decision in the education sector, under Article 129, and you say you are doing this for the benefit of the children, you will make the right decision. You will make the right decision and this problem would be resolved. Going to Russell's question on not having worked in the public sector, I'm very passionate about the public sector. As I sit here, I have educated over 600 children. They've gone to various universities and various schools. I come from a humble background. I have seen what education can do. And I know when you disadvantage a child, you've taken away their life. Because without education is the only thing that can help children in this country move to where they are supposed to be. So we must, as we wake up, if you are in the sector, ask yourself, this decision I'm making, is it for the benefit and the interest of the child? If you find that the answer is no, and you're in the public sector, then you're in the wrong place. You must answer that question correctly. So in terms of NACONEC, it is true, it was a program that was supposed to deal with the ASAL areas. But the disadvantage in, for example, Northeastern,
is not different from the disadvantage from a child who lives in the slums in Mathare. They are both Kenyan children. So if we are able to get enough resources to cover for the children in Northeastern, we should be doing it for those other informal sectors. The question should be, how do we raise the funds so that we move from covering 2.6 million children to 10 million children, because they are all children of this country. So what we need to be working on is not reducing what NACONEC is doing, but expanding it. Is not reducing what the school feeding program is doing, but expanding it. Because with that expansion, you know, somebody who is hungry in Northeastern is the same hunger that somebody suffers in another place. So we just need to accept that we are all Kenyans and we need to resolve the problems that we have in the best way possible. So if I was to become nominee, I would expand NACONEC. I would not reduce it. I would look for resources to ensure that, you know, this, and even the children who are following their parents, create caravan schools so that they go together with their parents and they are being followed to study. So that, I mean, it is not rocket science. Those children are our children. We're in this country. Yeah? And we cannot have a country where you do not enjoy the benefits of the country.
Sharia.
Oh, he has not answered the question on Tibet.
On Tibet.
Tibet.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Concise and precise.
The Tibet is a very important program. The Tibets are being constructed in all the 290 constituencies. We have done, no, they have done 252. I think there are 52 remaining. And what I would do for Tibet is create the Tibet colleges in the country and isolate a few to become centers of excellence. Because what is happening is, like, we are in Kenya and we have countries like Sudan, Congo, and they are not as advanced in the Tibet using the technical studies as we are. So that we can have students coming from other countries to study in our colleges here in order to raise the funds. With respect to the dropout is because of the funding. So as a government or as a country, we need to start thinking what other revenue, self-revenue collection, raising revenue methods can we come up with so that we can be able to sustain ourselves. And that is part of it. The other thing that needs to be done is we have major projects that take place in the country. We need to develop a mechanism where, if we are going to undertake, say, the expressway project, we identify how many trades, how many disciplines are in that project, so that we inbuild a component in the project where the students from these Tibet colleges would work in that particular project, both as learning, because the Tibet you do 50% in class and 50% with the industries, and work with the industry so that we do not lose that momentum. So we need to keep going and expanding.
Thank you. Sharia. Kama huna swali ni sawa sawa.
Niko na swali, Bwana Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Bwana nominee, there is a lot of uproar in the education sector, and I was glad when you picked the issue of the finance bill. I'm not sure if you're aware of the High Court judgment on the constitutional petition 371 of 2021, Nelson Harvey versus Cabinet Secretary for Education, and 7 others on the CBC. What's your take on the judgment?
I haven't had a chance to look at the judgment. Maybe when I get a chance to look at it, then I'll get back to you. I actually not looked at it. Thank you.
Mishi.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, there's been a tendency whereby some TSC teachers, when they are posted to ASAL areas, they refuse to go on the basis of insecurity. This has really disadvantaged the learners from those areas to an extent that some of them drop some subject because they don't have teachers. What policies are you going to put in place to ensure that these students or learners from ASAL areas are not disadvantaged in terms of education. My second question, there have been recent research and it has been noted that there's quite a number of girls dropping from school due to early pregnancies. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure that these girls are given a second chance to learn and they're not expelled from school until they are ready to give birth? And after giving birth and having maternity, they can be reinstated back to the school so that they finish their education. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mukami, Amisi, Caleb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to know the nominee, what your views on the continuous delay of the disbursement of HELB loan. It has become a thorn in the flesh. Most university students are on the streets on the same, and also the arbitrary increase in the university fees that is now making education look like a privilege rather than it's supposed to be for everyone. Then lastly, Speaker, the late Dr. Griffin, the former founder of Starehe Boys Center, where I schooled, once told us that if you are given a glass or a coffee cup, you wash it as if there's not any other coffee cup that has been washed before. And the nominee, you are going to a very sensitive ministry. We've heard all these stories now and before on how you expect to do. Education, to me, is like an economic necessity to this country. It's a major pillar of any nation. And Honorable Speaker, from even the elementary to secondary to the university, if you look at the Asian countries, the development parts of Singapore, South Korea, Japan, it mostly was on education. They streamlined the education sector. When you report to office upon approval, if in case you are approved, what is these radical measures you are going to introduce in that ministry? What is this miracle? How are you going to perform the miracle, and what are the paraphernalias of this miracle? Because we need to see, we've been hearing these stories. So what is this that you're going to see in the Ministry of Education for once, when maybe in 100 days of your service to that ministry?
Answer those, Migos.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To Honorable Mish's question on the northeastern teachers refusing to go because of insecurity, this has been a teething and thorny problem for TSC, and the only way this can be done is if we work together with the Ministry of Interior to come up with the parameters and strategies to ensure that the teachers are secured. And one of those would be perhaps coming up with low-cost boarding schools so that the student can be studying in one place that can be easily secured. On the question of girls' pregnancy, the ministry's policy is that they are not supposed to be sent away and they are supposed to be given a chance to come back and continue with their studies. We don't have a policy where if they become pregnant, then that's the end of their life. That changed. It was there before, but it has since changed. To Honorable Amisi's question on the continuous delay on HELB loans, this again is a problem of the resources being released on time and the issue relating to the collections of those who have already gone before. I understand that there is a study that is going on to find out whether HELB can come up with a bond to ensure that they have enough resources to cover the students so that we avoid this problem. On the issue of the increase on fees, I understand the fees has not increased for the programs. What has happened is that before, the program's cost was not being indicated. Now with the new funding model, the program amount is being indicated and the parents are thinking the fees has been increased from what was being given as capitation. So the fees, as I understand, are not increased, and what would happen is
under the new funding model, the student is still getting funded through the scholarship and help as to ensure that they are not paying more than they were supposed to be paying before. On the question of what I would do...
Excuse me, Mr. Nominee, you know when you said that the money being indicated as school fees is the actual cost as costed by the ministry. But when a parent in the village receives a school fees, invitation admission letter that has 350,000, 450,000, can you imagine the panic you're causing across the country? It is careless and not strategic. This is how you build anger in the country. So the letter should just have the exact cost per household cost, not the full amount, because the rest is being covered by the Higher Education Fund and help. So I hope you're going to change that if you're confirmed.
Thank you, Madam.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe Mr. Migos, you could also tell us in relation to that university funding, what would be your view on the funding using public resources of students who are in private universities? Well, across the country we have universities and campuses that are almost closing down because they don't have students being sent to them by COOPS, or the Kenya Colleges and Universities Placement Services.
Speaker, allow me briefly. On the same issue on the university funding model, the students, you have to have a criteria on determining who's the most vulnerable or poor. And what we have seen is that you have a category of children of single parents and a category of children who are orphans. And you give different, what measures will be put in place to ensure that you actually get the most vulnerable in the community and not disadvantage them in the new university funding model?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finish the other round.
Yes, I was going to... the issue of the miracle that I would do in 100 days. There is no miracle that I'm going to perform. That there is a problem in the sector and is a problem that needs to be faced head on. So there will be discussions on what do we do to solve those problems, and I will not be able to do it alone. But I will offer leadership and hold discussions and consultations with each and everybody who is involved in the sector. For example, with respect to not having enough classes so that the children can be in school, the year 9 children can be in school in January, is an immediate problem. So that's a problem that takes priority that we need to look at and solve. So I can't sit here and say I have a miracle solution to all the problems that are there, but what I can do is say I'm ready and willing and able to offer leadership to get the kind of solutions that are required in the sector.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say miracle in literal terms. Honorable Speaker, when you stand to be a president of Kenya, you know what ails the country. You tell the people, this is the problem of this nation. This is what I want to solve. That's what I need to hear from the nominee. This is the problem of the Ministry of Education. This is how I intend it to solve. You can't say, I will get there and consult. What are you consulting on? On what?
Because Waswahili wanasema kila shetani na mbuyu wake.
Thank you. What I can say is the challenge, as I said earlier, is a question of funding. So when I get to office, if you sit fit to approve my nomination, I see a solution in this way. In the monies that we are giving to the education sector, which is 27% of the budget, is this fund being used for the purpose for which it was meant? The UNESCO recommendation is that any country should spend not more than 20% of its budget in education. So we are spending 27. We are already above by 7%. It is not going to be possible to get probably more funding from the central government. So the solution must be
by Emasi and somebody else duplex applications of public resources.
Yes.
Take the issue of bursaries. The MCA is giving bursary, the Member of Parliament is giving bursary, the Women Rep is giving bursary, the Governor is giving bursary, your ministry is giving bursary, banks are giving scholarships, and many other organizations. Apart from the banks, all the others are drawing money from the same source. And sometimes you find fraudulent activities where one child gets a bursary from each of those giving bursaries. How are you going to reform the bursary scheme that will largely contribute in saving probably even 10 billion shillings?
Yes, Chair. We also have TVET and also the technical schools doing the same thing.
Yes, I do. So as I had indicated earlier, because we've not done an audit of how many amounts of how much money is being used for this particular sector, that is the first thing I would commission, an audit to find out how much money is out here for the...
And do you have the courage to dismantle these cartels?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. You are asked by Jeanette.
Yes, I'm going.
You know what you are walking into.
Yes, I understand that. There are cartels and other people, but we come at this time, at a critical time when there is a crisis. Using this crisis, it is very possible to dismantle the cartels, because with the support, the political support, the parliamentary support, and the support from the public, if we say today that we know you've been doing the wrong thing, we will report you. Somebody would think twice before they continue with what they are doing. So I would use this crisis to dismantle the cartels that exist there. But on the issue of private universities that Mheshimiwa Ichung'wa asked, what the students who are going to private universities are getting is the loan facet, not the scholarship. So, and this is born out of the contention that the parents have chosen to take their children to private universities. They should be able to fund that. So they are getting the loan portion of the funding, not the scholarship portion.
That is under the new funding model.
Yes, that is under the new funding.
There are students who are ongoing under the old DUC system.
Yes, the ongoing students under the DUC system are still getting the capitation. And speaking as an advocate, I think once you give somebody a right, if you start taking it in the middle, it becomes a bit bad. So I'm thinking that maybe...
my question was, what's your opinion on funding, using public resources to fund students in private universities? Rather, even start from placement. Yes. Why do we have to place students in private universities while we have not filled up all the vacancies we have in public universities built on public resources, all reeling in huge debt because they don't have adequate resources since they don't have students? If approved, would you push COOPs to send more students to private or to public universities, irrespective of whether it's just because even the loan element is public resources?
Yes. What I think can be done is to review the policy that is in place. Find out how did that policy come to be, because it is ongoing. The one for the new funding model has changed, but the previous one on capitation was a policy that was in place and was going on. So, and then we can do up the math and find out if it's just maybe 2 years that are remaining or 3. But it's not something that I can speak to at the moment. It is something that perhaps that I need to do more research on in order to be able to come to an informed decision.
Yes.
Madam Linsuda's question on how do we determine who is the most vulnerable.
The tool that is used is called the means testing instrument that has 8 parameters. We think that those parameters are not comprehensive enough because it does not identify and they are not linked sufficiently to determine what the incomes of those parents are. So what we think is that it needs to be expanded and linked, because what has happened is you would find the rich not feeling the proper figures and the poor, because sometimes of lack of knowledge, they do not put in the right information. So we need to come up with a tool akin to the psychometric test, where you can put so many answers, but at the end you get the correct result.
Because I'll be more comfortable if you say, if confirmed, I will come up with a tool.
If confirmed. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. If confirmed.
Thank you, Chairman.
Because you are going to give policy direction to the ministry.
Yes. If confirmed.
Yes. So when okay. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. But I will not talk again, but I wanted to just say to the nominee, if you get this opportunity to serve Kenyans in that docket, because I've listened to you carefully and you keep talking about money. All your solutions seem to be around having a budget. I want to assure you that as a parliament, we are just about to pass a very rationalized budget, where budget cuts are across the whole, all the ministries. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yes, because I think we'll end there. There are some Kenyans sending in messages. Many you have answered. One says, ensure TVET students get their certificates from their colleges within a month of graduation. Dealt with. Workers with disabilities are forced to renew exemption certificates every 5 years when their status does not change. I think that is valid. Another one has said, what are you going to do about mushrooming boarding schools, especially in Kisii, that have no facilities? Another one is asking, what is going to be the fate of P1 teachers after the transition? Last, another one asks, what will you do about the imposition of extravagant uniform expenditure on students by schools? Buy a long-sleeved sweater, a short-sleeved sweater, 2 pairs of shoes, 2 pairs of trousers, so many things, when in many family setups, children use one pair of clothes until they're exhausted because of lack of money. Now going to school, uniform is costing more than the fees.
And you have to buy from that school.
And then you are obligated to buy from a designated retailer. Those are the cartels we were telling you about. What will you do about that?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the rationalized budget, I agree that it's going to affect a lot of operations, so we will have to look inside and see where to cut inside the operations in areas where maybe it's not a priority, so that we can attend to the most important aspects in the ministry. Workers forced to renew every 5 years their certificates. That, I think, is a question that needs to be taken up with the organization that deals with this, the relevant ministry, so that we can work together and maybe have that particular requirement removed because the person position does not change. The mushrooming boarding schools, this is a question of the registration requirements. It means there is a weakness there. We'll need to look at the quality assurance to ensure that the registration of the boarding schools meet the requirements of the ministry. P1 teachers, they'll have to be retooled and absorbed into the new program, so that they do not, because they are permanent and pensionable.
Let's end there. Let me now ask you a few questions. Do you hold any leadership in any political party?
No, Chairman.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report?
No, Chairman.
We received a memorandum. Unfortunately, I'm told it was not sent to you. You can respond to it and send an email to the Secretariat from one David Ogega Ochwangi.
Yes, they actually
You got
sent,
it?
I got it and I filed a response.
You've responded?
Yes.
Okay.
I've sent it so you could.
The clerk thought you had not received it. You've
I
responded to it.
I rely on that response, yes.
Is it factual?
The response? No, it's not factual. It's, I'm not the one who signed those documents. And I have documents from the committee confirming that position.
What is your net worth in terms of personal wealth?
I'm worth 790 million.
790 million. Made up in...
It's made up of largely land, and I've got tea, I've got trees, and vehicles, farm equipment, and of course the income from the law firm.
Thank you, Migos. We have also checked your documents submitted to the Secretariat and compared with what you had sent earlier, and we find them to be in order. You are consequently held. You are released to go.
I want to thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity and honorable members. And I want to also thank the many Kenyans who sent me messages of goodwill. Thank you, and I hope I'll find favor with yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Yes. You want to pass here? Yes. Do you need any health break? 5 minutes.
Just like that.
For all your sporty news updates,
This is the first time I'm actually holding a sword.
it's fun conversations.
Tell me something, why jersey 14?
There was Thierry Henry, this jersey 14 where my mom bought me his jersey.
Great entertainment, rib-cracking laughter,
Yeah, that's our director.
and insightful banter.
Tell us about that rivalry with the Kani Simbine.
When you get to track, there's no friendship.
Eliud, what's your favorite food?
Favorite food is
Yes.
ugali.
Join us every Monday at 10 p.m. with NTV sports gurus Bernard Ndong and James Wakabi. Sport on NTV, your home of sports. Spot On, brought to you by DSTV.
Dial star 423 hash. Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
I've made up my mind. I am going to divorce Mirta.
Under no circumstance am I going to accept that you end your marriage because of me.
What I'm trying to tell you is that your husband is in this situation because he meddled with the wrong kind of people.
What do you mean? Who are you talking about?
Are you sure you're all right?
No! You're my husband, Alvaro!
You are the one.
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
Kenya, a land renowned for its dominance in middle distance running. Now, a new generation of stars in the 800 meters race has emerged.
Mafansi wako na pressure ya kuona Mary Moraa atakimbiaje. Hii medal tutapata ama tutapata.
Mary Moraa is a calculative athlete. She knows when to strike.
From Kitale to the global stage, Emmanuel Wanyonyi makes his debut at the Olympics. Ningependa sana kuwakilisha country yangu na nipate any medal kwa Olympics. Si rahisi lakini napambana.
He has a very good chances of bringing home gold.
Experience the journey, celebrate the spirit. Mary Moraa and Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Paris 2024.
75 days since the last day of last season. We are ready to do it all again. Phil Foden is having the season of his life. Brilliant! Just brilliant! That is quite something!
Dial star 423 hash. Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
For Mutiso, the 2024 London Marathon victory earned him a spot at the biggest stage of world athletics, the Olympics.
Nilikuwa napenda tu nikienda nikikimbia sana kwa sababu hata wazazi wangu walikuwa wanataka kunituma sana kwa sababu naenda haraka. Maombi yetu ni tulete mendo kwa Kenya.
Are you ready? Kona moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Apu dem, apu dem, apu dem, apu. Kona moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Apu dem, apu dem, apu dem.
Kwa sherehe tumefika.
Lete king'ari nikusetie kifuaka. Niko na dem, mwenye kona dem pia. Masa flani ikifika na wachangamkia. After scene kabaridi sezi nkatulia.
Tunakubali. Gateka. Gateka. Kila mtu.
Cash pop za Nyandarua ni mawaru.
Only
on NTV.
The Trend, brought to you by the Year Account from Cooperative Bank.
Get that man, better save that money, alafu. Yeah. Lazima tutafute, tukafunge. Yeah. Life jipe, na sio kesho.
Make it happen right now, not yeah.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Ready to have your mind blown.
Kanadia Katame na niko ndani.
Truly, the Speaker. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss. My left is Sarah Kyoko, our Deputy Clerk. I'll invite members who are your former colleagues to introduce themselves for the record, starting with Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shogo.
Junet Mohammed, Suna East.
Nelson Rapkoech, Belgut.
Security Kosing, David.
David Gikaria, Nakuru Town East.
Mary.
Emase Mary, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud, North Meru County.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Dido Raso, Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Mishimboko, Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Caleb Amisi, Saboti. Stephen Mule, Matungulu.
Honorable members, we will now proceed. I should disclose that the nominee was my pupil in her early years in my law firm. I should have done so with Kindiki as well. But, pardon? Yes, I have bragging rights. We will administer an oath before we proceed. You may select to take the Bible or the Quran or affirm. Which one do you take? Bible. Hold it in your right hand and recite the oath.
I, Rosalinda Soipantuya, do hereby swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank Rosalinda Tuya, we invite you, after signing the oath, to introduce yourself, name, your education background, your work experience, and your key competencies that make you think you are suitable for the appointment to cabinet. In 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will start off by stating how privileged I am to be appearing before this committee in, mid-term through an otherwise 5-year term, which is what I perceived to be. But even more privileged that I come in another capacity as the nominee for the Ministry of Defense. For purposes of introduction, I am Rosalinda Soipantuya, former member of Parliament. I pride myself to have served for 3 terms. 2 terms as at the National Assembly and a very short 3rd term as a member of the Senate. In terms of education background, I'm a lawyer by training, having done my Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi. I have also acquired a diploma in law through the Advocates Training Program at the Kenya School of Law. and I have a Master of Laws in Sustainable International Development from the University of Washington in Seattle. I have had occasion to serve in various capacities at the private sector through development work. I have worked with the USAID. I have worked with the Kituo cha Sheria in advancing public interest litigation. I have also had occasion to serve as a member of the executive in the capacity of Cabinet Secretary in charge of environment, climate change, and forestry. Mr. Speaker, in terms of suitability for the position that I have been nominated to, the array of service that I have had occasion to be in, both in the public sector, the private sector, and in the civil service as a Cabinet Secretary, really posture me for this position as Cabinet nominee for Defense. Mr. Speaker, and my legal background and training from my conception of the role ahead of me, it's largely a policy role in terms of analysis of policy, design of policy, and oversight of implementation of policy. And I believe that my role and experience in the three fields posture me well for the assignment ahead. The assignment ahead, should I be confirmed by this committee, again is largely a heavily constitutional office. You will find that the defense sector or the defense space and indeed national security really has the Constitution and Parliament as the bedrock of operations of the role ahead of me. So in appreciating and thanking His Excellency the President, William Ruto, for nominating me for this position, I believe that I have the requisite experience and training for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll ask the Deputy Speaker to have the first shot at questioning you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can also make a confession that the nominee was my student at University of Nairobi, but that will affect my judgment. Honorable Soipan, like you said, that the defense docket is highly regulated by law and rules and standing orders and military procedures. We have the Constitution and the Kenya Defence Forces Act, which establishes the position of Cabinet Secretary for Defence, who is then the principal advisor of the President on defense policy, while we have the Chief of Defense Forces, who advises the military on operational and administrative matters. So, despite these two distinct roles, is a potential that there can be an overlap. How do you intend to manage that relationship? Because that is probably the most difficult thing in the position. Thank you.
Go ahead, Soipan, and we expect concise and precise answers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of my role as CS for Defense, upon confirmation by this committee, I understand my role as being that of principal advisor to the President on matters of policy, also a heavy advisory role to Parliament on matters policy formulation, assessment of the capabilities of the Kenya Defence Forces, and any attendant action to ensure maximization of our capability. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the distinction between, I have no military background, and the Ministry of Defence has both a uniformed unit and a civilian unit. My role upon confirmation again will be chair of the Defense Council, the composition of which is consists of the Chief of the Defense Forces, the CDF, and the service commanders. I am a team player by design and by practice. I am also very consultative in my leadership philosophy, and this is a skill set that I will have to employ heavily in terms of the need to understand the operational and administrative role of the uniformed side of the ministry for complementarity, but also to give me a competitive edge in terms of bringing my expertise from the civilian aspect, borrowing and learning from the uniformed aspect, so that my advisory role on policy is going to be rich and sufficient to advise the Commander-in-Chief as well as my interaction with Parliament. So I am confident that I will bring a team spirit to the ministry, and particularly at the level of the Defense Council, which is where I will be interacting with the service commanders. Thank you.
Majority Leader. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, being one among the lucky 10 or so who were reappointed after the dismissal, what would you tell us would be at least one of your key achievements as Minister for Environment and Climate Change before the dismissal? And also Kenya having hosted the African Climate Change Summit last year and being one of the principal proponents of carbon markets trading. And that responsibility was in your office as Cabinet Secretary to enter into either multilateral or bilateral trading agreements for carbon credits. What would you say were your major achievements in that space in terms of trading carbon credits to be able to generate resources for our country?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My role as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry was one of them, beside being the overall leadership on policy matters in the ministry. The environment and climate change sector is one that is cross-cutting across many sectors, but also at the various two levels of government, both national and county governments. I pride myself in successfully coordinating the various players in the environment and climate change sector, to the extent that Honorable Majority Leader, the success of the Africa Climate Summit, for example, was really a global event that brought the world to Nairobi and required a lot of heavy coordination. My other key priority as a CS Ministry of Environment was our ecosystem restoration program, the 15 billion tree growing program, which again, I believe I attained a significant amount of success in rallying the country to appreciate, right from individual Kenyan levels to ministries, departments and agencies and the various levels of players, to come together and rally around ecosystem restoration as a critical component of our climate action. The Africa Climate Summit was a success by all design, in that Kenya did a heavy lifting of a job in spotlighting the potential for Africa to become a very critical solution provider for the climate action, the globe over, and dispelling the prevailing portraying of Africa as a victim, you know, the underdog in terms of the area of climate action, and posturing Africa, Kenya, as part of a critical solution provider. In the issue of carbon markets, Honorable Speaker, again, it's a mark of success for me. Kenya is touted as the top leader in carbon trading in the region of Africa. But in terms of the transparency of it, how much it impacts the lives of everyday Kenyans, and how much of that profiling of Kenya as top in the carbon markets contributes to the GDP of the country was really not there. And what I did immediately I came into the ministry was focus on formulating a legal framework through amendment of the Climate Change Act to bring transparency, accountability, and bring out the issue of benefit sharing for communities around the carbon markets. And it is instructive to note that carbon trading is a very nascent space over the globe now as a form of innovative climate financing. And just immediately before I left the ministry, we had already set up structures ready for full implementation of the new legal framework around carbon trading. And I believe it's going to be of benefit to Kenyans. It's going to be of benefit to investors in the form of project proponents, and most importantly, to communities. Thank you.
Minority Leader, you skip? Yeah. Yes, Nelson.
As the chairman of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, I'll be directly oversighting you, Madam Soipan. In my 2 terms,
if confirmed.
I was going there. You guys are interrupting my apologies. If confirmed, my 2 stints in Parliament has allowed me to see 4 generals, as both as just a member of Defense Committee and now as a chairman, and 3 cabinet secretaries. And the biggest issue, Madam Soipan, Honorable Soipan, has been the lack of appreciation from the civilian side of the military units and formation. They feel that the civilian side is overreaching and sometimes overbearing. They want to, you know, by the time someone becomes a general, it takes about 35 years of hard work and merit. Every step in the military is merited. And sometimes because of our, you know, short stints in the portfolios that we get, they have a feeling that sometimes the cabinet secretaries or the civilian side are overreaching. What do you think he will do differently, Honorable Soipan?
Hold will take Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Soipan, in your previous docket at the Ministry of Environment, you are at the forefront and very instrumental in the national tree growing campaigns. Kenyans and many of us were concerned about the amount invested in the various government officials, such as cabinet secretaries who traversed the country in choppers to participate in tree planting drive. While these exercises could have been conducted by the governors and the counties and our members of parliament and the people at the community level. Now that Kenyans are very keen on austerity measures, what will you make sure, what will you do? And you first tell us what was the justification, or what did you have in mind as a cabinet secretary to see all those resources spent on choppers to go and plant trees? The second question is the issue of deployment of KDF in our homeland. We saw recently how KDF was deployed in inland or homeland without it being passed in Parliament. And we did it the next day hurriedly, even without members of Parliament deliberating on that matter. I would like to get your view on this. And also deployment of KDF in parts of North Rift, parts of our country. And the true feeling on the ground is that they do not respond fast when they are needed. They say they have to wait for orders. And the questions the civilians and the communities are asking, then why are you there in the first place if you cannot be the first respondents when something happens, when the bandits attack, and you have to wait for orders from somewhere else? And Chairman, the last question is that there are projects which were done by KDF in the last administration. Some are complete, but payment has not been done. Will the payment, do you think there should be continuity in government projects while others are incomplete, but 2 years down the line they have not been embarked on? Do you think continuity should be there, because there should be value for money?
You can respond to those two.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question by the Honorable Nelson Koech on the probability of my overreaching my mandate from the civilian side and infringing on the uniformed side of the ministry, I can give assurance to all the players in the Ministry of Defense that upon my confirmation as CS Defense, that as I had said earlier, I'm very heavy on team playing. I'm also a fast learner, Honorable Koech, and I'll have a lot of learning to do in terms of the military operations, the administration. And in order for me to effectively exercise my overall oversight, the overall policy direction and advisory, I will need to critically understand those operations without infringing or interfering with those very distinct roles of the uniformed units of the ministry. That I can give assurance. I'm also very, very consultative in my leadership style. Honorable Naisola, the issue of tree growing and choppers by cabinet secretaries. My main role as CS for environment in the tree growing activity was really coordinatory. And you will appreciate, Honorable Naisola, that the nature of the ecosystem restoration program is that it has to have everybody on board, from individual Kenyans, private sector, and all government agencies. So it cannot be the preserve of even the Ministry of Environment, and that is why we were very heavy on the whole of government and whole of society approach to the tree growing program. In the coordinatory role of when I was CS Environment, we did not make any provision for transport or logistics arrangements for cabinet secretaries when they were exercising their, when they were doing their ministerial activities around tree growing. So any cabinet secretary who traveled by chopper, by road, really it was outside of my mandate and scope, and therefore I cannot speak to that. The only thing I can say is that during the second national tree growing program, and having noted a number of concerns raised by Kenyans around the heavy presence of helicopters and heavy spending around tree growing, again we addressed that at cabinet level, and making sure that the exercise was again very grassroots centered. The coordination by the Kenya Forest Service and other entities at the community or the grassroots level, or at the forestation levels. And therefore, in terms of resources, I had no mandate to resource anybody to go out and plant trees. Actually, my role was only coordinatory. In terms of the second question, Honorable Lesuda, on deployment of KDF, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for Kenyans to understand the core mandate of the KDF, and one of which is the defense and protection of the territorial integrity of the country, as well as the country's sovereignty. The other two key functions of KDF revolve around internal deployment and it comes in two forms. This is a constitutional mandate of KDF on one facet, and this is should be Article 241(3)(b) of the Constitution, where KDF can come in to assist and cooperate with other agencies in instances of emergency and disaster. An example of which is the deployment of KDF to assist during the flooding situation, where we lost a lot of lives in Mai Mahiu. In that instance, deployment happens, and then a report is made to Parliament. And it is also important to note that under that particular deployment of assisting and cooperating with other agencies, the KDF is not the front line. The front line is these other agencies, and it is the case with the northern Kenya deployment. So these other agencies are the front line, and KDF comes in to assist and cooperate. The other very important facet of deployment is Article 241(3)(c). And Mr. Speaker, this is the aspect of deployment which cannot happen without the authority of Parliament. And this is the deployment of the KDF forces to keep peace in instances of instability in the country. And that cannot happen without the express approval of Parliament. And in that instance, the KDF take the front line in terms of operations. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the deployment that happened during the recent unrest. The deployment happened around the assistance and cooperation with other agencies. So it is not the 241(3)(c) where KDF takes the front line. And what happened is that the CS then did the deployment via gazette notice for KDF to assist the National Police Service, and the following day came before Parliament to seek authority for 241(3)(c). But the 241(3)(c) was never effected. The only effect was done on 241(3)(b) on assistance. And the reason why, in my thinking, that the deployment under 241(3)(c) never happened is because upon the court case, which I believe is still live, and I will not speak to the merits or demerits of the case, is that the court then mandated the government to expand on the scope, the nature, and the duration of the deployment, and that was done through a subsequent gazette notice, which then gave a broader definition of the deployment across the country, and until the unrest situation is addressed. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, there's one more question, but allow me also to say that all the operations of KDF, and indeed under the principles of national security is subject to the Constitution. National security is subject to the authority of Parliament, and I will, upon confirmation, be very keen to focus on the need to strictly adhere to the constitutional provisions with regard to deployment. Honorable Lesuda, with regard to the slow nature of movement by KDF, of course I have not had occasion to listen and hear out that part of the complaint, but I would imagine it is because they are not the front line. The front line is the National Police Service. In terms of projects by KDF that are incomplete, the value for money issue, I can only say that I will defer a comprehensive response to this question. And also, given that one of my mandates as CS upon confirmation is to assess and oversee the implementation of projects to ensure efficiency and proper utilization of funds, and with the close working relationship with the line committee of Parliament, these are issues that I should be able to address upon confirmation. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To begin with, Honourable Speaker, and to the nominee is an information that if you are confirmed, Honorable Soipan, if the committee sees it fit and Parliament.
Posting, hold on. Soipan, the clerk wants your documents so that they can be able to check against what you send to us as we go on with the questions. If you can provide that, thank you. Go on, Posting.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the nominee, Honorable Soipan, I was saying, one is this North Rift conflict, which of course KDF were brought in accordance with the law. And of course, you might remember, or in the discussion, West Pokot was the epicenter of all these issues for completely wrong reason. However, I wanted to remind you, if you are confirmed, that there are some few things which were going on. And I hope when you come in that you don't forget, so I want to give it for your list. There are projects which were to be done. In absence of war, Honorable Soipan, through Honorable Speaker, is not necessarily peace. So maybe people in North Rift are waiting for those government interventions, right? And if they don't, I don't know what they're going to say. So there are two places which the government had not or have not completed deploying KDF. One is a place called Sokoto, and another one is called Kamele. This is the epicenter of conflict in North Rift. I want you to note. 3 is opening of schools in all those areas. Can you imagine, as I talk to you, Honorable Speaker, there is a division called Second Division in North Rift, which has more than 6 schools where students don't go. You know, because nobody can go there because of insecurity. Whatever agreement with the leadership at that particular time that those schools were open and be done by KDF, that spans all the way from TRT, West Pokot, and something like that. So, Honorable Speaker, through you, I want the Honorable nominee to know that should she be approved by Parliament to take over. The question there, therefore, is, Honorable Soipan, this recruitment of KDF has been bringing a lot of problems in the public at that local level in terms of corruption. And it's almost becoming an official thing where a parent with a child going for recruitment comes to some of us as leaders and asks for money. Can you imagine? Money to be used to pay people in KDF. And the average is between 600 and 1 million. Imagine. You know, it's terrible. It's terrible. And you know, locally, and particularly for us pastoralists, being employed in the army is almost like going to heaven. You know, it is the best job actually from where I come from. It's actually the best job. So people spend a lot of money. So what will you do now? That's the question. Do you need to respond to the earlier one? The question will be, what will you do in this department that is saying people buying jobs, people selling, and it is true 100%, but people sell land to pay 600,000 to 1 million. What will you do, Madam Soipan, that there is nobody to pay to be recruited as a KDF? Thank you, Speaker.
Vicaria, you will pass. Emase, you will pass.
Chairman, I just want to add on to what Honorable Kosinga said. And besides parting with money, even those recruits who are successful on reporting to training camps, a number of them are dismissed on flimsy reasons. It happened last year, and our constituents came to us. Our efforts to reach the CS were in vain. So we really want to know, because Kenyans are suffering. Again, I want to reiterate that recruitment into KDF has become a preserve of the rich people. The poor people will never get their children working in KDF. So if we approve you, are you going to make a difference? What is it you're going to do differently? So that opportunities are open and available to all Kenyans, irrespective of who you are and where you come from, or whether you have land to sell or not. That is a very serious issue. Honorable nominee, we need your response to that.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Soipan,
You did a wonderful job while you were in environment, and I believe if we approve you, you will do better in defense. I just want to touch on 2-3 things which the defense forces were handling: Nairobi Metropolitan, the KMC, Kenya Meat Commission, and others, and they've got a very good engineering department. Would you probably think, if you are appointed, to have the company, the Kenya Defense Forces, like a company where they would come and assist in making schools and making bridges and all that at a fraction of a cost what the government would be paying private contractors? Would you think that would work if you were appointed?
You can answer those, Soipan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have noted the concerns raised by the Honorable Kosing on the epicenters of conflict in West Pokot County, and I promise Honorable Kosing, should I be successful in becoming the CS, I will focus on these concerns because of the critical nature of opening up the northern region. I believe opening it up for development and all the infrastructure necessary for the livelihood support for the people of West Pokot will go a long way. On the issue of KDF recruitment, Mr. Speaker, from my reading of the core principles of national security, the drafters of our constitution found it fit that the issue of integrity around recruitment of Kenyans to the Kenya Defense Forces would be a very core component of the national principles of national security, because the Constitution actually demands of the national security organs to ensure, to reflect the diversity of the communities of Kenya and ensure diversity in equitable proportions in the recruitment of Kenyans to the defense forces and other security organs. Mr. Speaker, when you see the enthusiasm around young Kenyans coming to front themselves to participate in the recruitment into the forces, I think it is a process we have to guard very seriously in terms of the integrity. And I want to assure members of Parliament, I want to assure Kenyans that being that this is an issue that has been so incessant, I have been a member of this House before, Mr. Speaker, and this is an issue that has kept on recurring over and again. And being that the chairman of the line committee on defense and national and foreign relations is a member of this committee, I can commit, Honorable Speaker, that I will take time to evaluate the standard operating procedures of the KDF recruitment process, and with a view to identify the gaps to make sure that we adhere to the strict requirement of the Constitution in terms of the integrity around the recruitment process, Mr. Speaker. When Kenyans found themselves to be in the front line of the defense of our country, it's only fair that we afford that opportunity on an equitable measure. So, Honorable Emase and Honorable Kosing, I undertake to make sure that, again, we also need a lot of sensitization for Kenyans to know that you do not have to pay to be recruited into the KDF. I will look again at the SOPs around the recruitment, but it is also high time that we have a whistle blowing around these activities. with a rapid response to issues of corruption and malpractices around the recruitment process. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my undertaking that it is an area of priority that I will look at, and should there be cases of malpractice from within, because it is from without the KDF, and in certain instances within the KDF, then appropriate action would be taken.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
Yes, President.
Honorable Speaker, if Mwananchi knows that they are taking this at 600,000 to one KDF, where is NSIS? Where is Defense Force? They have intelligence. They call what? Military intelligence. I used to be in that committee in my first parliament. What is going on? I think Honorable Soipan crashed this thing. Let Kenyans be recruited in KDF without 1 shilling. Let them hear you today. Thank you, Speaker.
That's not a question, it's a comment.
Chairman, just on the same, so that he concludes. Chairman, Kenyans are being conned, and these matters are reported even to NSIS, and nothing seems to be done. Nothing is done. Our constituents report to us numerous cases, and there are also cartels that now have taken advantage. They will pretend to be KDF officers. I think this is a matter that should be taken seriously, not only by defense but by all security organs, NIS included.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Just to say, we as a committee were seized of such matters. Most of the things that are said are actually not pointing to the military itself, but people out there who decide to con on and say they work on behalf of the military, yet indeed the military are not even aware. There's a procedure of how the military picks its recruits, and that procedure is very elaborate. It's even put in the newspaper. And where officers have been found culpable, they have been court-martialed.
Chairman.
Honorable Soipan, what you'll do is what we have told many of your colleagues, that none other than the President himself has lamented that one of the weak links in our government is communication. That the people assigned responsibility to assist the President don't communicate enough. So if you are confirmed, you should undertake to the country that before any recruitment, you will carry out extensive information dissemination to Kenyans that this recruitment is on merit, it is free, and any con fellow who comes around asking for money in exchange for slots should be reported to the nearest agencies, be arrested, be prosecuted, and if convicted, sent to jail.
Chairman, please allow me to add something on that.
Yes.
I think, Chairman, the elephant in the house here is about the state letters. Why should some people be given letters and they go directly to the training, and others they go to the ground for recruitment? That is the biggest challenge we have, and that is the problem.
Mr. Speaker, before I respond to Honorable Dawood, allow me to say one more thing with regard to the recruitment menace and corruption. Mr. Speaker, should I be confirmed for this position, I will also be a member of the National Security Council, and as has been stated here, the issue of recruitment malpractices may not only be within the KDF, so this is an issue of grave national concern that I would endeavor within the operations of the National Security Council to raise it for proper redress. But, Honorable Speaker, the points raised by members are well noted, including the communication aspect. The Honorable Dawood, the issue of the participation of the Kenya Defense Forces in the development agenda of the country, I think that really is the scope of your question. And we have a defense industry or industrialization policy whose import is really to to have the KDF be part of the national development agenda because of certain competencies that are found within the KDF. When you look at certain state corporations under the Ministry of Defense, one of which being the Kenya Ordnance Factories Corporation, which deals with the manufacture of ammunition and is slowly expanding its mandate to food production. It comes with a facet of the KDF, which because of the competitive edge in terms of skills and expertise, it can then contribute to the national development agenda of job creation, food security, and the likes, and also in the construction industry. And that is the same scope of operation of KMC. You know, bringing KMC into the operations of KDF again is in the same spirit. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue of defense industry is very critical. And particularly for the sake of self-sufficiency of the Kenya Defense Forces in the wake of a very shaky fiscal situation, not just in Kenya, but the globe over. I think because of the critical nature of the mandate of KDF, we should be expanding the scope of operations to make sure that we engage in industries that will bring about self-sufficiency in terms of operations, food sufficiency, and indeed the issue of capacity building and equipment capabilities. So, Honorable Dawood, it is an area of critical concern for me, but the very strategic state corporations under the ministry should be, facilitated through investment to make sure that we expand that scope of work of the KDF. Thank you.
Ferdinand.
I think we hope you're going to be met the CS for defense from what you're saying. However, Mr. Speaker, we've had a lot of widespread criticism and public uproar on the equipment, related to the equipment of the military equipment that, and we have seen this in several accidents that have been there involving the aircrafts, and of course the concern therefore is the safety of the country's defense force. Yeah, and when it comes to the funding, I think the defense force actually gets most of the funds, and so I just want to ask you a very simple question. What measures are you going to take to address the maintenance and modernization? You're up to that task. Modernization of the military equipment to ensure that there's safety and in the defense forces, and effectively utilize the allocation of the funds that you normally get, because we give them a lot of money when it comes to utilization of the funds. And also we have not been told about the modernizing the equipment. I think take that note and let us know what you want to do. What programs do you have on that?
Morugara, you will pass. Owen, you will pass.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have one question to the nominee, Honorable Soipan Tuya. Article 153, subsection 3 requires CSs to appear before National Assembly or Senate committees when summoned, especially to answer to questions within their responsibility. However, many times the Ministry of Defense has invoked Section 49 of the Kenya Defense Forces Act, which basically limits access to information to protect national security, and therefore hindering Parliament's ability to oversight the ministry due to lack of information. You have been in Parliament, so I'm sure you understand this, and how much members would like to know and how much they can be told. So if you are approved, how do you plan to balance the need for national security with also the constitutional requirements for transparency and accountability to the people's representatives?
Let's take one more. Muller, you'll pass.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, nominee Honorable Soipan. I just want to declare my interest. She's a sister-in-law, and I want to find out from you, what is your vision of a better defense force in future in this country?
Thank you. Those are short ones. I'll take a fourth one. A third one, actually.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Soipan, mine is just a simple question. If the House approves your nomination, you will be working with the Ministry of Defense, people who are moving fast and they want to be at the cutting edge. But there's clamor for Kenyans wanting deployment in North Rift, South Rift, in Isiolo, and all that. But defense is really about the country. How would you see balancing that two? External aggression vis-a-vis internal deployment. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Shuria will pass. Mishi.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, allow me to ask this question because so far I've buried so many young men in terms of what we call landmine. And I think, and I'm really pleading with my sister Soipan, if you accepted in this docket, please coordinate or rather collaborate with the Minister for Road and Infrastructure so that at least we save the lives of these young people. And lastly, what measures are you going to put to ensure you achieve gender parity in terms of key military position? Because right now most of them are dominated by men. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Soipan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with a question by the Honorable Wanyonyi, Ferdinand Wanyonyi, on the safety of equipment and the issue of maintenance and modernization vis-a-vis the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of budget, the little bit of interaction with the budget of the ministry that I have had a chance to look at the moment, and maybe Honorable Koech would bear me witness, is that a big chunk of the budget that goes to the Ministry of Defense goes into recurrent expenditure. But that is an issue that I'm going to look into with the relevant ministry, committee, to make sure that I understand it well and posture myself for, ensuring value for money for any investment within the forces. With the issue of equipment, yes, it is a concern in the country, and it's not just the air, mostly the air assets, I believe, is what your question is focusing on. And again, as one of my mandates is to assess the maintenance and to ensure efficacy, efficiency of this equipment. And I'm going to be very keen on that, as guided Honorable Wanyonyi. Honorable Mbui, on the issue of Article 153 on appearance before the Committee of Parliament and the whole issue about access to information. Mr. Speaker, access to information, as members would know, has certain limitations under Article 24 of the Constitution. With regard, Article 24 read together with the sections of the Kenya Defence Forces Act with regard to classified information and information within the custody of the Kenya Defence Forces. And there is categorization of information that cannot be divulged because it amounts to jeopardizing the national security. But Honorable Speaker, with regard to accountability and transparency, again, as CS, upon confirmation, I have the regulatory mandate to, regulate the issue around the operating procedures around what is classified and what it is that cannot be divulged out here. And it is also about the authority of who is requesting the information from the Kenya Defence Forces. But by all means, Honourable Speaker, the limitation cannot be used as a conduit to downplay the need for transparency and accountability. So through my chairmanship of the Defence Council, once approved, again is an issue that I will look into to ensure that there is a balance and that the ministry is not hiding under the limitation of the access to information constitutional provision. Honorable Mule, I think it's Honorable Mule, on the issue of what vision I would have for a very effective KDF. It is really about a well-equipped posturing of the various forces, both the air, the water, and the land in terms of the army. It is about mission preparedness and readiness to respond to any external aggression in proportionate measure. And really, again, to make sure in terms of training, equipping and capacity building, the issue of the welfare of our service members is also of great concern for me, to make sure that the men and women who are again taking the front line in defense of the country are comfortable and well prepared to be ready for mission. The Honorable Dido Raso, the balance between readiness to respond to external aggression or potential threats of external nature, and what I might be reading that you're talking about over-engagement of the KDF internally. It's a balance that we must strike, and again, being that the whole defense and protection mandate is really under this subject to the authority of the Constitution, I will make sure that the deployment of external and internal aspects of deployment of KDF are in balanced proportions, noting that the core mandate is really the territorial borders of the country and protection of the country from external aggression. The Honorable Mishimboko, I might have missed the question on how you would wish the KDF to respond to the issue of, is it the road carnage or landmines?
It is the landmine.
Yes.
Because if you tarmac the road, if you put cabro, then they cannot be able to plant those landmines. That is why I was saying that you need to collaborate with the CS for infrastructure and roads.
Agreed, Honorable Mishi, and the point is taken. On the issue of gender parity, Honorable Speaker, I think as a country we have come from very far, because, Honorable Speaker, it is interesting to note that the Women's Service Corps was only disbanded in 1999 in the country, very recent. And the existence of the Service Corps meant that women were not integrated in the defense forces, that women in the force were not allowed to, their rights were really limited in terms of even marriage and childbearing and deployment, in operations. And I think we have come quite far, Honorable Speaker, but I have started reviewing the gender policy of the Ministry of Defense, and with a view to make sure that that progress that we made in the disbursement of the Women Service Corps is one that we will maximize to make sure that women find their space for those that are intended on serving their country in the KDF are not limited in any manner, just the same way that we are saying for every other Kenyan, not just women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mukami, you will pass.
No, this time no.
Go on.
Thank you, Chair. As the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, you are the advisor to the President on defense policy, while the Chief of the Defense Forces advises on military, operational, and administrative matters. Despite this distinct role, there is a potential for overlap. What strategies will you implement to maintain clear boundaries between policy formulation and military operations? My sister, this is not an easy bucket. He did. Okay. The other question, I happen to be in the motor industry, and I realized that Ministry of Defense, you normally...
Which industry?
Motor, yeah. And I know the Ministry of Defense, you normally lease vehicles. And the government is spending billions and billions of money. And I'm wondering, is it really making value for money instead of you buying vehicles for the defense? Thank you. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to address it?
Thank you, Speaker. Mine are just two quick ones. Honorable nominee, recently Kenya was designated as a non-member allied to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Could you explain what that means to the nation? And then secondly, I just wish to know if the Gazette notice, the deployment of the military to the streets to calm the protesters, is it live? And how long was it supposed to take? Thank you.
Swaipan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the question raised by the Honourable Member for Nyeri County, Honourable Mukami, it is around the value for money in terms of the practice of leasing as opposed to purchase of vehicles of the military. I will not venture much into it. It is an issue that I will have a look at in terms of what the prevalent situation is. But by all means, the point you raise is valid, that we should be looking at very efficient ways of expending our monies within the KDF. Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Caleb Amesi, the recent designation of Kenya as a major non-NATO ally by the US is one that we really should be proud of as a country. It places Kenya at a competitive edge in terms of bilateral engagements with the United States, and it comes with a lot of advantage in terms of access to equipment, access to training opportunities, and the general advancement of the defense cooperation between Kenya and the United States, and really the whole space around enhanced capability of our forces through defense cooperation with the United States. And just to say on the same light, Mr. Speaker, is that multilateralism is very important, bilateralism is very important, because Kenya has to play its part as part of the of a member of the larger community of states, again in the backdrop of a very dynamic geopolitical situation around security and defense matters. The question on the Gazette notice deploying the KDF, it is still live, and the time duration is until the normalcy is restored. And I think it's an issue that upon confirmation is to go back and assess the situation with a view to know the utility of whether to keep on having the deployment subsisting or to bring it to a halt, given that a fair amount of normalcy actually has been restored with regard to the recent unrest in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Swepan. I'll ask you a few mundane questions that you can answer. In your last deployment before dismissal, have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
Not at all, Mr. Speaker.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No.
What is your net worth?
Mr. Speaker, my net worth stands at 243,448 million Kenya shillings.
How much were you worth at the last?
It was 156 million Kenya shillings.
What has occasioned the growth?
Mr. Speaker, it's largely appreciation of assets, private business, and one asset acquired within Nairobi, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll come to the end. Your documents have been looked at, compared with what you sent to us, and they've been found to be in order. So your originals will be given back to you. Memoranda. We also are informed by the clerk that you adequately responded to the memoranda sent against you, and there were 44. Some were just saying well done, others were saying you are not suitable, and so on. Those that had any details, you have responded. So unless you are lawfully held, you are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Appreciated.
Thank you. Remember to carry your original documents with you. Members can remain behind. Our good team from the Fourth Estate, well done. You have conducted yourselves very well. So we encourage you to be here tomorrow morning. We'll start the proceedings at 8.
This is NTV.
Kenya, a land renowned for its dominance in middle distance running. Now, a new generation of stars in the 800 meters race has emerged.
Mafansi wako na Mary Moraa atakimbiaje? Imedo tutapata ama tutapata.
Mary Moraa is a calculative athlete. She knows when to strike.
From Kitale to the global stage, Emmanuel Wanyonyi makes his debut at the Olympics.
Ningependa sana kuwakilisha country yangu, niende nipate any medal kwa Olympics. Si rahisi lakini napambana.
He has a very good chances of bringing home gold.
Experience the journey, celebrate the spirit. Mary Moraa and Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Paris 2024.
Ah, the thrilling world of businesses in the city. Mato, you can speed dial. Looking for help with his LPO, he needs to deliver laptops fast. Enter Stanbic Bank, the game changer in LPO financing. anaget kuexpand his horizons. Huyu hapa ni Max aki-import bills, lakini yuko in a tight fix like his favorite pair of tight sweatpants. Working capital solution from Stanbic Bank ina come through. Sasa expand his fashion empire to the max, literally. When our dada, a mobile money super agent, gets frantic calls to hawana float, through our digital solution, MJK Dada Boss can send floats to a sea of agents to keep them all afloat. Grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. Can we understand an unspoken language? Itaweza sema habari ya asubuhi. Can it be a way to savor each moment? Sisi tunajua it can start lifelong stories. Be the center of celebrations and so much more. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour. Enjoy Jogo Maize Flour 2 kg at 98 shillings. Green vegetable oil 5 liters at 10.95 shillings. Apple crisp red at 259 shillings. Fresh chicken leg quarter at 399 shillings per kg. And LG 70-inch smart TV at 112,995 shillings. Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Ah, the thrilling world of businesses in the city. Mato, you on speed dial. Looking for help with his LPO, he needs to deliver laptops fast. Enter Stanbic Bank, the game changer in LPO financing. Anaget kuexpand his horizons. Grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
Since the last day of last season, we are ready to do it all again. Phil Foden is having the season of his life. Brilliant! Just brilliant! That is quite something!
Dial *423#. Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour. Enjoy Jogo Maize Flour 2 kg at 98 shillings. Green vegetable oil 5 liters at 10.95 shillings. Apple crisp red at 259 shillings. Fresh chicken leg quarter at 399 shillings per kg. And LG 70-inch smart TV at 112,995 shillings. Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Kenya ni nchi ya mabingwa na
hapa hakuna shortcut.
Kuwa bingwa ni kujitolea, kujituma.
Mabingwa hutambua mabingwa wenzao.
Mabingwa hurauka kabla ya jua kuchomoka. Wengine huwa mabingwa wa familia. Mabingwa huhakikisha tuna shine kama mabingwa. Wao hutulisha vyema. Ma-influencer wa kutuconnect mtandaoni. Mabingwa, wale ambao hutuongoza.
Sisi wote ni mabingwa.
Kijana hapo mbele, mzee hapo nyuma. Jamaa na jembe. Boda alimleta jamaa na jembe. Msichana wa kibao. Memba wa bodi, msichana wa maziwa.
Sisi wote ni Team Kenya.
Since the last day of last season, we are ready to do it all again. Phil Just brilliant. That is quite something.
Dial *423#. Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Maisha iko fit na sema yamen. Nilikuwa nikitembea sina draft German. Pedis lete umbea mana fama. Nitishe feungana na chama. Young innovator, young robeta. Nitakufunza kazi, nitakufunza farming. Kunja jamvi, kuja nami.
Lazima tutafute, tukafunge.
Yo, life ijipe. Nasi location. Make it happen right now, not yeah.
Kenya, a land renowned for its dominance in middle distance running. Now, a new generation of stars in the 800 meters race has emerged.
Mafansi wako na pressure ya kuona Mary Moraa kimbiaje. Hii medal tutapata ama tutapata.
Mary Moraa is a calculative athlete. She knows when to strike.
From Kitale to the global stage, Emmanuel Wanyonyi makes his debut at the Olympics.
Ningependa sana kuwakilisha country yangu na nipate any medal kwa Olympics. Si rahisi lakini napambana.
He has a very good chances of bringing home gold.
Experience the journey, celebrate the spirit. Mary Moraa and Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Paris 2024.
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul Payat. Watu wananiambia pole ile ya kuchekelea pole.
How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua?
Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay.
Omalay wapi labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa hivi mnakaa supu, unaona huyo? Huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Churchill Show.
I don't have a solution, but what I am saying is we need to have a situational analysis and be able to develop action plans following that.
The expired ID should work until when the state gives a new one.
Lete kingari nikuseti ya kifua. Niko na dem, mwenye kona dem pia. Masa flani ekifika na wachangamkia. After scene kabaridi sezi nkatulia.
Tunakubali. Gateka. Kila mtu.
Cash pop za Nyandaro ni mawaru.
Only on NTV.
The Trend, brought to you by the Year Account from Cooperative Bank.
Get that man, better save that money alafu. Yeah. Lazima tutafute, tukafunge. Yeah. Life jipe, na sio kesho.
Make it happen right now, not yeah.
This is NTV.
Sadakta, safari ya kujua nani ana nini imeanza rasmi. Nazungumzia majina 22 ya Wakenya wanaotaka kuwa mawaziri. Hii leo 5 wamewekwa kikangoni. Tuna hayo na mengine mengi kwenye taarifa zetu za NTV jioni Alhamisi hii. Kama ilivyo kawaida, tuanze na vipasho.
I don't have a solution, but what I am saying is we need to have a situational analysis and be able to develop action plans following that.
The expired ID should work until when the state gives you a new one.
Profesa Kithure Kindiki ni mmoja kati ya mawaziri watano wateule waliohojiwa na wabunge leo.
It is the properties that have increased in terms of appreciation in value.
What is your worth?
694 million.
Kithure Kindiki alitengeneza shilingi milioni 150 ndani ya miaka miwili, utajiri wa wateule ukiwagutusha wa Kenya.
Yule ambaye alisababisha ajali ni mtu ambaye ameonywa mara nyingi.
Polisi wakiri gari lao lilimkanyaga na kumuua mtoto Victoria Makal, mwanafunzi wa PP1 huko Baringo.
Hii ni NTV Jioni na Lofty Matambo.
Sadakta David agondoa kwenye chumba cha ishara. Waziri mteule wa ardhi Alsi Wahome alijipata matatani kutetea mpango wa ujenzi wa nyumba za bei nafuu siku moja baada ya mahakama ya rufaa kusema mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2023 uliowalazimisha Wakenya kulipa ada za nyumba za bei nafuu jana kwamba ni kinyume cha sheria. Wahome alijipata kikangoni kwa kusema kwamba pia hela zake zimeongezeka na mamilioni ya pesa chini ya miaka miwili. Mwanahabari wetu Brian Mushiri anaarifu.
Kwa mara nyingine, waziri mwingine amejipata kwenye njia panda kueleza ni vipi chini ya miaka miwili tangu kuteuliwa kwake ameongeza kipato chake cha fedha kwa zaidi ya shilingi milioni 100. Mteule wa ardhi Alice Wahome anajitetea akisema,
it is the properties that have increased in terms of appreciation in value, and then there was one tenant that was not paying my family rent and they paid about 14 million.
Alice Wahome ambaye atakuwa anarejeshwa katika wizara yake pia alijipata katika njia panda kueleza hali halisi ya mpango wa ujenzi wa nyumba za bei nafuu, haswa baada ya koti kutupilia mbali mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2023 ambao ulikuwa unawalazimu wa Kenya kukatwa ushuru kwa ajili ya ujenzi wa nyumba za bei nafuu na serikali.
This is one of the best projects and programs that the country can allow to continue. Everything else bad said about it, but there's one in terms of employment.
Hata hivyo, akijitetea, Wahome ameapa kuwamaliza watapeli na wezi wa mashamba nchini ambao wanadai ni vizingiti katika utendakazi murwa katika jumba la ardhi. Wabunge wakitaka kujua ni jambo lipi tofauti atakalolifanya kabla ya kubanduliwa kwake.
Can you mention which public land can you say you have recovered from grabbers as of now?
If I can go to 5 or 10 and provide the statement that is needed to stamp authority of the government in terms of tearing the cartels that I'm here, and I will not allow, and I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, it has worked to some extent.
Suala la hati miliki pia lilijitokeza katika kikao chake, ikibainika kwamba ni Wakenya wengi ambao hawana hati miliki zao za mashamba wanayoishi. Zaidi, miundombinu za serikali pia hazina hati miliki. Zaidi, mjadala wa mswada wa marekebisho ya sheria za ardhi ya mwaka 2023 yalifika pale. Brian Mushiri, NTV, Nairobi.
Asante sana Brian. Na wa mwisho kuhojiwa siku ya leo amekuwa ni Roselinda Soipan Tuya. Huyu ni waziri mteule wa ulinzi ambaye amekuwa mbele ya kamati ya bunge ya uteuzi muda mchache uliopita kukaguliwa kwa uwezo ama uwezekano wake wa kuwa waziri wa ulinzi humu nchini. Soipan alihudumu kama waziri wa mazingira na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi tangu mwaka 2022 hadi Julai mwaka huu, ambapo alikuwa miongoni mwa waziri wa Rais William Ruto waliofutwa kazi mnamo Julai mwaka huu. Naam, mtazamaji, ni kwamba katika wasifu wake ni kwamba huyu atakuwa mwanamke wa kwanza mwenye asili ya Kimaa kuteuliwa katika baraza la mawaziri. Ana umri wa miaka 45. Soipan ambaye katika masomo yake ni wakili, ana shahada ya sheria kutoka chuo kikuu cha Washington na vile shahada ya uzamili. Wasifu wake huo, mali yake amesema ni shilingi milioni 156. Hii ni kufikia mwaka 2022. Akihojiwa leo kaongeza vile Huyu ambaye ameteuliwa katika Wizara ya Ulinzi alifanikisha kuleta mkutano wa tabia nchi humu nchini, ambayo ndio ilikuwa mara ya kwanza kipekee barani Afrika kufanyika. Yanayomsubiri katika wizara hiyo ya ulinzi ni kuidhibiti nchi na vile vile kupambana na tishio la ugaidi. Tuende kwa waziri mteule wa tatu sasa. Huyu ni Daktari Deborah Mulongo ambaye ana zaidi ya tajriba ya miaka 18 katika sekta ya afya na ndiye mteule wa waziri katika wizara ya afya. Lakini je, Deborah yuko tayari kukabiliana na sekta hii ambayo imekumbwa na changamoto si haba? Taarifa yake Helen Aura.
Kwa takriban miezi miwili madaktari walikuwa kwenye mgomo. Walipoanza nao matabibu wakaanza wao, uliositishwa baada ya zaidi ya siku 70.
Dr. Deborah Mulongo Barasa.
Ni changamoto kubwa ambayo imemkaba waziri mteule wa afya Daktari Deborah Mulongo.
Indeed, the doctor's strike has been a challenge over time in immemorial, and every cabinet secretary has dealt with that challenge. And so there's need to look for long-term solutions. I believe that the long-term solutions are with us. So we need to work together with the unions, the doctors themselves, the interns. We need to work with the bodies, the Ministry of Education, among other stakeholders, to come up with a solution. I don't have a solution, but what I am saying is we need to have a situational analysis and be able to develop action plans following that.
Mulongo atakutana ana kwa ana na changamoto kubwa zaidi, kwani anatarajiwa kufanikisha mpango wa kuhama kutoka bima ya NHIF hadi SHIF, mpango ambao tayari mahakama imesema ni kinyume cha sheria. Je, atakabili vipi swala hili?
First of all, my approach is a consultative approach involving the multiple stakeholders, from the PSS, Director General, the National Technical Working Groups, the NHIF, among others, including the community who are receiving the services. And with this, we need to conduct a situational analysis to understand the challenges, and from there come up with interventions and action plans.
Swala la kungatuliwa kwa sekta ya afya kumekuwa changamoto kubwa.
I believe having open dialogue, having consultations, and coming up to ensure we understand where the national team stops and where does the county be.
Daktari Deborah Mulongo ana umri wa miaka 38. Alisomea udaktari katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi mwaka 2001 hadi mwaka 2006. Alisomea elimu ya juu katika chuo kikuu cha London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Ana takriban miaka 18 katika sekta ya afya. Iwapo Deborah ataidhinishwa, ni dhahiri ana kibarua kigumu, haswa kukabiliana na walaghai katika sekta ya afya. Helen Aura, NTV.
Asante sana Helen. Tusonge mbele sasa, ambapo Julius Migos Ogamba, mwanasheria kitaalam, ndiye mteule wa 4 wa baraza la mawaziri kuchujwa, na anapojiandaa kuchukua hatamu katika wizara hii ya elimu ana mengi ambayo unafaa kumfahamu. Ogamba mwenye umri wa miaka 57 ana shahada ya kwanza ya sheria kutoka chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Pia vile ana astashahada ya sheria kutoka taasisi ya mafunzo ya juu ya sheria katika chuo cha London. Vile vile uteuzi wake unafuata kuondoka kwa Ezekiel Machogu ambaye pamoja na Ogamba waliwania kiti cha ugavana cha kaunti ya Kisii na kushindwa na gavana wa sasa ambaye ni Simba Arati. Mwaka jana Machi, Migos aliteuliwa kuwa mwenyekiti wa Kengen. Ogamba anapojiandaa vile vile kuhakikisha kwamba anahakikiwa na bunge, anakabiliwa na matarajio makubwa na changamoto si haba, zikiwemo kupunguzwa kwa bajeti, mgomo unaonuka wa vyama vya walimu, ukosefu wa walimu wa kutosha haswa wale wa sekondari junior, na vile vile changamoto za ufadhili wa vyuo vikuu na kadhalika. Sadakta, bila shaka huo ndio utajiri wake wa shilingi milioni 190 kufikia mwaka huu wa 2024. Naam, mwingine ni huyo hapa ambaye aliyekuwa waziri wa usalama wa ndani Profesa Kithure Kindiki amejitetea vikali kuhusiana na madai kwamba alitorokea majukumu yake wakati taifa lilipokuwa linakumbwa na msukosuko wa maandamano kwa miezi miwili sasa yakiongozwa na wana Gen Z, na kusema kwamba hiyo ilikuwa ni jukumu la idara ya huduma za polisi. Pia kuliibuka maswali kuhusu yeye kuwa tajiri wa milioni 150 zaidi chini ya miaka miwili afisini. Duncan Haemba anamdondoa akiwa kikangoni.
Msomi Profesa Abraham Kithure Kindiki alijipata kwenye kitimoto baada ya bunge kumtaka asimulie vifo, majeraha, uharibifu wa mali na kutekwa nyara kwa Wakenya wakati wa maandamano ya hivi punde nchini yaliyoongozwa na rika la wana Gen Z. Kamati ya uteuzi ilimtaka asimulie kwa kinagaubaga shutuma za ukiukaji wa haki za binadamu, ukatili wa polisi dhidi ya vijana hao.
The operational matters are handled by the command of the National Police Service, and therefore the minister doesn't give operational directives. We have communicated the policy during my time in office, the policy of the Kenya Kwanza administration on policing, which includes zero tolerance on extrajudicial killings, zero tolerance on abuse of human rights, and restraints in the use of force. Limited only, the use of force being limited only to cases contemplated in the Constitution and the National Police Service Act and the schedule thereto in the defense of life of the officer or the life of the people of Kenya.
Kwa mjibu wa Kindiki, rekodi za polisi zinasema ni watu 42 waliouawa, majeruhi walikuwa 486 ikiwa ni raia. Kisha polisi walioumia walikuwa 385. Jumla ya vijana 1387 walikamatwa, magari 54 ya polisi yakiharibiwa na yale ya raia yakiwa ni 110.
The police did their best, and in the event, as it is possible, that any officer went beyond what is allowed in terms of the use of force, it is now the work of the Independent Police Oversight Authority and other accountability agencies to help the country to bring to closure the issue of justice for excess use of force. I want to submit as follows, Mr. Speaker, that
Sadakta atatueleza zaidi ni vipi katengeneza shilingi milioni 150 ndani ya miaka miwili. Na awali tumezungumzia Julius Migos ambaye ni mteule katika Wizara ya Elimu, na tukasema utajiri wake ni milioni 190, ile ni 790 haswa watu wanazo ngwenje. Tusonge mbele mtazamaji, katika taarifa tofauti kidogo, ambapo familia moja katika eneo bunge la Tiaty, kaunti ya Baringo, inalilia haki baada ya mwana wao kufariki akidaiwa kugongwa na gari la polisi lililokuwa likiendeshwa kwa kasi. Kilichofuata ni maandamano hadi kituo cha polisi ambako polisi waliwapiga risasi watu wawili. Mwanahabari wetu Ruth Sarmoi Chesenge ana maelezo zaidi.
Victoria Chepchumba Makal mwenye umri wa miaka 5 alikumbana na mauti yake Julai tarehe 24 alipokuwa anaelekea nyumbani kutoka shuleni. Mwanafunzi huyo wa PP1 katika shule ya akademia ya Kiletat Chemolingot anadaiwa kugongwa na gari la naibu afisa mkuu wa kituo cha polisi cha Chemolingot lililokuwa likiendeshwa kwa kasi.
Yule ambaye alisababisha ajali ni mtu ambaye ameonywa mara nyingi kuhusu tabia ya kuendesha gari kwa kasi zaidi.
Kufuatia ajali hiyo, wakazi wenye hasira waliandamana kuelekea kituo cha polisi cha Chemolingot wakitishia kuteketeza kituo hicho.
Na tuombe.
Amon Kipruto na Rogers Kikwaroi wanauguza majeraha hospitalini baada ya kupigwa risasi miguuni.
Kuongea nao maskari hapo wanatusikia, then watu wakakasirika
kaanza kurusha mawe ama like hiyo demonstration acts hizo, then mapolisi wako ndani wakaanza kushoot.
Wakizungumza katika mazishi ya msichana huyo mchanga, wakazi walitaka afisa aliyesababisha ajali hiyo kuchukuliwa hatua kali na haki kutendeka.
Polisi ambao walikuwa hapa Chimangot walikuja kwa ili watulinde kwa usalama. Siati walikuja wakipige masasi.
Huyu jamaa aweze kuchukuliwa hatua ya kisheria.
Huyu deputy OCS ni muongoni wale rock officers tunasema kwa pande hii wanafanya maovu vile wanataka.
Kamanda wa polisi wa kaunti ya Baringo alieleza kuwa afisa huyo aliyekuwa anaendesha gari lake la kibinafsi atafunguliwa mashtaka.
Traffic they took over, wakapeleka gari kwa inspection na kesi inaendelea.
Ruth Sarmui Chesenge, NTV.
Tumekuja hapa ili tupate
Asante Ruth, tunaomba haki itendeke kutoka kule Baringo. Na mtazamaji, hii leo tarehe mosi Agosti mwaka 2024 ni miaka 42 tangu jaribio la mapinduzi la Agosti mosi mwaka 1982 hapa nchini Kenya. Takriban watu 300 walifariki kwenye jaribio hilo la kumng'atua hayati Rais Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi mamlakani, na lililoongozwa na kundi la jeshi wa wanahewa chini ya mwongozo wa mwanajeshi mwandamizi Hezekiah Ochuka. Na kwa mara ya kwanza baada ya miaka 42 NTV inakuletea simulizi ya majeshi waliohusika katika kulikomboa taifa, marubani waliolipua kituo cha kutoa amri kwenye kambi ya jeshi Eastleigh ambayo sasa ni Moi Air Base, kwenye gazeti la The Daily Nation na wavuti wa Nation. Nation.Africa na ntv.co.ke. Simulizi hizi mtazamaji tayari zimeanza kuchapishwa leo, na hapa NTV tunakuletea makala spesheli ya kipekee ambayo hayajawahi kuchapishwa popote pale. Jumapili hii ya tarehe 4, siku mbili kutoka leo, kwenye makala bomba kabisa ya Zingizi la Mapinduzi, yameandaliwa na mwanahabari Ibrahim Karanja. Kionjo.
The planning was actually done at a house that belonged apparently to Hezekiah Ochuka in Umoja Estate.
Our armed forces have headed the people's call.
He told me, hawa vijana wanasema ati radio inasema serikali imepinduliwa na majeshi. So I told him, kwenda leta hiyo radio.
A young individual came from behind us and he told these guys, whatever you are doing will not work. And that's when I witnessed automatic fire onto the individual's forehead here.
Wachira goes lower circles, identifies Air Force Operations Command and says, going hot, going for the kill.
And then the first rocket we missed, the second one hit the swimming pool next to the operations. It felt so bad, it just looked like a pumpkin, and you know what you are doing.
Usikose kutazama makala hayo Jumapili saa 1 na saa 3. Kwingineko, Wizara ya Afya imewaomba wakazi wa Taita Taveta kuwa na utulivu kufuatia kisa cha mkurupuko wa kirusi kipya kinachotambulika kwa jina la kimombo kama monkeypox kaunti hiyo Taita Taveta. Katibu Mkuu wa Afya ya Umma Mary Mudhoni amesema kwamba Wizara ya Afya kwa ushirikiano na serikali ya kaunti hiyo ametuma maafisa wa afya kuchunguza na kutoa tahadhari ili kuwaweka watu macho, hivi kuzuia kutangamana na yeyote ambaye huenda aliathirika na kirusi hicho. Kadhalika, Mudhoni alisema kwamba wizara hiyo pia imeimarisha ufuatiliaji katika maeneo yote ya mpakani ili kukabiliana na mlipuko wa magonjwa mengine yoyote yale.
The patient who was detected at Taita Taveta border, and we have been able to isolate this patient after testing. We are yet to confirm how many people he was with, so we have deployed our health teams to Taita Taveta for the response, and we are doing what we call contact tracing and more surveillance. We have enhanced on surveillance. The quarantine process will continue for any detection, any individual who will be detected to be having Mpox, so that we avoid the spread of the same into the country.
NTV Michezo imeletwa kwako na Safaricom, mfadhili wa timu ya Kenya katika michezo ya Olimpiki.
Safi, tuingie viwanjani mtazamaji, ambapo leo katika makala yetu ya Jungu Kuu la Spoti tunamwangazia mwanariadha Brian Komen. Huyu Komen ni mmoja wa wanariadha watatu ambao wataipeperusha bendera ya Kenya katika mbio za mita 1500 upande wa wanaume katika mashindano ya Olimpiki ambayo yanaendelea kule Paris, Ufaransa. Mwanaspoti wetu Steve Keter alikutana na Komen mjini Eldoret kabla ya nyota huyo kusafiri kuelekea Ufaransa, na anatupakulia baada ya kuyapamba makala yetu ya Jungu Kuu la Spoti namna hii.
Kambi hii ya High Performance Training Center iliyoko Annex viungani mwa mji wa Eldoret imekuwa makao ya wanariadha wa Kenya watakaopeperusha bendera ya taifa huko Paris kwa muda sasa. Hapa katika chumba hiki cha kunyosha misuli almaarufu physio room tunampata Komen na nyota wa mbio za mita 800 Emmanuel Wanyonyi wakinyoshwa misuli. Hii ni mara ya kwanza kabisa kwa Komen kujikatia tiketi ya kuiwakilisha Kenya katika michezo ya Olimpiki.
Being my first time in Olympic, I'm very happy. Niko na furaha sana. Nimetrain vizuri. Mazoezi nimefanya vizuri. We hope for the best. I can't say I'm going to bring something, but ni kusema tu tunaenda kufanya bidii.
Tayari mwaka huu Komen amenyakulia Kenya medali 2 za dhahabu katika mbio za mita 1500. Ya kwanza ikiwa katika michezo ya Afrika yaliyoandaliwa kule Accra, Ghana mwezi Machi, alikotumia dakika 3 na sekunde 39.19 kuibuka mshindi. Baadaye mwezi Juni alitumia muda wa dakika 3 na sekunde 33.95 katika mashindano ya ubingwa wa Afrika katika riadha yaliyoandaliwa mjini Douala, Cameroon. Olimpiki ya Paris itakuwa ni mara yake ya 3 kuvaa jezi ya Kenya, na anasema kwa sasa ameweka dua ya nyota ya jaha imwangazie kule Ufaransa.
Mungu anajua. I've trained, I've did my best, nimefanya part yangu. It's only God now afanye mambo yake. Mimi naenda pale, naenda kujituma, anifikishe venye kama amesema. Hata saa hii kweli God anajua which position somebody ataenda kukua pale, si ndio? So mimi ni kwenda kujituma pale penye ataniweka, nisema kumbe ni hapo ndo alikuwa ameniweka. Ama namna gani?
Kwa sasa Komen ni baadhi ya wanariadha bora zaidi wa mbio za mita 1500 humu nchini, huku akiwa na muda bora wa dakika 3 na sekunde 28.80 aliyoandikisha katika mashindano ya Monaco Diamond League mwezi Julai mwaka huu. Cha kushangaza ni kwamba Komen alikuwa mwanariadha asili wa mbio za mita 800, ila alishawishiwa kuanza kushiriki mbio za mita 1500 na kocha wake.
Kaniambia going to run 1500. So nikakimbia 1500. Kama nilikuwa nimeshtuka, I was not ready for it. My mind ilikuwa prepared that I'm going to run 800, but ikachangiwa. Because ni coach wangu nikaamua kukubali, let me go and try it, but I managed. Nikapata confidence. Nikajaribu, nikapata ile confidence ama let me go and race another one. Nikaenda Tika Ken nikawin.
Komen anasema ingawa alitambua talanta yake ya riadha akiwa bado mwanafunzi, alianza kukitilia maanani mwaka 2022.
Lakini 2022 nikafanya kama kazi. Ile nye unaamka asubuhi unafanya mazoezi. So I was doing 3 times a day. Going for hill walk, speed walk. And there was many challenges. Unajua hii mbio lazima unaweza pata unatrainia kitu moja mpaka those were the ilikuwa challenges.
Je, nyota huyu mwenye umri wa miaka 25 ni mzao wa wapi?
Mimi nimesaliwa Elgeyo Marakwet County, haswa Marakwet West. Penye inaitwa Sikenge Kilima Village. Yeah.
Kule Paris, Komen atashirikiana na bingwa wa zamani wa dunia ambaye pia ni mshindi wa nishani ya fedha wa Olimpiki Timothy Cheruyot na Reynold Cheruyot ambaye ni mshikilizi wa rekodi ya dunia kwa chipukizi katika mbio za maili 1. Steve Keter, NTV, makala ya Jungu la Spoti.
NTV Michezo imeletwa kwako na Safaricom, mfadhili wa timu ya Kenya katika michezo ya Olimpiki.
Raha iliyoje, timu Kenya bado tunasubiri medali. Asante sana Keter, na kufikia hapo sina la ziada, lakini nikujuze tu kwamba hatukuwa na mduara leo, samahani sana, ni kwa sababu ya msasa wa mawaziri ambao unaendelea leo na siku 3 zijazo. Hapo kesho pia tutakuwa mbashara, tutakuwa na Andrew Karanja ambaye atakuwa anahojiwa katika afya, Aden Duale vile katika masuala ya katika wizara ya mazingira, tutakuwa na Eric Muga, Davis Chirchir katika wizara ya uchukuzi na barabara, na Margaret Ndungu katika wizara ya mawasiliano na teknolojia. Watano hao wote hapo kesho. Sina la ziada kufikia hapo. Anasema ajaye pasi hodi huondoka pasi kuaga. Mie naaga jamini. Kwaherini. Naitwa Lofty Matambo, David Agondoa kwenye chumba ishara. Endelea kutazama taarifa na vipindi vya NTV. Alamsiki.
This is NTV.
Kenya, a land renowned for its dominance in middle distance running. Now, a new generation of stars in the 800 meters race has emerged.
Mafansi wako na pressure ya kuona Mary Moraa atakimbiaje. Hii medal tutapata ama tutapata.
Mary Moraa is a calculative athlete. She knows when to strike.
From Kitale to the global stage, Emmanuel Wanyonyi makes his debut at the Olympics.
Ningependa sana kuwakilisha country yangu na nipate any medal kwa Olympics. Si rahisi lakini napambana.
He has a very good chances of bringing home gold.
Experience the journey, celebrate the spirit. Mary Moraa and Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Paris 2024.
This week on Cars with Big Boy Trev, we take a look at the Isuzu MU-X SUV. We check out its styling, performance, practicality, off-road capability, and of course, give you a value for money proposition against its chief rival, the Toyota Fortuner and the Ford Everest. Catch this and much more on your Cars with Big Boy Trev this Sunday at 5 p.m. only on NTV.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
You are the one.
We are in Lamu Port. It's a new port. Hata inanuka outfitter. Unajua vile kitu inanukanga outfitters. Hii inanuka outfitters. Looks nice. I think they're still expanding. I've never been to a port. This is my first time. Na kwa hivyo ni parking. Sikuwa najua ni parking. Kuna parking spot. Alafu ukifika hapa una press ile button. Ule captain una press button na pewa kachip. Alafu atalipa baadaye. Or at least that is my understanding. Tutaelezewa zaidi. But look at that. Look at that. For comparison's sake, there are 2 other boats right next to it. And those are not small ones. Saibu compared to that other one.
We have come on a special day for the port. It is receiving the first grain ship carrying relief food that is meant for Kenya, Somalia, and southern Ethiopia. Kwa sababu it is an important docking, the port authorities want everything to go well. Security is tight. Very tight. There are also 2 Navy gunboats escorting the vessel. Guiding the ship is not 1 but 2 tugboats. Today the smaller MV Pate is getting help from a new arrival from Mombasa. When we got to Lamu, tulifika kama tumeshuka tukiendanga, but this is a big ship coming from a foreign country, so there is a lot of protocol. Kwanza sasa vile wadosi wote na media wako hapa, kila kitu lazima ifuatwe. Kuna port health officials who ensure that the ship does not bring any pathogens. Pia kuna wale watu ambao huwezi watoroka, watu wa ushuru. Wacha tuseme tu, kabla meli haijashukisha mizigo, na kuanga process. The African Swan is a large ship. In the old Lamu port, there would have been tens of workers offloading the cargo, but it is 2023 and this is a modern port with modern equipment. Tens of lorries are waiting to carry the grain cargo to various parts of the country and beyond. The African Swan is just another ship carrying cargo to the port. There, however, is another marine vessel which is unique and is also a visitor to the port. I am interested in one of the 2 boats parked behind the Swan. This is the Mwokozi 2, berthed besides the Pate. It is the crown jewel of the tugboats in the KPA fleet. It has twin exhausts that would be the envy of any Subaru owner. Watu Subaru, unaona vile twin exhaust za engine kubwa huka. Wacha uto tu pipe, tujue tunafanyanga tu makelele huko kwa maesto. Kelele. In the Lamu heat, it feels so good to enter an air-conditioned room.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Habari.
Nzuri sana, karibu.
Nzuri sana. Yeah, nimesikia wewe ndio captain.
Hapa.
Yeah. How unique is it that this boat is here with us and yeah.
This tugboat Mwokozi?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is a unique tugboat actually, because it's a harbor operations tug, and at the same time it's a salvage tug. Can be used to assist vessels that have had issues in high seas, incidents, or they have run aground. Within the Eastern Central Africa, it's understood to be the largest vessel that is around, for which can work double the jobs. Can do harbor operations and salvage tug at the same time. So we are proud actually to be the first country to be having this. Yes.
Oh, we are the first country.
Yes, this type of a vessel. We have salvage tugboats, but they are uniquely serving salvage issues.
Okay.
Yes, but this one now serves both. You see now it has served this vessel in the morning. And any other incident occurring for salvage, it's ready, equipped with salvage equipment. Yes.
Salvaging in marine operations means rescue of a ship or its cargo on navigable waters from a peril that if the rescuer had not come would have led to great loss. Hiyo mnajua tu nimesoma kwa internet, si ndio?
Yes.
And what does that mean for us as a country that we have this?
Okay, that's a good question. Like ships calling to Kenya. Now they are actually at the back of their heads. They know that, God forbid, an incident occurring. Kenya will be ready to serve them. Their vessels can be assisted with the minimal damage. Because we apart from the other boats which can also do salvage duties, but this one is mainly equipped for salvage operations. So at least they are confident they are visiting a country that they know they are way ahead.
And in the past there have been issues where, because now this boat wasn't here before, so have there been issues?
Yeah, we have had several salvage issues. We have served one in Kilifi, we have served one in Mombasa, and I think the others that was served before was even employed, because it's not a job that has been just done recently.
This vessel can not only tow ships but also put out fires.
I am sitting on a 2 billion shilling vessel. Mwalimu Oma, ulisema sitaenda mbali. Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hata niko kwa boat na hata situmii kijiti, ni ma buttons na ma knobs na ma systems.
So what does one get with that money? Don't let looks fool you. This boat is like an iceberg. There's still a lot more of it below the surface. I now want to go in the decks below to explore. It is going down 2 floors from the top. This boat has a crew that continually lives in it. After all, it is an emergency vessel.
Hii hapa unaweza fanya cooking show. Hapa kama uone, hii ni mafish. Kuna maji.
The engineer's room. We have another one on Ukoju. This is one of them.
Hii ni starehe.
Below the decks is where the power of the vessel lies. To be able to rescue large ships, this tugboat needs big engines, very big engines. There are 2 engines that give a combined output of 7,000 horsepower. For context, that is about 224,000 cc's, or the combined power of about 220 Vitz or 110 Subaru Foresters.
Here, they desalinate the water so that they can have fresh water. So wanachukua maji ya ocean, wanatoa hiyo chumvi inakuwa fresh water, and then they supply it to the ship. And then there are tanks right there where imeandikwa FW, that's fresh water tanks. Na hapa sasa nimeambiwa this is where they treat their sewage. So si ati tu wanamwaga sewage yao ndani ya ocean. There's a treatment that goes through, there's a process that's automated so that as they're releasing it, it does not pollute the ocean. This is good technology.
It generates enough power to run like the normal power you have in your homes.
It is not a luxury yacht, but it sure is a great place to work in. Yani mali unafanya kazi ndio unalala. Wacha tu. Unlike Mombasa, the Lamu port has more space for expansion, and if the plan is followed, it will have 30 more berths, making it the largest deep water port in sub-Saharan Africa. This yard is empty, but it won't be for long. This space will one day be filled with containers as more ships continue calling on this port. The Lamu port is in a strategic place to position itself as a regional transit port, as it is situated between the north and south coast of Africa. Plus, it can take larger ships. Na hapa hakuna jam. Kwanza vile sahihi kamenuka hapo Red Sea karibu na Yemen. With vessels like the Mokozi 2, more ships would feel more confident in using Kenyan ports like Lamu. Perhaps one day, the Lamu port will be the Singapore port of Africa. In November 2023, Lamu had another unique ship visiting for the first time. The SH Diana was the first cruise ship to visit Lamu. It even made it to the national news. It was different from what we usually hear about Lamu.
The Lamu tourist circuit is now poised to start benefiting from the Lamu port after cruise ships began docking in the area on Friday.
One day, maybe tens or even hundreds of these ships will make this place their port of call. It is evening and we are back in Lamu town. we are just in time to find Shukrani getting loaded for the return trip.
So we are back. Ile boat ilitutoa huko Faza ikatuleta hapa Lamu town. It's called Shukrani. And now, as you can see, the boat that we were using, tulikuwa passengers hapa wamejaa. Passengers wamebadilika. Now hao ni afadhali wanaweza kaa pamoja. Hawatakorofishana. Na wamejaa. So it's like we explained, it's a goods boat. And so now this is its main purpose, but also serve sometimes kubeba passengers. Na ni jioni, morning, na sasa inaenda saa moja. It's like kama tuseme 1.5 hours na boat itakuwa inaenda. Saa sita itakuwa Faza. Na huyu ndio captain wetu.
The islands import nearly all of their produce from the mainland, and these boats are vital to their food security. The bridge is simple, the engine is small, but the Shukrani and the other boats that ply the island routes are very important to the many islanders. From donkeys manually transporting goods to giant vessels bringing tons of cargo, it really is a place of contrasts. It is true there are insecurity issues in parts of the county, especially those near the border with Somalia. But this is still not hindering progress. The Lamu port is not a panacea though. It has brought some challenges to the environment and the surrounding community. The construction process has affected the marine life and the fishing business for some of the residents. As Lamu grows, more people are settling here, and these once small towns are having to deal with the challenges that affect major urban centers like solid waste disposal. Lamu imetoka mbali, literally, na inaenda mbali. There's still a lot of undeveloped land, and we hope that planning will be done well for the future of Lamu City. Lamu faces many challenges, but despite all of this, it is a great place to visit.
Therefore suitable for general family viewing.
This week on Twende, we travel in a goods boat from Faza to Lamu. I get to experience vile Waamu huwa wanasafiri huku visiwani.
But yeah, this is a goods boat, and don't expect to get comfort out of this.
We get to visit Lamu's biggest infrastructure, the new Lamu port. I get to go on board a unique tugboat.
Hii hapa unaweza fanya cooking show. Hapa kama uone.
So we are proud actually to be the first country to be having this.
Yeah. I am sitting on a 2 billion shilling vessel. Mwalimu mama ulisema sitaenda mbali. Hapa ni wapi?
Our last day doesn't start with a sunrise or birds chirping. Tumeamshwa saa 10 ili tukapande boat. And we have a crucial appointment with an important vessel docking at the new port of Lamu, so we have to leave early. Faza has one scheduled large boat that leaves every morning for Lamu town, and we can't afford to miss it. Because the tide is low in the morning, the boat is anchored in the deep sea off the island to get to it, we have to use a small boat. After about 20 minutes, we are in the big boat. This vessel is not one of those fancy cruise ships where one can get a comfy suite with a bed. Hii ni boti ya mizigo, na mizigo huwa hailali kwa kitanda, inalishwa chini. It seems the locals are used to this mode as they seem very comfortable. It feels more like Noah's Ark as kila mtu anajitafutia tu a comfortable position. The boat could move faster, but the captain has deliberately set it to a crawling pace to save on diesel. Kama umezoea speedboat, inaweza kuwasha at first, but after a while, you get used to it. These larger boats are much safer than the speedboats, and it is very rare to hear of an incident or accident involving them. Mwenda pole hajikwai, na kijikwaa haanguki. The timing of the journey is important as the boat has to cross the narrow channel between the mainland and Manda before the low tide sets in. If the big boats were to get late crossing here, they would either have to wait at Mtangawanda till late in the evening, then make the crossing, or the other option is to go around Manda Island into the deep sea and approach Lamu from Shela. There was another option. Legend has it that hapo zamani za kale, wakati wa low tide, wanaume walikuwa na beba dao kwa mabega yao hapo kwa channel. Hao watu walikuwa nakataa kushuka boti ikibebwa. Ndio ancestors wa wale abiria hukataa kushuka matatu ikisukumwa leo. Hao watu wa kubeba dao walikuwa wanaitwa washika dao. Na hapo ndipo lilo jina lilitumika mara ya kwanza. Please note that ukitumia hiyo story kwa insha utazama. Anyway, by the time we're getting to the Mkanda, the level is much lower. This is not good. That is where the Shukrani has an advantage. The traditional large boats that operate this route are made of timber, which is heavy. Our boat, however, is made of fiberglass, and on this return trip, its hull is empty, meaning it can easily cross the shallow channel. The captain, however, navigates slowly and carefully.
So we started our journey at 5:30 a.m. Tulipanda Kidao, and now we went on board on this bigger boat, and that was in the dark. And we have taken, now it is, that was 5:30, now it is 8:35. So that's already 3 hours. Yesterday.
This is NTV.
NTV News Headlines, brought to you by NCBA Bank.
Tonight.
I have grown in years.
Yes.
The expired ID should work until when the state gives you a new one.
Vetted twice in one term, Ruto's regurgitated CS nominees make history as new entrants falter in unfamiliar territory.
My sincere apologies for that.
Also tonight.
My net worth stands at 243,448 million Kenya shillings.
694 million.
327,650,000.
346 million shillings in 20 months. The amount 3 cabinet secretary nominees made during their short stints in Ruto's government. Plus,
1. We are disciplined officers. We hold guns. Imagine someone is hungry and angry at the same time having that gun.
Hungry, angry and armed. Prison wardens stage go-slow demanding salary and hardship allowance harmonization. Details tonight.
NTV News Headlines, brought to you by NCBA Bank.
Kenya Twende Mbele. NCBA. Go for it.
Kenya has long been a powerhouse in middle distance running, producing legends like 800 meters world record holder David Rudisha and Pamela Jelimo, the first Kenyan woman to win an Olympic gold medal. Now, a generation of stars in the 800-meter race has emerged. As they head to the Olympics in Paris, Mary Moraa and Emmanuel Wanyonyi are looking to step into greatness.
Wakenya watuombe, kifika Paris tukiwa sawa, at least tutakimbia. Tutapambana tu, tutangangana tu.
Pamela ndiye alikuwa wa kwanza kupata hiyo medal, ilikuwa Beijing 2008 mpaka saa hii na hatujaipata medal. So I'm just trying my best nione kama nitailikava nirudishe tena irudi Kenya.
Growing up in a village in Kisii County in Kenya, Mary Moraa faced immense challenges. Orphaned at a young age and raised by her grandparents, the family struggled to make ends meet. Running was an escape for young Moraa.
When I was in class 5, I started competing within our school. And I went through up to district. Then the following year, I went up to national, so that's when I realized that I can compete. Watu walianza kusema mtoto atakuja kukimbia kama mamake, so I was like, so my mother alikuwa anakimbia. Nikienda hapa mtu anaongea, so nikasema lazima nitakimbia ndio nichurikane kama yeye.
I first saw her in primary and I realized this girl is amazing. This girl is very strong. How do you run all these things? And you are taking them. You're number one, you're number two.
Haron was the principal at a secondary school near Moraa's primary school and an official in the school's sports association. He engineered Moraa's move to Mogonga Secondary School, got her a sports scholarship and took her under his wing.
This lady just insisted that my legs have to make a difference. Mwalimu, I must win this. Mwalimu, I must move a step ahead.
After high school, Moraa met Alex Sang, who is now a coach, a mentor, and another father figure.
I am privileged to have coached her, to have seen her career from being a youthful champion.
Amepray vitu mingi kwa maisha yangu. Amesimama na mimi tangu mpaka saa hii, ni kama msasi wangu.
Emmanuel Wanyonyi was born in Kitale in Trans Nzoia County to a large family that faced immense challenges and hardships.
Tuko familia ya watoto 12 na mimi niko hapo katikati. Nilikuwa shule class 3, nilitoka nyumbani nikaingia street Kitale. Nikakaa Kitale kuanzia 2011, nikarudi home 2016 na nikaamua kukaa nyumbani tena, nikasema hiyo maisha ya street sipo. So 2018 ndio nikajiongelesha tu mimi mwenyewe, nikasema nikitaka nikimbie vizuri itabidi nirudi shule. Na nikasema sasa ndaanzia wapi because nilitoka shule kitambo. Nikarisk nikaamua nianze shule, nikaenda class 7.
Wanyonyi kept on telling the dad, like, I need you to buy me a pair of running shoes. And it's difficult. Then one day, he wakes up and he has, some 300 bob and he is just thinking, you know what? I'm going to leave it to my son for him to come and go to the market and buy running shoes. He leaves, he goes to the forest, to what he's always done. Then he doesn't come back. He gets murdered there and Wanyonyi's life changes forever.
2019 nilikuwa class 8. Nikakuja nikafika national, nikapata shule sponsorship ya high school. So nikafanya exam, nikakuja nikajoin hiyo 2020 form 1, nikakimbia vizuri, nikakutana sasa na coach Claudio na Janet na Lelei, wakaniambia uko na talent na unaweza kimbia.
I saw the running style and the body structure, Then I went to talk with Claudio Beratelli and things started. Claudio gave us program and we executed well here.
Mary Moraa's hard work and dedication led to her international debut in the World Under-18 Championships in 2017, where she won a silver medal. She then joined the senior team, but disappointment would follow at the World Championships in Doha in 2019, when she missed out on a podium finish in the 400-meter race.
Nilikuwa nakaa na Beatrice Chepkoech kwa room moja, na kina Helen walikuwa World Championship. So nikitembea nilikuwa natembea na wao. So nilikuwa najiuliza mimi sina medal na wao wako na medal. Sasa mimi naonekana aje? Wakanikalisha chini, tukaongea na wao. Wakaniambia nitoke 400 nikuje kwa 800, at least naweza perform mzuri.
It takes the guts of
an athlete who wants to succeed no matter what, to make a switch from a distance that you've been running to another one, especially if you're stepping up the distance.
It motivated me that if Pamela crossed from 400 meters up to 800 meters and became an Olympic champion, I want also to transform Mary Moraa from 400 to 800.
Moraa's first gold medal came at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in 2022. She deployed an unusual tactic, starting at the front in the first lap, fading to the back as the second lap started, and then surging to the front in the last 100 meters.
Mary Moraa is a calculative athlete, very calculative. She knows when to strike.
At the Commonwealth Games, that is where the Moraa that we have now was actually born. And from that moment, there hasn't been looking back.
Nikiwa napewa hiyo medal na wakaweka national anthem, first thing nilikumbuka mamangu. I wish angekuwa aone penye national anthem imekewa mtoto wake.
In 2021, Wanyonyi made his international debut, competing in the World Junior Championships in Nairobi, Kenya. There, he stunned the world by winning the gold medal in the 800-meter event, setting a new junior world record.
For the first time since David Rudisha, I was able to see an athlete who ran with a lot of dominance, like he owned the race.
He's a very strong, aggressive athlete, and I like because he's very courageous. He takes his races from the front and control it.
Ningependa kukimbia 800 meters kama Rudisha because alikimbia vizuri. Ukiangalia alibreak record kwa Olympics London 2012, so inanipatia motivation na nionyesha mimi naweza break na naweza fikia ile level yake.
The road to Olympic glory is paved with grueling training and fierce competition. Standing in Moraa's way in her quest to win Kenya the eagerly awaited second gold medal in the 800-meter race is Great Britain's Keely Hodgkinson. Keely ran the 6th fastest time in the distance just 2 weeks before the Olympics began.
Venye preparations yenye coach amefanya pamoja na Mary ataweza kuleta gold medal.
In fact, most of the people that you are seeing in the world who are athletes, most of their dreams is to win a gold during Olympics. How I wish she could be one of the champions of Olympic.
We are now moving on to targeting a 154 to be as a personal best. It will depend now with the two other ladies, maybe Hawkinson from UK and Atik Move from US. If they will decide to go fast, we will be ready. If they decide that let's wait until the last maybe 200 meters, we will be ready for that.
Olympics is different. It comes in 4 years. Everyone wants to win. She has to plan well. Tactically, if she has to stay in front, she has to balance her energy until the line.
Pressure iko juu. Mafans wako na pressure ya kuona Mary Moraa atakimbia aje. Country iko inasema Mary Moraa atakimbia aje, medal tutapata ama tutapata. So pia mimi mwenyewe niko na pressure ya kusema sitaki kuangusha my country na my fans. Lazima nijitume ndio nione kama nitarudisha hiyo medal.
From Kitale to the global stage, Emmanuel Wanyonyi makes his debut at the Olympics and is poised to write the next chapter of 800-meter Kenyan dominance. Is he up to the challenge?
Najikakamua nikimbie kwanza PP, nikikimbia 141, nione vile Mungu atapanga mbele.
We are mostly working on speed endurance. We are teaching him how to handle the mental pressure.
I don't see anyone stopping Wanyonyi from winning the gold.
I saw him running for the first time in World Under 20. He made it look very smooth, and I knew that he is going to take 800 to another level.
Wanyonyi will have to be at his best to fend off the challenge of Algerian Jamel Sejati and Frenchman Gabriel Tuay, who have been red hot in this season's Diamond League.
Every year, over 100,000 individuals are tested in more than 700 accredited trade testing centers nationwide. The National Industrial Training Authority, NITA, is mandated to administer the assessment, testing and certification of occupational skills, including the government trade tests, which are offered in 3 series: April grade 1, 2 and 3, August grade 1, 2 and 3, and December grade 1, 2 and 3. Master Craftsman certification is also part of the grades. This year's August Trade Test Series kicks off on 12th August to 23rd August 2024 nationwide. Usiachwe nyuma kijana, kuwa certified. For more information about the upcoming December series, log on to www.nita.go.ke.
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul Payat. Watu wananiambia pole ile akuchekelea pole.
How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua?
Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay.
Omalay wapi labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa mnakaa supu, unaona huyo? Huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivita Homes.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour. Enjoy Jogo maize flour 2 kg at 98 shillings. Greener vegetable oil 5 liters at 10.95 shillings. Apple crisp bread at 259 shillings. Fresh chicken leg quarter at 399 shillings per kg. And LG 70-inch smart TV at 112,995 shillings. Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
This is NTV.
Good evening from Nairobi, and many thanks for joining us on the broadcast on this first day of August 2024, the first day of the month, but also day one of the crucial vetting exercise of President William Ruto's cabinet nominees. Stand by, we have all the lowdown for you. NTV Tonight. Tonight.
I have grown in those 2 years. Yes.
The expired ID should work until when the state gives you a new one.
Vetted twice in one term, Ruto's regurgitated CS nominees make history as new entrants falter in unfamiliar territory.
My sincere apologies for that.
Also tonight.
My net worth stands at 243
448 million Kenya shillings.
694 million.
327,650,000.
346 million shillings in 20 months. The amount 3 cabinet secretary nominees made during their short stints in Ruto's government. Plus,
1. We are disciplined officers. We hold guns. Imagine someone is hungry and angry at the same time having that gun.
Hungry, angry and armed. Prison wardens stage go-slow demanding salary and hardship allowance harmonization. Details tonight. And
do you now believe that there is an existence of police death squads?
Those are purely criminal individuals. We cannot say that there is a death squad in the National Police Service.
Jinxed or just too demanding? Pioneer Inspector General of Police speaks exclusively to NTV about the job that has seen all past 4 office holders resign.
Live from Nation Centre, this is NTV Tonight with Ben Kitili.
Welcome to the broadcast. Our sign language interpreter tonight is David Agondo. Cabinet Secretary nominee for Interior and National Administration, Kithure Kindiki, has defended himself against claims of abdicating his responsibility as the country faced relentless protest from young Kenyans who were demonstrating against a punitive finance bill, poor governance and lack of accountability, saying it was purely an operational matter which lies squarely with the police. Questions were asked about the 150 million shillings increase in his net worth in less than 2 years. NTV's Duncan Haimba begins our broadcast tonight.
Welcome.
Immediate former CS for Interior and National Administration, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, who has been nominated by the President to serve in the same docket, was put on the spot by Parliament concerning the on and off weekly protests by the Gen Zs in the last 2 months that resulted in deaths, injuries and destruction of property. The committee asking hard questions on abductions, human rights abuses and police brutality against protesters.
The operational matters are handled by the command of the National Police Service, and therefore the minister doesn't give operational directives. We have communicated the policy during my time in office, the policy of the Kenya Kwanza administration on policing, which includes zero tolerance on extrajudicial killings, zero tolerance on abuse of human rights, and restraints in the use of force. Limited only, the use of force being limited only to cases contemplated in the Constitution and the National Police Service Act and the schedule thereto in the defense of life of the officer or the life of the people of Kenya.
According to Kindiki, police recorded 42 deaths, 486 injuries of civilians and 385 police officers. 1,387 arrests were made, 54 police vehicles destroyed, while 110 belonged to members of public.
Even beyond the police having independent operational command, the issue of the use of firearms by a police officer is individual.
Then there was a question of Article 37 of the Constitution, which speaks to the rights of Kenyans to picket, assemble and demonstrate.
Those draft regulations, when completed, will be able to help the police do a number of things. Number one, obligate the police to escort protesters and provide security for them, but also to ensure protesters don't run amok and overrun members of the public who are not protesting. Number three, it will require those protesting to notify the police and tell and also give the number of protesters so that the appropriate arrangements are made. It will also obligate public institutions in all arms of government all public institutions to designate an area within their premises or within the vicinity of their premises where a group of protesters who want to present petitions can stand, demonstrate, and present petitions to that public office or that public institution.
Duncan Haemba, NTV.
Meanwhile, the cabinet nominee for the Ministry of Lands and Housing, Alice Wahome, had a hard time defending the housing levy a day after the Court of Appeal declared it unconstitutional. Here's NTV's Brian Mushiri with the highlights of Wahome's vetting.
Alice Wahome.
The Lands and Housing Cabinet nominee was at pains to explain the position of the affordable housing program. Members of the National Assembly's Appointments Committee sought to understand why some projects had been launched by the President months ago but were yet to commence months later. Further, Wednesday's ruling by the Court of Appeal, which ruled that the Finance Bill of 2023 was unconstitutional, was also discussed at length.
This is one of the best projects and programs that the country can allow to continue. Everything else bad said about it, but there's one in terms of employment.
Wahome vowing to crush land-grabbing cartels should her nomination be approved. The nominee, who held the docket, previously defended her record prior to her dismissal. However, members sought to understand what she would do differently.
Can you mention which public land can you say you have recovered from grabbers as of now?
If I can go to 5 or 10 and provide the statement that is needed to stamp authority of the government in terms of tearing the cartels that I'm here and I will not allow. And I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, it has worked to some extent.
The ever dicey title deed debate also took place, with the nominee admitting that a large number of Kenyans do not hold title deeds to land they own, admitting that some government offices and parastatals don't also have title deeds. Wahome's recent scuffle with the National Lands Commission, as well as the controversial Land Laws Amendment Bill of 2023, also came to the fore. At the time of the withdrawal, the bill sought to introduce an annual levy on freehold land and also dilute the constitutional powers of the National Lands Commission by transferring major functions to the Lands Cabinet Secretary. Wahome defending the ministry, saying that it had no intention of curtailing the independence of the National Lands Commission. Brian Mushiri, NTV, Nairobi.
As day one of cabinet nominee vetting came to an end, Soipan Tuya, immediate former cabinet secretary for the Ministry of Environment, was the last to face the committee, led by National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, for the position of cabinet secretary for defense.
Having done my Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi, I have also acquired a diploma in law through the Advocates Training Program at the Kenya School of Law. And I have a Master of Laws in Sustainable International Development from the University of Washington in Seattle. I have had occasion to serve in various capacities at the private sector through development work. I have worked with the USAID.
The vetting process is not unfamiliar territory to the US-trained lawyer, as she was among the first cabinet members appointed by President William Ruto. She's also among the cabinet secretaries who were sacked by the president, raising questions over the integrity of those that held various offices.
Being one among the lucky 10 or so who were reappointed after the dismissal, what would you tell us would be at least one of your key achievements as Minister for Environment and Climate Change?
Immediately I came into the ministry was focused on formulating a legal framework through amendment of the Climate Change Act to bring transparency, accountability, and bring out the issue of benefit sharing for communities.
Ms. Tuya was questioned about the Chinese wall that reportedly exists between the civilian side of the military and the uniformed units, who often feel unappreciated according to the chair of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, Nelson Kwech.
And sometimes because of our, short stints in the portfolios that we get, they have a feeling that sometimes the cabinet secretaries or the civilian side are overreaching.
In order for me to effectively exercise my overall oversight, the overall policy direction and advisory, I will need to critically understand those operations without infringing or interfering with those very distinct roles.
A former CS who admitted to not having a background in military affairs was also taken to task about the measures she will put in place to improve military equipment.
Yes, it is a concern in the country, and it's not just the air, mostly the air assets, I believe, is what your question is focusing on. And again, as one of my mandates is to assess the maintenance and to ensure efficacy and efficiency of this equipment. And I'm going to be very keen on that, as guided Honorable Wanyonyi.
And finally, the former environment CS was prodded over any integrity issues that may be lingering, as well as her net worth.
Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
Not at all, Mr. Speaker.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No.
What is your net worth?
Mr. Speaker, my net worth stands at 243,448 million Kenya shillings.
How much were you worth at the last?
It was 156 million Kenya shillings.
What has occasioned the growth?
Mr. Speaker, it's largely appreciation of assets, private business, and one asset acquired within Nairobi.
A total of 5 cabinet secretary nominees being vetted by the vetting committee of Parliament. Another 5 expected tomorrow. Our coverage continues here on NTV tonight. We take a quick commercial break. Don't go too far.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa star 570 hash pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa Agosti ni tushinde. Dial star 570 hash, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi, na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni star 570 hash pekee, option ni 4. Holiday Bonanza, tushinde!
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
Can we understand an unspoken language? Itaweza sema habari ya asubuhi. Can it be a way to savor each moment? Sisi tunajua it can start lifelong stories. Be the center of celebrations and so much more. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
Ah, the thrilling world of businesses in the city. Mato, you on speed dial. Looking for help with his LPO, he needs to deliver laptops fast. Enter Stanbic Bank, the game changer in LPO financing. Anaget expand his horizons. Huyu hapo ni Max, aki-import bills, lakini yuko in a tight fix, like his favorite pair of tight sweatpants. Working capital solution from Stanbic Bank come through. Sasa expand his fashion empire to the max. Literally, when our dada, a mobile money super agent, gets frantic calls due on a float. Through our digital solution, MJK Dada Boss can send floats to a sea of agents to keep them all afloat. Grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Welcome to the world of casino games on 1xBet. Discover the wide variety of exciting slot games for every taste. Take your chances and let the luck be on your side. Slot games on 1xBet, where fortune awaits.
Now you can make secure, convenient payments on global travel websites with M-Pesa Global Pay, a virtual Visa card that is linked to your M-Pesa wallet. Getting your card is easy. Log into new M-Pesa app and select M-Pesa Global Pay. Then click Activate. Choose a card color or image and click Select. Enter your M-Pesa PIN. You will receive a confirmation message and your card is now ready to use. Then, click on Show Card Details and enter your M-Pesa PIN to view your card number and your CVV, a 3-digit security code. Next, when you check out on the global website, choose Visa as your payment option. Enter your card number and the 3-digit security code, the CVV. Enter your M-Pesa PIN as prompted on your phone. You will then receive a successful payment notification, just like that.
Stefano truly loves you. And I know very well that you love him too. And besides, for two people who are about to face each other at the altar, isn't that the one and only most important thing? You love him, he loves you, you two are going to get married! That's it!
Welcome back to the broadcast. You're watching NTV tonight. Health Cabinet Secretary nominee says she is up to the task and will deal with the challenges affecting the docket. Dr. Mulongo, who, if approved, will be joining government from an international organization, will be wading into the murky waters of Afya House, and the vetting committee members feel her diplomatic approach to issues may not work. NTV's Helen Aura tells us more.
The looming crisis in the health sector continues to expose the rot and administrative instability. The 56-day countrywide doctors' strike saw medics show their discontentment for the previous administration.
I, Dr. Deborah Mulongo Barasa.
Now, Dr. Deborah Mulongo Barasa has a huge task ahead of her, but is she prepared in the event of another doctor's strike?
Indeed, the doctor's strike has been a challenge. Over time in immemorial, and every cabinet secretary has dealt with that challenge. And so there's need to look for long-term solutions. I believe that the long-term solutions are with us. So we need to work together with the unions, the doctors themselves, the interns. We need to work with the bodies, the Ministry of Education, among other stakeholders, to come up with a solution. I don't have a solution, but what I am saying is we need to have a situational analysis and be able to develop action plans following that.
The recent debacle regarding the shift from NHIF to SHIF, a move which a 3-judge bench suspended, and now Kenyans are still struggling to access healthcare through NHIF. Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah pointed out the ailing National Hospital Insurance Fund, with staff colluding with hospitals to defraud not only Kenyans but the fund. The grilling process today revealed a soft diplomatic approach by Mulongo, despite the problems that have riddled the health ministry.
My approach is a consultative approach involving the multiple stakeholders, from the PSS, Director General, the National Technical Working Groups, the NHIF, among others, including the community who are receiving the services. And with this, we need to conduct a situational analysis to understand the challenges, and from there, come up with interventions and action plans.
Mulongo will be moving to the public sector from the private sector. The transition will determine whether she will swim or not, should her nomination be approved, with members of the vetting committee pointing out that what worked in private sector may not necessarily work in the government, more so in such a ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Mule.
Honorable Mule, my sincere apologies for that.
For Mulongo, the tension probably put her on edge, despite the vetting committee introducing itself to her. She referred to them as Honorable Member. While Mulongo wants to take the diplomatic route, if appointed to be a cabinet secretary for health, her administration may have to change tact on how to deal with the cartels that have invaded the ministry. Helen Aura, NTV.
And as the first day of the Cabinet Secretary nominees' scrutiny came to a close, the spotlight turned sharply to their impressive personal fortunes, igniting a flurry of scrutiny. With their financial histories now in the spotlight, several nominees who are being reconsidered for positions back to the Cabinet found themselves on the defensive, asked to account for their dramatic wealth increase over just 2 years in office. Let's get more from NTV's Zainab Ismail.
Take your seats.
When he appeared before the National Assembly's Committee on Appointments in October 2022, Interior and National Administration Cabinet Secretary nominee Professor Kithure Kindiki was worth 544 million shillings. Today, his wealth has grown by 150 million.
I have not benefited from any improper business. I have not done any business with government. Let's start from there. I have not applied for any tender by myself, by proxy, by relative, or by anybody. Mr. Speaker, before I was appointed, my wealth was at 544 million. I said at that time, which I still do now, that I have run a business, which today I do not participate in that business. I don't practice law, but my law firm is alive and working, and much of that revenue has actually come through the revenue from my law firm, which is still active but being managed by other people.
Alice Wahome, the nominee for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development Cabinet Secretary nominee, today reported a net worth of 327 million shillings, a notable increase from the 218 million shillings she declared when she first took office as Water and Irrigation Cabinet Secretary in 2022.
What is your net worth?
650,000.
How much were you worth when we last vetted you?
I was worth slightly less. When you vetted me, Mr. Speaker, last time, I was worth 218,400,000.
So you have had some nominal growth.
Kidogo.
When asked to account for the impressive margin exceeding 100 million within just 2 years, Wahome attributed the increase to the appreciation in value of her property holdings.
It is the properties that have increased in terms of appreciation in value. And then there was one tenant that was not paying my family rent, and they paid about 14 million.
Meanwhile, Defence Cabinet Secretary nominee Soipan Tuya reported a net worth of 243 million, marking a notable rise from the 156 million she declared during her previous vetting. Among the newly nominated cabinet secretaries, the reported wealth is striking. Education Cabinet Secretary nominee Julius Migos Ogamba has disclosed an impressive net worth of 790 million shillings, attributing his fortunes to ventures in agriculture, land holdings, motor vehicles, and his law firm. As the Health CS nominee Deborah Malongo Barasa reported a net worth of 455 million shillings, noting that this wealth is shared with her husband. The vetting of President William Ruto's cabinet nominees will continue on Friday, with focus shifting to Agriculture nominee Andrew Muihia Karanja, Environment nominee Aidan Duale, Water and Irrigation nominee Eric Murithi Muga, Roads and Transport nominee Davis Chirchir, and Information Communication and the Digital Economy nominee Margaret Nyamburandungu to end the day. Zainab Ismail, NTV.
Tomorrow, another 5 CS nominees will be going before the vetting committee, including the Agriculture CS nominee, Dr. Andrew Karanja, the Environment CS nominee, Aden Duale, Eric Muga, the CS nominee for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the youngest of the lot, Davis Chirchir, CS nominee for Roads and Transport, and finally, the last to appear before the vetting committee tomorrow will be Margaret Ndungu, the ICT and Digital Economy Cabinet Secretary nominee. In other news, a family in the county of Baringo is seeking justice for their kin who died after he was allegedly run over by a police vehicle. The family of the deceased, identified as Victoria Makal, said she was crushed by a police car last month. The 4-year-old girl was laid to rest today in Tiati, with the family demanding for justice for the little one. Baringo Police Commander Julius Kirago said investigations are underway and that he will ensure the police officer involved is brought to book.
Hundreds of mourners gathered in Tiati, Baringo County to pay their last respects to 4-year-old Victoria Makal, who was hit and killed by a police vehicle on 24th July. Makal was a PP1 pupil at Kilatat Academy, Chemolingot. She met her death on her way home from school. The vehicle was being driven by a senior police officer attached to Chemolingot police station.
Yule ambaye alisababisha ajali ni mtu ambaye ameonywa mara nyingi kuhusu tabia ya kuendesha gari kwa kasi zaidi.
After the accident, angry residents marched to Chemolingot police station to protest the death of the girl. They threatened to burn down the station. In the confrontation, 2 people sustained serious injuries after they were shot by the police.
Kuongea nao maskari hapo wanatusikia, then watu wakakasirika, wakaanza kurusha mawe ama like hiyo demonstration acts hizo. Then mapolisi wako ndani wakaanza kushoot.
For a flower that had not yet fully blossomed, it was a painful moment for this family.
Huyu jamaa aweze kuchukuliwa hatua ya kiseria.
Huyu deputy OCS ni muongoni wale rock officers tunasema kwa pande hii wanafanya maovu vile wanataka.
Baringo Police Commander Julius Kiragu said the incident was unfortunate and they will ensure investigations are carried out.
Ni deputy OCS Chemolingot. Kwa bahati mbaya tu ajali tu ya barabara kagonga mtoto hapo Chemolingot na kaaga. Traffic they took over, wakapeleka gari kwa inspection na kesi inaendelea.
Kiragu called for peace and calm as investigations continue. Rozongoi, NTV.
Sad indeed. You're watching NTV tonight. Time out for another quick commercial break. When we come back, Nina Shaban will be bringing us the latest from the world of business.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa star 570 hash pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa Agosti ni tushinde. Dial star 570 hash, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni star 570 hash pekee, option ni 4. Holiday Bonanza, tushinde!
Huyu hapo ni Max aki-import bills, lakini yuko in a tight fix like his favorite pair of tight sweatpants. Working capital solution from Stanbic Bank ina come through Sasa and expand his fashion empire to the max. Literally, grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Ever dreamt of owning a piece of Diani? Introducing Bustani Gardens by Pazarina Holiday Homes. Located 1.5 kilometers off Lunga Lunga Road, grab yourself a prime parcel from as low as 850,000 Kenya shillings with available water, electricity, graded roads, ready title deeds and site visit at your convenience. Contact us today on 0712 110 110 or visit our offices at Morningside along Gong Road.
Welcome to the world of casino games on 1xBet. Discover the wide variety of exciting slot games for every taste. Take your chances and let the luck be on your side. Slot games on 1xBet, where fortune awaits.
Good evening. Let's take a look at the stories that are making news in the world of business. My name is Nina Shaban. Tea farmers in the country are facing a setback after more than 100 million kilograms of tea went unsold. This, according to the government, was caused by excess production of tea in the last financial year. The consignment is now lying in different warehouses in Mombasa, and NTV's Kevin Mutai also reports that directors at the Toror Tea Factory in Kericho have been replaced due to integrity concerns. Let's take a look.
Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Paul Rono, met tea buyers, brokers and regulators at the East Africa Tea Trade Association offices in Mombasa. Top on the agenda was to resolve claims of millions of kilograms of the missing tea. P.S. Rono says 6.4 billion kilograms of tea was produced in 2023, but only 6.1 billion kgs was consumed, leaving a difference of 300 million kilograms of unsold tea. This is way above the international standards of allowing only 30 million kgs of unsold tea to be carried forward to the next financial year.
Close to 100 million kilos of tea is unsold tea is in the stock, and they are in the warehouses, and we have agreed with the tea brokers and the buyers to buy our tea within the next 1 month. They will have cleared all the unsold tea.
He also revealed that the directors at the Toror Tea Factory in Kericho have been fired due to disciplinary issues, and that a new circular will be released confirming the new leadership.
I was there yesterday, and we have made sure that the individuals who were mentioned not to be meeting the integrity in the sector are removed.
Farmers also raised complaints over indiscriminate payments of bonus, accusing the Kenya Tea Development Authority (KTDA) of remitting 65 shillings per kilogram of green leaf to South Rift farmers and 20 shillings per kg to those in the eastern region. This also came amid concerns of poor quality of tea that will now see the Tea Board of Kenya issue a new circular to enforce 100% production of quality product.
Our farmers going forward will be able to get almost an average equal price, because we want to be known as a country of tea with tea of quality. The government will also continue to work on the regulation for direct sale of tea as is in the Tea Act 2020, so that the regulations are made facilitative to the sector and of importance to the benefit of our farmers.
Kevin Mutai, NTV in Mombasa.
That's the story that we shall definitely be following up on. Kenya's consumer prices increase at the slowest rate in 46 months in July. Official data shows mainly on falling average prices on food and energy. According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS, inflation fell to 4.3% from 4.6% in June, with the rate of growth in average prices was slower since September 2020, when it stood at 4.2%. The easing inflationary pressure has been supported supported by increased food production and moderating costs of fuel and electricity compared with July last year. 5 Kenyan startups have been selected to receive 81 million shillings in funding out of 1,500 applicants in an open call for innovative solutions to social and environmental issues. The fund, dubbed Transform, led by Unilever, now brings the first collaboration of a trio including the British High Commission in Nairobi and Ernst & Young. Other than the grant funding, the budding enterprises are also set to benefit from business insight, practical experience, resources, and networks in the program.
And that's because we believe that the solutions to the global problems that we all face, whether it's climate change, how to empower women, how to help marginalized and disadvantaged communities, we believe that the solutions to those problems are going to come from bottom-up innovation in countries like Kenya.
We offer our services as EY through giving support and advisory to the entrepreneurs in terms of modeling, financial modeling, tax, sustainability through the climate change and environment, to see that these organizations and brave people come to the front and they do not die like the many businesses that die within 5 years.
So that's it for business news. Please do have a lovely night. My name is Nina Shaban. Ben Kitile will be coming back with the sports news.
Sports news brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
Let's take you to Paris, where the men's 10,000 meters final will take place tomorrow night from 10:20 p.m. Kenya has only one gold medal in the event in both the men's and women's categories, which was won back in 1968. NTV's Elijah Oko features the long-distance race and investigates why Kenya has failed to win gold in the previous editions and if there is hope in this year's event.
It's been 56 years since Kenya last won an Olympic gold medal in the 10,000 meters. Naftali Temu remains the only gold medalist after he stormed to victory in Mexico City as a 23-year-old.
A number of aspects, for example, the mental training skills. You may find an athlete is very good, only to realize, during the race, the issues of performance anxiety coming in. And that can really affect your running. And this can affect how you approach the race. And you find many people are losing races on a number of factors, i.e. the preparation was not specific to that event to match the competition, or maybe issues to be physiological.
Kenya is renowned for being a middle and long-distance country. However, according to seasoned athletics journalist James Wakabi, there are a number of factors that come into play as to why Kenya has faltered in the 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters.
The track and field, 10,000 meters, the race is reduced. As they reduced, if you want to make a bit of money, you move up to the road because the road has a lot of money. So even if it's a 10K road race abroad, it's got way more money than a 10,000 meters in the Diamond League. How many races this year, 2024, how many 10,000 meters races have we seen in the Diamond League? How many, other than the specially organized ones for the Ethiopian trials, for the Kenyan trials, have we seen another one? We haven't. So if you run 10,000 meters, where are you going to make your money?
While 10,000 meters silver medalist Daniel Ebenyo is not part of the team and the onus lies on Daniel Mateiko, who is making his debut at the Olympics, Nicholas Kimeli, who is a former under-20 African champion, and Bernard Kibet.
Kimeli will be in and around it. I think Mateiko will be right there in the mix if he can just reproduce what he did, regardless of the pressure, because I think the pressure at the Olympics affects everyone, regardless of that pressure. If he can overcome the pressure, I think he will be okay.
You don't know what will happen when you are racing, but what I know is that I'm well prepared, and also my trainmate Kimeli, I think also he is also prepared because we train together.
tumeweza kuconcentrate nayo tangu tulipokata team, tuliweza kufocus na hiyo reaction ya the last lap, so tunataka tubadilishe mwenendo wetu.
The women's race, the case is the same. Ethiopia has been the dominant force with 5 wins since 1988. But this time round, world record holder Beatrice Chebet is part of the team together with 5,000 meters, while silver medalist Margaret Chilimo and Lilian Kasait.
I think the fact that she's a world record holder is great. I hope she can step up and do it. My only fear with her is that she's doubling. And the first race is the 5,000 meters women. That's the only thing that worries me, how she deals with the emotions that come with that.
Kila mtu anataka hiyo gold. Na ni mzuri pia nikitengeneza history in Kenya, being a first gold medalist wa 10,000. Na anything is possible. So target yangu pia ni kwenda kuwin hiyo 10,000. Although najua si rahisi.
Whenever a Kenyan puts on that singlet, you never know what's going to happen. So I cannot sit there and say we cannot dream. No. We've got to dream.
The men's race takes place on Friday at 10:20 p.m. with the women's race scheduled to take place on the 9th of August. Elijah Oko, NTV Sport.
All the best to Mateko and Co. Now, World 1500 meters world record holder Faith Kipyegon is confident of defending her Olympic title for the 3rd consecutive time, even as she targets a historic double gold medal, since she will also be competing in the women's 5,000 meters race. The star athlete has asked Kenyans to rally behind the athletes as they seek glory in Paris. Steve Keter has more.
Faith Kipyegon is not only a 2-time Olympic champion in the women's 1500 meters, having won in the Rio 2016 and Tokyo 2020 Summer Games, but she is also a 3-time world champion, having first won at the 2017 London Championships, in Oregon 2022, and recently in Budapest 2023. Kipyegon broke the women's 1500 meters world record twice and has triumphed in the Diamond League numerous times. This easily makes her the best 1500 meters athlete of all time, gender notwithstanding.
Well, it's all about, hard work. For me, I'm still going to put a hard work I've been putting all through towards this special year. When you're Olympic champion, you get an opportunity to be called Olympic champion for 4 years.
She says an impressive CV such as hers comes with pressure. However, she believes she is capable of delivering her best once again.
As a champion, you have pressure. Of course, fans are expecting you to do something. You are carrying a flag of your country, and you are like, am I going to do my best? How is my shape? And I'm just going to put all my head and my training I put in and my hard work towards this gold medal in Paris. So I hope I will deliver, and I hope I will do the best in Paris.
Faith has been training with the rest of Team Kenya members who have been camping in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County. She says her coaches have adjusted her training to enable her compete effectively, both in her 1500 meter specialty and in her new favorite, the 5,000 meters race.
Sometimes I do long run, sometimes I do hill work, and track, of course, for speed, because I'm 1500 meter athlete and as well 5,000 meters. So I'm balancing both endurance and speed. Yeah.
In the women's 5,000 meters race, Faith will be teaming up with the world 10,000 meters record holder Beatrice Chebet and Margaret Kemboi. The trio is set to face stiff competition from the Ethiopians, led by the distance record holder Gudaf Tsegai.
The competition is always the same. It's only that how prepared you are, and when you are prepared, everything is possible. So they always say train hard, win easy. So for us, I hope the team, we are going to work hard. We are going to do our best to give ourselves and really put our flag up there. So we are going to do our best.
For Kipyegon, who arrived in France a few days ago, the Paris Olympics is another opportunity for her to scale new heights. Steve Keter, NTV Sport.
Sports news brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
We shall all be rooting for kings and queens of the track. We take another quick commercial break here on NTV tonight. We are back with more, including that exclusive interview with Kim Mayo. Stay with us.
This is NTV.
Welcome to the world of casino games on 1xBet. And let the luck be on your side. Slot games on 1xBet, where fortune awaits.
For 25 years, Dimke's DT Sacco has been transforming lives and empowering communities. This year, we celebrate an incredible milestone: 25 years of success, trust and growth. Dimke's DT Sacco is built on the strength of faith through the Anglican Church of Kenya, Diocese of Mount Kenya South. Join us today and unlock a world of financial opportunities, low interest rates, flexible saving plans, and smart investment options. Visit our website or call us on 0111 033 100. Dimke's DT Sacco, celebrating 25 years of financial excellence.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour. Enjoy Jogoo maize flour 2 kg at 98 shillings. Greener vegetable oil 5 liters at 10.95 shillings. Apple crisp red at 259 shillings. Fresh chicken leg quarter at 399 shillings per kg. And LG 70-inch smart TV at 112,995 shillings. Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Holiday bonanza iko kwa star 570 hash pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa August ni tushinde. Dial star 570 hash, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni star 570 hash pekee, option ni 4. Holiday bonanza, tushinde!
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul Payat. Watu wananiambia pole, ile ya kuchekelea pole.
How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua?
Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay.
Omalay wapi, labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa hivi mnakaa supu, unaona huyo? Huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivida Homes.
This is NTV.
Welcome back. A crisis is brewing at the Kenya prisons after wardens launched a nationwide go-slow over the non-payment of the promised 13% salary increment at the end of July and poor working conditions, among other issues. The wardens have been angered by the decision of the correctional services to delay their payment and failure to include the 4,000 shilling salary increment as directed by President William Ruto. Tonight, NTV reports on the frustrations of thousands of workers toiling day and night in the nearly 120 correctional facilities across the country. NTV's Ruth Sarmoi Cheseng now reports.
The go-slow began last evening after prison warders received their normal pay minus the expected 13% salary increase. The payment was late and not to their expectation. The officers were not happy, intimated a senior officer who spoke on condition of anonymity.
Back in 2023 July, there was an effect also for 3%, which was never effected, but our counterparts got the increment.
Wanasema bana ikue na waogopi, wanasema they can start afresh and they are saying it live.
Following the heated conversations over the matter in different WhatsApp groups across the country, WhatsApp group administrators were told to control the discussion by blocking WhatsApp members from typing.
I suspect hawa wangwana walienda wakaform group ingine. Kwa sababu in the morning when I woke up, nilipata like 200 people wame left group. Meaning, kuna group maybe imeformiwa mahali. Okay. That maybe I'm not privy to.
The warders complained of continued discrimination.
Wadi wakati polisi walikuwa wanapata signal yao ya kuraise salary, prisons hawakupata. And you see, this is not the first time. Whenever there's a raise, prison lazima wangojange eti ikuje August, who is sleeping on his job? This is the question these guys are raising.
The effect of the failed increment was witnessed in prisons across the country as several officers failed to turn up to their workstations this morning.
Right now, as it stands, so many people were absent. One, they are so mad because they have no way to venture their anger out. One, we are disciplined officers. We hold guns. Imagine someone who is hungry and angry at the same time having that gun.
Also in a prison is very dangerous because prisoners and prison officers in most cases are like a family. When wananyanyaswa, they can get support from those criminals.
The salaries have also brought to light the harsh working conditions many have been subjected to, with delayed promotions, intimidations and threats.
You get someone who was employed back in 1983 and someone was employed maybe 2015. This 2015 person, I will not say it's a merit or something, but you'll be surprised this person is maybe inspector of prison and this guy enrolled in back in 1983 is just a constable. So what would be of benefit if this person is given a corporal after all these years of service, like 20 or 23 years of service?
Junior officers say they have never been issued with new uniforms and shoes despite serving for more than 15 years.
Like the constables, you'll be surprised we buy our own uniform. Like since the time I was employed till now, I have only 2 uniforms. Those are the uniform that I was issued out of college. After like 6 years, I bought my pair. Not that I was given, I bought the pair. These uniforms come that every year that you're supposed to be given, they're only given to the senior most officers.
You mean they serve prison service for the last 16 years? I don't remember last I was issued with a uniform material.
They also complained of nepotism and unfair promotion within the service.
This is how the department goes. My father is assistant commissioner of prison, just recently graduated, or I just did Form 4. I'll be a professional without papers. Then I'll be going to school while in the service, but I'm a professional.
Similarly, the warders decried of discrepancies of minimum risk allowance between the police and the prison.
Ukiangalia payslip, allowance inaitwa police/prison allowance. It was supposed to 9,000 flat rates, but police wanapata 9,000. Prisons wanapata 7,000.
Then there was the issue of health.
We were better off with NHIF. Right now, people with chronic diseases, people with injuries are not able to access clear medical. Because one, you're told the limit for the day is 4,000. Maybe you're supposed to go for an MRI. You need to wait for an approval from the insurance. That's the insurer. That is CIC, the current one. The CIC might take a whole day, and if that is an emergency case, maybe you are supposed to go for theater.
The officers say that the ongoing go-slow will have a detrimental effect to not only the correctional facilities, but also the justice system.
In the whole country, there are people who go to court almost 10,000 per day. So ukiamua eti sasa go slow, unapeleka watu late kotini. Unajua hakuna mkenye mtu atakuambia eti mbona wewe so long as tu umepeleka watu. See, they just create technical hitches. Gamisha gari. Vitu kama hizo si the same people ndio wanaendesha hizi magari. Wanasema tu sisi mtu akipangwa amini mgonjwa sana siezi. Or maybe kama ni kuprepare food yao. Food tu ikuwe tu mbichi tu, utafanya nini? Utaenda ulete polisi ya kuja pike au basi kupika chakula.
A communication from the Commissioner General of Police to the prisons dated August 1st sought to calm the warders and noted that the officers will receive their increment arrears in the month of August. The communique read in part, the salary increase is effective starting from the month of July 1st, 2024. Staff members will receive their salary increment in the month of August 2024 alongside their arrears for the month of July 2024. Ruth Sarmoi Chesenge, NTV, in Nakuru.
That's all from me on NTV tonight, but I leave you with 12 minutes tonight. Did you know that all 4 former holders of the Office of Inspector General of the National Police Service resigned from office for different reasons? NTV's Ngina Kiroi sat down with David Kimayo, who served as the first Inspector General of Police, and discussed a myriad of issues touching on the police and security in the country. Yes, sir.
What's your opinion about this trend we are seeing, or this spate we are seeing of police officers abducting others in broad daylight? Macharia Gaitho being a key example, a journalist being abducted in broad daylight. What's your view on police abductions that are happening very rampantly right now?
It is not within the framework of the law. Police have powers to arrest anybody whom they suspect to have committed a crime. And the proper procedure of arresting a criminal is there within the law. So it is not within the police, National Police Service regulations of procedures that there is a word called abduction. Abduction by itself is a criminal offense. And nobody is allowed to abduct anybody in this particular country.
Then what would you call it when a police officer or a DCI officer shows up in an unmarked car, pulls someone into the vehicle, goes somewhere, interrogates them, dumps them somewhere else? What would that be defined as? And it's carried out by a police officer.
That's why I'm saying that even the individual who must have been handled like that has all the powers and authority to be able to take those people to court.
Do you feel that the police service is more of a force than it is a service?
They still do the service. They still serve the people of this country, but at the same time, they must handle and deal with criminals. Because when somebody has taken a stone to throw to the police, or damage people's property like vehicles, or burn people's house, buildings and so forth, the other day they stormed into parliament, started setting fire, started throwing chairs, all those furnitures and everything. That becomes a criminal. We
saw Kennedy Onyango, a young boy who was shot and who died as a result of the protests.
I could be able to see an area where sometimes police have gone overboard and sometimes others are actually within the framework of the law. So therefore, it is now upon the Internal Affairs Unit of the police and IPO to isolate incidences where officers have gone overboard and incidences where officers were actually restraining themselves in such a way that they were to use the necessary force.
From a security angle, I know there are a lot of arguments that Parliament is a protected area, but according to the Protected Areas Act, it doesn't appear as one of the areas that's listed as a protected area. However, from a security angle, do you think that the force of police was justified?
We must differentiate between a protected area and restricted area. And Parliament is one of those restricted areas. And what does that mean? It means that when an area is restricted, you must actually obtain permission to be inside the Parliament. After that, definitely some people were injured and some people also lost life on the process. So therefore, we cannot rule out to say whether police were justified or not justified. That will determine now with the investigation that will be carried out and get to clear whether the police were on the right path or they were on the wrong side. But on my observation, as with my experience, and as an expert in that area of security, then definitely police were on the right track when they were dealing with people who have stormed in and they went into rampage and removing some of those things that I've mentioned, which actually was an attempted coup.
Can we really say that, using live bullets and rubber bullets and some of the people who lost their lives put police on the right track from your experience and your background, yet those who entered Parliament were not throwing stones at them and were not armed. They were unarmed and entering Parliament, which you said is a restricted area. However, they were not firing back at the police.
When police go for such kind of a responsibility or duty, there are those who are armed with rubber bullets. There are those who are armed with the blank cartridges, and there are those who are armed with proper ammunitions. And therefore, the reason why they are doing that is as a result of which, when there is a danger to any other person or even to a building, is when they can be able to use live bullets. When they are able to scare or even keep a warning, then they can be able to use the rubber bullets, the tear gas, and so forth.
The former Inspector General of Police, Japheth Koome, was phrased as being particularly silent during the protests. As someone who has held that position in the past and being the very first Inspector General, is that proper procedure, or could something have gone wrong in terms of the communication? And
I think in this particular case, Mr. Koome must have actually felt that now, since something has happened of this nature and I'm in the office, then probably let me step aside by way of retiring officially, because he was not sacked, he was not dismissed, and he cannot also resign. You know, when you resign, it's like you are protesting against the appointing authority.
From your own opinion, especially because we're expecting a new Inspector General of Police to occupy that office, what constitutes an efficient Inspector General of Police?
It requires an officer who is loyal and does not require an officer who is sycophant. Sycophancy is not going to work in that office. It is somebody who must be very firm, he must be very truthful, and he must be loyal to the government of the day. Loyalty in this particular case does not mean that you become psychopath. It is not about taking care of your payslip. It is about service to the people of Kenya. Keeping that in mind, how would you rate the performance of the Inspector Generals who came after you? Police has not been fully reformed, because reform is a process and it has to take quite some time to be able to implement everything. And reforms also goes hand in hand with the infrastructure. The infrastructure that is supposed to be in place, the police housing, the police mobility, the equipments, and many other things that is supposed to be in place. Some people have argued that the seat of the Inspector General is doomed to some extent, because there's never been an Inspector General of Police who has actually finished their term. Most times you find that someone has resigned. So from your own observation of things, is it because they often bite a political bullet? Do you think that the seat of the Inspector General of Police has been politicized? It becomes an order of the day that every Inspector General who is appointed by the President is not allowed to function independently. And independent in this case does not mean that it does not work with other law enforcement agencies and even other government ministries or departments. But independently in a manner that he executes his duty independently without interference. And in this particular case now, I'm seeing quite a number of interference, even from junior people, just very junior people who may have an opportunity to be closer with the authorities of the day or with the presidency. And that becomes a serious problem with the office of the Inspector General. When you look at the other arm of the government, for example, like KDF, the Kenya Defense Forces, there is no interference the way the National Police Service is being interfered with. For example, now, if I was to say about the just retired Inspector General, Inspector Koome, if he is not performing, or if he has not performed, the President should have appointed a tribunal to be able to investigate the problem that has faced the Inspector General. Why is it that people are afraid not to follow the law and appoint the tribunal as it is required by law?
I'm sure you saw maybe the recent comments by the Deputy President talking about how Nurdin Haji failed in terms of being the head of NIS and executing the orders or giving information to the government about the protests.
So that particular office is not one of the offices that is being interfered with politically. Unlike the office of the Inspector General that is being interfered by every Dick and Harry. But that particular office is seclusive in such a way that they do their things confidentially. And more so, they report directly to the president. Anything that they report, it must have been done properly, it must have been investigated properly, it must have been received properly. By the time it is reaching the president, it is a complete and true passion of intelligence. And therefore, when we heard about this statement, then to me, and as an expert and as an experienced person, or even senior citizen now for this country, I thought it was just a political statement that was being made. So it may not have been a true statement that is directed to the current DIG, IG, that he has paid in his responsibilities. That actually should have only come from the president. And even if it comes from the president, it will be confidential. Kenyans or public will not care to know.
Also in 2016, in a newspaper interview, you mentioned that at the time there was not this emergence of death squads within the police service. But now when we've seen police officers being charged in court, such as some of those from the Pangani 6, Ahmed Rashid, some of those officers appearing in court and being charged with murders, the case of Willie Kimani, do you now believe that there is an existence of police death squads, those who are actually sent out to carry out these certain missions?
Those are purely criminal individuals. We cannot say that there is a death squad in the National Police Service. Even after my retirement for a long time now, that when it's almost 10 years now since I left the National Police Service. But definitely, I cannot, by all means, say that within the National Police Service, we have a second squad called Death Squad. No. These are criminal gangs that have formed themselves into such small cocoon of criminals and use the name of the police that we are doing APC. No authorization at all for that matter.
What would it take to reshape that face of the Kenya Police Service?
Remember, things like Evidence Act, Criminal Procedure Act, are those acts that were way back started when we achieved our independence, or even during the colonial time. So, and it has been amended from time to time. But now we want to see the new activities that are happening that has never been addressed by this CVC, has never been addressed by Evidence Act, and has never been addressed by the Witness Protection Act. That way, it will be able to address some of this. So, if there are some things that are being done, like, for example, what you mentioned about Kitengela, about some other place and so forth, then, as I said earlier, no officer of the law is above the law. Anybody who does contrary to the law is actually subject to prosecution, is subject to be arrested and be prosecuted in the court of law.
I think we can leave it there. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down for this interview and for everything that you've contributed in terms of this conversation. So I think we can leave it at that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Karibu sana.
kibao kila wiki na Carrefour. Enjoy Jogoo maize flour 2 kg at 98 shillings. Green vegetable oil 5 liters at 10.95 shillings. Apple crisp red at 259 shillings. Fresh chicken leg quarter at 399 shillings per kg. And LG 70-inch smart TV at 112,995 shillings. Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Stefano truly loves you. And I know very well that you love him too. And besides, for two people who are about to face each other at the altar, isn't that the one and only most important thing? You love him, he loves you, you two are going to get married! That's it!
Are you ready?
Lete kingari nikuseti ya kifua. Niko na dem, mwenye kona dem pia. Masa flani ikifika na wachangamkia. After scene kabaridi sezi nkatulia.
Tunakubali. Katika. Kila mtu.
Cash pop za Nyandarua ni mawaru.
Only on NTV.
The Trend, brought to you by the Year Account from Cooperative Bank.
Get that money, better save that money, alafu. Yeah, yeah. Lazima tutafute, tukafunge. Yeah, yeah. Life jipe, na sio kesho.
Make it happen right now, not yeah.
For Mutiso, the 2024 London Marathon victory earned him a spot at the biggest stage of world athletics, the Olympics.
Nilikuwa napenda tu nikienda nikikimbia sana kwa sababu hata wazazi wangu walikuwa wanataka kunituma sana kwa sababu naenda haraka. Maombi yetu ni tulete mendo kwa Kenya.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
Gareth Southgate certainly had his detractors throughout his 8-year tenure as England manager. Southgate's pragmatic style of football divided opinion, with critics particularly scathing on his perceived tactical shortcomings. But there's no denying that Southgate's impressive record at major tournaments makes him one of England's most successful managers. Before Gareth Southgate's appointment as England manager, the position was widely seen as a poisoned chalice. Indeed, Sam Allardyce lasted just 67 days in the role, and his predecessor Roy Hodgson resigned after England's embarrassing loss to Iceland at Euro 2016. The Three Lions were in tatters and in need of a cultural overhaul. So when Southgate landed the role on a permanent basis in November 2016, he was taking on one of the toughest jobs in world football.
I don't think any job is impossible. I think I said a few weeks ago that some jobs are more difficult than others, some are more complex. This is certainly one of those.
Before his appointment, Southgate had already worked with a number of senior players during his 3 years in charge of England's under-21s.
Well, it's a fantastic honour, fantastic opportunity to help a young team develop over the next few years. It's a great moment, but I'm really keen that the hard work starts now. I want to do the job and be successful at doing the job.
Over 102 games at the helm, stretching 8 years, Southgate propelled England to new heights. Under Southgate, the Three Lions reached the semi-finals of a World Cup for the first time since 1990 and consecutive finals at Euro 2020 and Euro 2024. To put that into context, not since the 1966 World Cup had England played in a major tournament final in men's football. But his true legacy goes beyond the 4 tournaments he managed. Southgate restored pride and spirit in the England team, creating a positive culture inside the camp and making fans believe again. Despite the success, Southgate weathered his fair share of criticism, with his tactical decisions in big games coming under forensic examination. Regardless, Southgate's departure marks the end of an era for England, leaving behind a unified national team. His successor will inherit a squad that is brimming with potential and one that is now capable of ending the nation's barren run without men's silverware. Gareth Southgate made the impossible job possible after taking England to new heights. After pledging his future to Atletico Madrid just weeks ago, Alvaro Morata has now departed Los Rojiblancos. Morata has swapped Spain for Italy, joining AC Milan on a 4-year deal with an option for a further 12 months. Milan triggered the €13 million release clause in the striker's contract, signalling his return to Serie A after 2 previous spells with Juventus. Morata's move to the San Siro was sealed just days after captaining Spain to glory at Euro 2024. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang has exited Marseille after just 1 season at the Stade Velodrome. The 35-year-old has signed for newly promoted Saudi Pro League side Al Qadsiya on a 2-year deal. In his one and only season at Marseille, Aubameyang was the club's top scorer with 30 goals in 51 games. Aubameyang has been replaced by Mason Greenwood, who joined from Manchester United in a controversial €31.6 million transfer. Greenwood spent last season on loan at Getafe after parting ways with United following a 6-month internal investigation stemming from allegations in a criminal case. All charges against the 22-year-old were dropped in February 2023.
I don't really want to get into any conversations or any discussions about that, but as I spoke yesterday and I spoke on the situation last season, I'd only like to look forward and to be a part of Marseille and just to move forward with myself, my family, my daughter, my partner and the whole club, and just to focus on the football and focus on the off-field, work with my family.
The signing of Greenwood has sparked backlash amongst fans, while the Marseille mayor says the transfer has covered the club in shame. Global Players Union, FIFPro, and the European leagues will launch legal action against FIFA over an alleged abuse of dominance of the international football calendar. FIFPro and the European leagues, who represent 1,130 clubs across 33 countries, will file a joint complaint to the European Commission to protect the welfare of players. A FIFPro statement said the international calendar is beyond saturation, unsustainable for national leagues, and a risk for the health of players. FIFA will expand the World Cup to 48 teams in 2026 and will introduce a new 32-team Club World Cup competition in the summer of 2025. Kevin De Bruyne won't be leaving Manchester City this summer. That's according to City manager Pep Guardiola, who shut down speculation linking De Bruyne with a move to the Saudi Pro League. The 33-year-old midfielder is entering the final year of his contract with the Premier League champions. Everton's takeover hopes have been dealt another blow, with the Friedkin Group abandoning its plans to buy a majority stake in the Premier League club. The two parties announced that discussions had ended and their proposed deal would not go ahead. The Texas-based firm, which is run by American billionaire Dan Friedkin, had emerged as a potential buyer for the Toffees. But their withdrawal has placed more uncertainty over the future of Everton after a separate proposed takeover by 777 partners collapsed last month. Bordeaux has filed for bankruptcy and renounced their status as a professional football club. It comes after the six-time Ligue 1 champions were relegated to the third tier of French football on administrative grounds. Bordeaux had been in talks with the owners of Liverpool, Fenway Sports Group, over a potential takeover, before the American investors pulled out of negotiations earlier this month. In 2021, the club was placed into administration and have continued to face significant financial challenges, contributing to their slide down the French football pyramid. In the second round of Champions League qualifying, FCSB and Maccabi Tel Aviv finished all square. Dynamo Kyiv thrashed Partizan Belgrade 6-2. Sparta Prague won 2-0 at Shamrock Rovers, and a hat-trick from Edin Dzeko dragged Fenerbahce to a 4-3 win over FC Lugano. Bodo Glimt and Malmo both scored 4 goals in resounding first-leg wins. Karabag were too good for Lincoln Red Imps, and FC Midtjylland ran out 3-0 winners over UE Santa Coloma. In the second round of Europa League qualifying, Trabzonspor eased past Razombarok, 10-man Rapid Vienna defeated Wisla Krakow, and Panathinaikos recorded a narrow win over Botev Plovdiv. Braga scored 2 second-half goals to take control against Maccabi Petah Tikva. Cercle Bruges held Kilmarnock to a 1-1 draw, and Ajax struck 4 minutes from time to edge past Vojvodina. Leicester City saw off Shrewsbury Town. Celtic and Manchester City produced a goalfest, with the Hoops winning 4-3. Galatasaray overcame Lecce. Arsenal drew with Bournemouth, and Chelsea's first pre-season friendly under Enzo Maresca ended in a stalemate. Benfica and Brentford couldn't be separated. Juventus were beaten 3-0 by Bundesliga 2 side Nürnberg. PSV got the better of Valencia, and Arne Slot's Liverpool recorded a 1-0 win over Real Betis.
I think there were a few positive things, and of course a few things we have to improve. A positive thing is that we kept a clean sheet. I think we only conceded one big chance, and that was somewhere around the last 10 minutes of the game. So we controlled the game really well.
Summer signing Mehdi Taremi scored twice for Inter against Las Palmas. Celtic put 4 past Chelsea. AC Milan edged out Manchester City, and Arsenal defeated Manchester United thanks to a late goal from Gabriel Martinelli. Still to come, City signs Savinho, and Spain dominates the team of the tournament. Get more sports documentaries. Get news as it happens. The story behind every moment that matters. Watch free now.
Get ready to tantalize your taste buds and embark on a culinary journey with Pishi Bomba, the ultimate cooking show that brings the flavors of the world right into your living room. Tune in this Sunday at 6:30 p.m. with me, Claire Karatu, for a mouth-watering adventure. Pishi Bomba. Cook, eat, enjoy.
For Mutiso, the 2024 London Marathon victory earned him a spot at the biggest stage of world athletics, the Olympics.
Nilikuwa napenda tu nikienda nikikimbia sana kwa sababu hata wazazi wangu walikuwa wanataka kunituma sana kwa sababu naenda haraka. Maombi yetu ni tulete mendo kwa Kenya.
Kenya's sporting heroes will be chasing glory in the city of love. Or is it lights? They are bingwas, superstars who've put the country on the world map. From Wednesday, 24th July, join the sports guru Elias Makori, who's covering his 8th Summer Games, and Bernard Ndong, who's making his debut in France. Catch the unique show, Bonjour, every weekday from 12:45 p.m. to 1 p.m. on NTV, as the dynamic duo provides you with a Kenyan perspective of the biggest sporting event.
Bonjour, brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul Payat. Watu wananiambia pole ile ya kuchekelea pole. How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua? Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay. Omalay wapi labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa mnakaa supu, unaona huyo? Huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Church Show, brought to you by Mivida Homes.
Over the past 15 years, an influx of Brazilians have plied their trade at Manchester City. Starting with the likes of Elano and Robinho, whose arrival in 2008 heralded a new era in the blue half of Manchester. It was the start of a golden period for City, with Fernandinho, Ederson and Gabriel Jesus playing key roles in title-winning teams. And City have added to their Brazilian contingent after making Savinho their first signing of the summer. The Sky Blues acquired Savinho from Troyes, who loaned him to Girona last season, two clubs owned by the City Football Group. And the exciting forward is looking to bring some Brazilian flair to the Etihad this upcoming season. My playing style is that of a Brazilian who likes to take on opponents, play joyful football, one-on-ones, providing assists, scoring and helping the team. But my main characteristic, which I like the most, is taking on opponents, being happy and getting the crowd on their feet as well. The Brazilian international played a starring role for Girona last term, contributing 11 goals and 10 assists in all competitions to help the Spanish club qualify for the Champions League. His talent will now be nurtured by Pep Guardiola, who believes the 20-year-old's devastating wing play can worry defenders in the Premier League. It'll be difficult, yes, because the last two seasons were very tough. As I said, the Premier League is always improving, and it can be difficult. But like I said, I think we'll work day by day. We have the best coach in the world in Pep. Savinho joins a star-studded Manchester City side, aiming to win an unprecedented 5th straight Premier League title. What I can expect from the Premier League is for City to always win, right? I hope that we'll be happy in the Premier League this season as well. These last few years, it has been growing a lot, becoming more difficult. Every season, we see other teams improving, but I've watched this Manchester City team for years, and they've done so well. Hopefully, I can help continue it. A £33.6 million arrival, Savinho will look to add some Brazilian flair to Manchester City's attack this upcoming season. While many tournament heavyweights struggled to play with any sort of fluency at Euro 2024, Spain were a class above. La Furia Roja arrived in Germany with little fanfare, but left as European champions for a record 4th time. Throughout Euro 2024, Spain showcased their exceptional individual talent, but it was their ability to play as a team that was most impressive. We have talked about the greatest asset that we have. We are a team, we are a family, both on and off the field. And I believe a team will always beat one player. That is something in our favor. Both on and off the pitch, we are united. It's an harmonious squad loaded with youthful exuberance and seasoned campaigners, harnessed by Spanish tactician Luis de la Fuente. Sport also means values, and I think this generation of footballers set an example in society. It's young players and veteran players with ambition who are willing to work and show companionship and solidarity. Under De La Fuente,